Are you ready? 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 Are you
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing score now. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to another day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm still your host, Jason Kaplan, and I do have to apologize if you hear any sounds that aren't of normal. It's a nice, bright and sunny day here, and by that I mean it's raining and pouring like crazy, just like the hopes of a lot of teams in getting those points poured into their overall standings. And of course, I can't do this show alone. I have to bring in two lovely people to help me break down all of these matches we have going on throughout this entire month of the World League. We got 7 Worlds Gaming, we got Glitter Explosion 7. You are looking even more swole today than you were yesterday. Did you work out again today?
I did. 3 days in a row.
Oh my gosh,
man.
I am impressed. You're looking fantastic. You're always looking great as well. But what do you think about coming into our third day here for second Super Weekend?
I'm excited, you know, because there's only so many more opportunities for some of these teams to get some points, and we have seen a lot of teams start stepping it up this weekend. So I'm ready to see how they play on their final day here.
Okay, well, on the final day, if you guys are wondering what that means, let's take a look at the format to give you an idea of what we mean when we say final day. We have 3 Super Weekends, and you have to qualify through into them by playing in the league matches, which is across 2 different days. Only the top 16 teams will be able to advance through while you're playing with 20 in total, and the Super Weekend days will accumulate throughout the 3 weeks, whereas the league play will reset after every week. And once we're done with our third and final week, which will be kicking off next weekend, we'll have our top 16 teams to make it into our 4 days of the league finals. So a lot of games to be played, a lot of games already played as we have passed the halfway point throughout the entire tournament. I think actually we passed the halfway point maybe after today, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not a math expert. I didn't get a degree in math like Glitter probably did, one of her 7 degrees that she got. But then let's talk about how they even get into these. It's obviously by points, right? We talk about placement points, we talk about kill points, and 7, you can see here that chicken dinners is still worth a ton, but kills is always where my attention is going to be.
Yep, if you do good, guess what? You get 20 points. If you suck, you're going to end up getting 1 point. And if you're actually able to go ahead and get some kills, you're going to get 1 point per kill, which that we've seen in a lot of teams. One that comes to mind right away, I know we always talk about it, is Loops Esports. They just take full advantage of that 1 point per kill.
I feel like you're calling me out with the, if you suck, you get 1 point. I mean, at least I'm happy I get a participation point, right? Let's take a look, though, at what they're playing for. Obviously, a lot of money on the line. We've been talking about it day in and day out. $425,000 to be picked up across the board. And Glitter, we can see here, I mean, I think Cloud9 and Loops are 2 teams really gunning for that 50K here at the end of the 3rd Super Weekend.
Absolutely, and I think that's something we're probably going to start paying a little bit more attention to with how much closer we are getting towards the end of the main portion of the season. Like you said, $50,000 will be going to the first place team who's able to get the most points after all 3 of these super weekends. And then there's also, of course, the weekly bonuses, the participation bonus, then the finals, plus the MVP. There's so much money on the line here. So I can only imagine how some of these teams are feeling if they're struggling to get into those top spots.
You got to be stressed, right? Like you said, it's a lot of money on the line. And not only is there a lot of money on the line here in West, it's a lot of money on the line in East. If you guys haven't been watching the show that's been going down there, I have a nice little clip for you to kind of sum up how I guess the entire week has gone for them. Let's take a look. I mean, we could talk over this all day, but I just want to enjoy this gloriousness of Lewis just climbing straight up a wall here on Miramar in their third game of the day.
Wait.
Yo, Tim the Tatman will be happy about that.
I mean, I think this is straight up mountain goating right now. And the best part is, if you guys didn't see that live, you can head over to Esports PUBG and actually listen to Blank and John's reaction while casting that. And I can tell you right now, it's a lot of whats and a lot of questions of what the heck was going on. But you know what? That was the show. You guys can check that out. That was before the show starting today, or you can just check out the VODs. But we're focused now on West and West only today as we take a look at the overall standings right now of how the Super Weekend has gone from last weekend and through the first 2 days of our second Super Weekend. And we can see here, Loops Esports maintaining that #1 position, 7.
Yeah, I think they were actually able to go ahead and pass yesterday, Cloud9. We saw a little bit back and forth between the both, but as we mentioned, Loops Esports has been taking just full advantage of the kill points with 167 points. And look how Cloud9 only has 121, but they do have more placement points. So if Cloud9 is able to step it up, I know they're one of those passive teams, is they're able to just improve on their kills, they're going to go ahead and propel to that first place. And as we've been mentioning, you want to go ahead and end up in being first place, because guess what? That's going to be $50,000 that you're going to be able to win at the end of Super Weekend number 3. And then some of the other teams that we're seeing here, Football has been very consistent. I love seeing them there in 3rd place. Pittsburgh Knights, that's going to be an interesting topic in a little bit. And then we have a Temple Storm. Glitter, we always mention how Temple Storm is kind of quiet, but they've just been putting performances after performances.
It's Temple Storm here in Poland right now, I'll tell you that.
You know, it's probably nice and soothing though, Jason, but Tempo Storm has definitely been one of those teams that has been a little bit quieter, but they've just been consistent enough, right? They've been getting just enough kills to keep themselves in that top 5 position, and then dropping down to that list. You see Team Unique actually holding on to 10th place. And then moving on to the second page here, Konina Power did start picking it up a little bit, but it's just not enough yet to break into that top 10 position. And then we're looking at the likes of Nova Esports, Team Umbra, Yala Esports. These are all squads that have needed to pick it up and have started to actually be successful in some more aggression. It's been working out for them, and then SWAT 69 was the only new team that we saw coming in here to our second Super Weekend, and they are currently trying to close that gap between themselves and UDR Killers.
One team I do want to talk about really quickly, just for the sake of mentioning them, not as if we don't talk about them enough, is Loops Esports, because we saw them in the first Super Weekend, right? 0 chicken dinners. They were in 3rd place. They were already a scary team then. They had so many kills. But now in this week, they've gotten 3 chicken dinners. They've jumped up to first place. This team is looking deadly, Seven. And if I was anyone else out there trying to gun for that #1 position, or even for the first place going into the league finals, that's a tough team to beat.
Yeah, and that's something that we kind of touch on throughout the whole weekend, and then being able to get 3 wins so far this super weekend. We're still having a full day of gameplay left. It is definitely a scary team. I just want to go ahead and see them control their aggression a little bit. Something that we've seen out of them that just hasn't been as consistent is sometimes they do end up getting kicked in 13th place, maybe 14th place, and I think we saw them once in 16th place as well with 0 kills. So just being able to control that aggression a little bit more, if they can get more placement points, oh man, this is just such a scary team with already the firepower that they have in Carrillo, Dadin, and all the other players.
Yeah, and you talk about like adapting styles, maybe pulling the aggression back. One team we have been talking about with adapting styles is Nova Esports Glitter. We talked to them, we talked to G-Fan in an interview talking about how they switched things up from league play into the super weekend here, and it's been working out so well for them.
It most certainly has been working out for them, and I'm glad that this is a team we get to touch on again. So specifically, Nova Esports is a team that we were kind of waiting to wake up, right? They were really struggling just generally at having any super strong games. Now, yesterday, they ended up having 23 kills overall compared to only 8 on Friday, which is a huge jump already. And that's not even taking into consideration their performance on the previous super weekend. Their best kill game prior to that was 21 kills on day 3. And that was with a 12-kill second-place game. So this was also their first chicken dinner that they were able to pull down yesterday, and this is a massive change that we've seen so far coming out of them, Seven.
Yeah, and something that I really enjoyed about the team was they ended up getting a win yesterday, and this is something I was actually talking with C-Fan. I was telling him, hey, I know you told us that you were going to be a little bit more passive. I'm seeing more aggressive out of you guys, and you guys seem to be performing really well when you actually become aggressive, kind of giving me flashbacks to what I saw from them going back to PMWL Americas. And he told me that the reason why they were being so aggressive at times was because of that win. It gave them that extra confidence boost. So I'm wondering if that's going to go ahead and translate to today as well. We're going to go ahead and see that confidence. Are we going to maybe go ahead and see more aggressiveness out of them as we are going to go ahead and see the player stats, because that's something to go ahead and keep an eye on. How are you going to be switching those gameplays from day to day as we go here to their stats? And Easy, I think one player to go ahead and mention out, even though he doesn't have the most amount of kills, he has sit out a couple of games, but guess what? He's still able to go ahead and output 6,000 damage. That is huge for a support player, considering he missed yesterday. He wasn't able to play yesterday because he was subbed out, and that was their best day. So I think overall, everybody, this team, we know they're capable of so much, Glitter, and if everything starts falling in place, if they stick to just one game plan and also they get confident, it's definitely a team to go ahead and look out for.
Absolutely. The fact that you have the other 3 players almost identical in damage right at that 10K mark is really speaking to the consistency that they're working on after they've changed up their strategy. They have managed to do very, very well, especially in situations where they have some of their players knocked out. I had asked G-Fan what it's like kind of having that pressure on your shoulders when you are the last player alive and you have to snake for points for your team. The game that they won, there was only 2 players left for their squad, and G-Fan was one of them. They have been working very well with limited resources, so I'm excited to see what they can do in a situation where they potentially have a full squad at their disposal.
Yeah, and we can actually even see a little bit further on into the stats of the team and kind of compare themselves from their first day to their second day. We can already see such a massive difference when it comes to damage alone, Seven.
Ooh. Yeah, and what is that? Almost double the damage that they went in here to put out on the first day. That's just insane. And you see they're getting into more fights because they're having to go ahead and get more damage received. So they're going to have to heal even a lot more. But something that I love and something that I always preach about is can teams carry momentum over if you get the win, or maybe if you can carry over the confidence. And guess what? They were doing that so well yesterday, and I'm hoping they're able to do that today as well. As they were able to, they ended up with 25 knocks and pretty much achieved 23 kills. I think that's huge, and that's just such a big step up from what we saw in the first day of this super weekend that I'm so excited to see what that team is going to be able to do here today, Jason.
The thing is, that consistency is going to be really hard to maintain when you're playing against the caliber of teams that we have. We talk about our top 4 right now of who we have. We got Loops in there, we got Cloud9 in there, we got Footballs in there, we got Pittsburgh Knights in there. These teams, at least I'd say the first 3, Pittsburgh Knights has slowly started to come into their own, have been so consistent at putting up big numbers where it matters here that I'm a little bit worried for teams like Nova if they can't, compete against the likes of the big dogs right now.
Yeah, and it's something you have to stay super consistent with. That's something we have not seen out of Nova, and we have seen out of this 4 teams that were currently seen on the screen, especially Cloud9. Cloud9 has always been consistent at staying alive towards the end of the game. Football is always consistent at least getting over 5 kills a game. And then Loops Esports, I mean, if they go on a tear, they're going to probably end up winning and then just get a bunch of kills too. Pittsburgh Knights is one of those teams that I'm going to be looking to see how they adapt, as Sixless is not going to be able to play the remainder of the 2020 PUBG Mobile Esports season. So I want to see how that team is going to adapt losing a player of that caliber, because remember yesterday he was able to go ahead and clutch it for them. Even on the first game, he was able to get them a couple points in kills and also in placement points. Something I do want to go ahead and point out from Pittsburgh Knights that I ended up pointing out yesterday was Carnage. I feel like Carnage needs to go ahead and step it up. He needs to go ahead and find his rhythm again, because they need to have that firepower from him. And yesterday I saw him scouting a little bit too much and getting caught off guard. So I hope they do adjust to that. And then with Loops, I feel like Loops is maybe that team that can maybe get 3 wins in a row. I want to see it at some point this Super Weekend, Glitter. Hopefully Loops can make it happen, if not Cloud9.
Oh yeah, I feel like when we look at all 4 of these teams, you see almost 2 different play styles kind of separating the 4 teams. You see Loops and Football as being super aggressive with their play style, really strong with nades, and sometimes that aggression kind of just bite them in the butt a little bit, because we've seen them have some games where they struggle, and then some games where their kills are just off the charts, and it's worked out super well for them. And then you see Cloud9 and PK that are a little bit smarter, a little bit more safe with their gameplay, and they focus a little bit more on those placement points, and that consistency has really helped to kind of keep them in the position that they're in at the top of the leaderboard. Now, we did see Pittsburgh Knights specifically pick it up a little bit, starting to get more kills and feel more comfortable with themselves, so I'm interested to see how they handle this roster change. However, all 4 of these teams are very, very strong across the board with what they've needed to do, whether it was getting those kill points or getting those placement points, and that's why they are where they are.
Well, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with PK in particular, considering they were just finally meshing together as a team, right? We talked about them getting their reps in, getting accustomed to playing with each other as they're set forward, now having to swap a player around. I'm not sure that's going to affect them in the long run when we do get into our games today, but they're already looking pretty confident making the finals, so maybe they can work on that consistency now with their new 4 over these next few weeks. But we've been talking about teams. We got to start talking about individual players, right? We took a look at the top 2 players from West up against the top 2 players from East, and we kind of made, fun enough, a little bit of a dream team here, actually. We had Carrillo coming in big as the MVP from the first Super Weekend, Adder, who was topping the kills originally, and then we have G9 and Luxy. We talked about G9 yesterday, but Luxy is someone we haven't mentioned too much here, Glitter. Half of the pair of the twins of Luxy and Zuxy.
And I think, at least I know I was surprised at first that he hadn't done a little bit higher kills than G9, just because, like you said, such a powerhouse with his brother. But across the board, if you're looking at all 3 of these players, the fact that we've got 2 coming out of East, 2 coming out of West, these numbers are absolutely insane, period. The damage is so high. The kills is so high. And what's even weirder is how consistent across the board it is for all 4 players. They're all within pretty much, 1,000 damage received of each other, and their kills are no more than 10 spread across all 4 of them apart. That's just insane to me, Seven.
Yeah, and honestly, from seeing G9 before, from seeing Luxy before, I'm not surprised. I'm honestly not surprised at all that they're currently there. I am surprised by some of the performances I seen coming out of the West League, which is pretty much going to be Carrillo. Carrillo has shut up on the scene. This is one player that, honestly, as someone who has followed PUBG Mobile Esports for a very long time, I had never heard of this kid before, and he has just stormed it. He has absolutely destroyed, even when his team is not doing good. And Adder, a player that used to play in Europe, now playing with the North American team, I think that is just such a huge change, and something that I love to see with the potential of that fragging power, and with the smarts of Beowulf being the IGL for Cloud9. Everything is just working out their way, and I am gonna go ahead and take a little bit of credit. That is my dream team right there. So for everybody currently watching, please send us who do you think is gonna go ahead and be your dream team. Let us know right now in the comments, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or if not, go ahead and send it to Twitter at Esports PUBG Mobile. Send us who do you think is gonna be your dream team, and maybe you'll get a shout out.
I'm trying to think who would my dream team be. And I think I'm already looking at it. I got Seven and Glitter next to me. I mean, that's already pretty dreamy as it is. Let's take a look at our schedule for today's the last day of the Super Weekend. We'll be seeing the exact same 5 maps in the exact same order as well, starting things off on Erangel and ending things off on Erangel as well. As we move into our first game of the day, I really am kind of thinking back to who could be one of the top performing teams in this match. Again, SWAT 69, a team we have to really focus on. They're currently sitting 59 points behind UDR Killers, who's not even playing in the Super Weekend. So my eyes are turning towards them as being a team that definitely needs to step up if they want to have a chance. Because not only do they have to close this gap, they have to hope that they re-qualify and UDR Killers doesn't if they want to have a chance to make it into the league finals, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be definitely hard for them. We've seen over the past couple days that they've been very consistent, but it just wasn't enough points overall with that consistency. We were seeing them get, 2 to 3 points every single game, but it wasn't what they needed to average out if they wanted to close that gap with UDR Killers at the point threshold you were talking about, right? So today they are, 60?
34 points,
like
and they need 59 to catch up.
Okay, right, yeah, so they're 60 points away from where UDR Killers is, right? So they need to have, if they only have 5 games today, that's a lot of pressure to catch up. So what do, right? We did see them start to take those engagements. We saw them have a fight with Loops where they did take out Loops. We saw them take on some of the stronger teams, and because of that, it potentially boosts their confidence a little bit if they can just continue to do the exact same aggressive playstyle today.
Well, speaking about aggressive playstyles, someone we haven't talked about yet today, that we did talk about quite a bit yesterday, Kanina Power. This team has been very quiet up until, the second day of the opening weekend, and then yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before, where they started to really show up in the first day of the second Super Weekend. But since then, they've gone quiet yet again. I mean, the thing is, they're going to be through the finals. There's no way they can drop out of top 16, so it's not that big of a deal. But from a team that we saw be so strong in the beginning, Seven, I was hoping we would see that strength continue on like we've seen out of Loops, like we've seen out of Cloud9.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that is just very consistent at being inconsistent for me. For some reason, this team can get very hot. I think in the first day of this Super Weekend, they ended up getting back-to-back 11-kill games, which that was huge for them. For a second there, we're saying, oh, wow, it's Kanina Power back? And we even saw a player go ahead and just whip out a Car 98 and absolutely destroy somebody without even having to aim. Just a nasty no-scope. So we thought they were maybe getting that swagger back. We thought maybe they were getting that power back, and then yesterday things just weren't going their way. They just haven't been really consistent at all, and there's something I want to go ahead and see more out of that team. Maybe don't try to go for just the big kill games. Maybe don't try to go for like that first place. Just try to get into a rhythm where you can at least get yourself into the halfway mark, maybe like a 7th place or something like that. And then once you start getting that consistently, then guess what? Then you can go ahead and step it up your aggression. You can see what works, you can see what doesn't work. But I want to see a lot more from this team, especially because the way it's looking, they're probably going to end up making it to the league finals after all this is done, and I think that'll be just such a scary team if they are actually able to be consistent with their placement and also their kills.
By the way, I went back and looked at that clip about the car play that he pulled off, the Car 98. He was out of ammo in his primary. So he actually switched over to it and he had to go for the shots. And he hit them, so you can't really argue with him too much. Again, another team I want to talk about, another 2 teams I guess we should talk about is, of course, Loops and Cloud9. Again, they're obviously number 1 and number 2 on the table. But these 2 teams in particular have been battling it out when it's come to this second Super Weekend so consistently, whether it's in the late game or in the early game. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Glitter, about if you're at the top like this, they definitely don't need to show any more depth in their strategy because what they're doing right now is working. However, do they prepare now for the future of something of their style being figured out or their style not working? Do they try to like play some things out here the next few days to kind of maybe have some backup plans?
It's definitely something that they will probably have started thinking about already because moving forward, like you said, they clearly don't need to make too many changes to what they've been doing because it's already been so successful. But there is the concern of, almost people kind of having so many opportunities to play against them that they figure out their play style almost too well. Right now, we see that Loops is almost 40 kills above Cloud9, so obviously, like I said before, Loops is one of those aggressive teams, right? But Cloud9, I think, has consistently had higher placement points than Loops. So Cloud9's been more consistent across the board when it comes to that, and we've said many times, if Cloud9's up with 4 members past that mid-game stage, they are so scary. They make smart rotations.
Like yesterday, because that happened.
But I mean, but it's true. Like, I mean, minus your bad luck, as long as they're up with their whole squad, they do incredibly well. They're so smart. But we have seen, and it's been very entertaining now, we've seen quite a few times Loops and Cloud9 run into each other in game and have to kind of take that fight head to head. And it hasn't necessarily always worked out in Cloud9's favor, Seven.
Yeah, and something I want to see is teams taking note of that. I want to see if teams are ever going to go ahead and try to third-party that, because something you want to go ahead and do with those teams, especially when they're hurting, hey, take full advantage of it. If you can maybe go ahead and knock even one player down more and finish him off, that's another player from Cloud9 or Loops Esports that you're not going to have to worry about towards the end of the match. And that's already a huge advantage for your team. But that can also backfire because these teams have just been so good at being able to recover from when they're down. Something that we have seen Loops Esports do so well is if they're down 3 players and 1 player still alive, you're not counting them out. You're saying, oh, they can probably reset from this. And when I say reset, they can probably get all their players back up and then just readjust their game style. And we've seen the exact same thing out of Cloud9. But it is something that I'm going to be looking at more. Maybe they're going to go ahead and get into more engagements. I'm pretty sure Cloud9 is going to be looking to just win more of those engagements and just prepare for what might happen in the league finals, because I wouldn't be surprised if we see more out of these 2 teams in the league finals.
Well, this is fantastic because I've actually lost all audio, so I have no idea what you guys are saying at all. So hopefully my microphone's still working. Hopefully they can still hear you guys as well. So we're just going to go straight into predictions real quick, and I'm going to have to just go off what I see on the screen, and hopefully you guys don't throw it to each other because, again, I can't hear you. So Glitter, go into our first match. Who is our first? Don't do this to me, Seven. Who's our first team that you have predicted?
So this is the same team I predicted every single first Erangel match of the day so far, and I'm sticking with it because they haven't let me down yet, and they finished strong again yesterday, and we're going with Loops.
Okay, my sound came back on randomly. I heard you say Jason is your favorite host ever, and you're picking Loops, so great stuff out of that one. Seven, as you're going into your pick here, who do you have?
Wait, Jason, go first. I'm trying to remember which one I picked.
I think you picked. I'm just gonna guess. No, you want Team Queso, so let's get Team Queso up for 7.
Let me double check.
To give us his prediction. My prediction is gonna be Loops as well, because you know what? They got me a chicken dinner yesterday. They start off strong. And 7, you picked Team Queso, right?
No, I didn't. I picked Cloud9. I'm gonna go with Cloud9. They just perform so well for some reason. This team is really consistent on the first game. Every single time. I don't know how they do it, but they do it.
I mean, you say that, and then Loops yesterday kind of beat
Jason.
them. So, you know, we'll see how that's going to work out. We'll check with you guys after the match is done.
Peace.
All right, so it's time to talk about something that you guys at home can win. Again, as we do have tons of things being given away over the course of the entire World League. If you're lucky enough, you can get into the lucky draw here and win a limited time outfit as long as you're watching within the game and within the Esports Center. And also at home, if you guys are sitting around watching the show, you can tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. Give us your thoughts about the show, maybe support your teams, and maybe we'll get you on the show as well with a nice little shout out via 7, most likely, since he loves to do the shout outs. Let's bring in our commentators, though, for our very first game of the day. We got in Virum, we got Cameron Davis going to be joining us, looking handsome as ever, I have to say. In Virum, did you dress up all nicely for me today?
I did. It's definitely not because it's, the final day of the super weekend. The plays are going to be excited. It's for you. It's for you, Jason.
I think so. I believe so, and I hope so. Same for you, Cameron. I can tell. Even the way you're looking at me right now on the camera, I can just tell you're like, Jason, please give me attention.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all that I want. It's the only reason that I'm here. Everything that I do is for you, Jason. Just give me attention.
You know what? You're my new number 1. Forget 7. He's aside. I don't give a crap about him anymore. It's all about you. Well, let's talk about our first match. We've been talking about quite a few different teams. Maybe get your guys' opinion coming into Nova Esports here in Virum, since this is a team but I've talked openly on the interview about how they're adapting their style, and it's shown that they've improved over these last couple days.
Oh, for sure. I even just think the idea that the team has enough confidence to say, look, we appreciate that what we're doing isn't working, and we just need to change it up. I mean, that takes guts. A lot of teams would just sort of keep grinding and, no, it's not our strategy. It's the other teams that are wrong. But I respect the crap out of it. The fact that the idea that they're going to come into it and say, nah, we need to make a change. We're going to make a change. And clearly, it's an instantaneous response. Yesterday was so much better.
It was so much better. And then we have to look at, maybe Kanita Power or Cameron, because they played well on day 1. Then they started tanking day 2. Again, this is a team. They should be through to the finals. I don't see anyone dethroning them here anytime soon. But we're not seeing the consistency out of them that we were hoping to make them one of these top contenders.
Yeah, Seven's comment about them being the most consistently inconsistent team is pretty spot on. And for both Nova and Konina Power, you asked me yesterday, I believe, about the nights, about how long you want to, like, how late into the event do you want to peak? Konina Power and Nova, the question is, are they going to be peaking too late in terms of actually being a full powerhouse? Yes, they're probably going to qualify, but they obviously want to go for more than just qualifying for the final grand finals.
I thought you were going to be super harsh and be like, are they going to peak at all in this tournament? I thought you were going to go like super BM against them.
That is another question.
But look, I want to chime in on that actually, because the idea of the consistently inconsistent, if Konina Power is vying for that title, I think that Tempo Storm is the other team that we need to talk about, because I am such a fan of Tempo, like as an organization. I've been casting them for like years at this point.
Their manager's a little...
And they are either in first place or they are in 15th place.
Yeah.
I literally looked back when I was like going through my pick'ems for today. I was like, oh, who are we gonna? I'm like, Tempo Storm, they have a couple wins, but then I looked, it's either a win or it's like, it's 15th place. So they're another team that I think needs to not vie for that number one spot with Konina Power. They need to try and be a little more consistent.
Well, I mean, you're talking about Tempo, and we actually had Kalaris, guys, my recognition from the East League or from PMPL Americas, who actually got to sit down with them and ask them a few questions about this whole event.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris. I'm one of your hosts of the PMWL, and I have with me HH24 from Tempo Storm. So thank you very much for joining me to start things off. And my first question is, why don't you introduce yourself to the world as well as your role within Tempo Storm?
Hello, I am from Tempo Storm. My name is HH24. I am a co-IGL, fragger, scout. I can basically just do anything as a role. I like to achieve top fragging in tournaments. I try to do my best.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we saw a lot of that in PMPL Americas, and it was exciting to watch you guys throughout that. The next question I want to ask you guys is, how did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Oh, I got introduced from my friends. I was playing Knives Out as another Battle Royale for mobile. My friends wanted to make a team, so I came through. It was very entertaining, so I just stayed. And I see a lot of goals of players, so I continued and I wanted to achieve those goals.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals throughout the PMWL?
The biggest rival is all of them, because we shouldn't really be judging who's best or who's the scariest, because we can just tie from any, to be honest.
Do you feel that a lobby on a world scale can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes? You obviously you have scrims with them, but does it get a little bit more hectic in these kinds of lobbies?
We try to stay calm, so yeah, it still does. It's their pressure, but we try to stay calm and concentrate.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. So thank you very much, HH24, for joining us, and best of luck in the World League.
Thank you.
Yeah, HH24, we got to talk to him there in that video. We also got to talk to him on the show as well, talking about how he's been having some internet problems, how he's having some tough time when it comes to being able to play consistently. I'm looking at you, Adverum, don't worry. And hopefully they've been able to fix a couple of their problems coming into this, because they have been performing, I'd say, a little bit better. But this isn't necessarily maybe the tempo that we wanted to see. We want to see more consistent and more of a stronger team overall, especially in the opening weekend, right? We talked about Tenza so much about being such a heavy fragger, but he's fallen off since then.
Yeah, Big Daddy Tensa, you know, the name doesn't come accidentally. He has been such a force in the NA PUBG mobile scene for so long. Just always one of these top fraggers who shows up and can go clutch. And I know that's something that Hot Jukes has talked about a lot, the idea of the clutch factor. The player who can just stare down an impossible situation and come out the other side on top. And I feel like we're going to need to see more of that here. And just the idea that, especially, you know, even if they make it to the finals, either being first place or last place isn't going to get you the win. You need to be consistently like top 4. That really needs to be the sweet spot if you actually want to become the PMWL West champion. So that's kind of what I need to see more from them. Less ones or zeros, more just wins.
I feel like go ahead.
No, we are criticizing Tempo Storm for being inconsistent, but at the same time, they are in 4th place. They do still have those games that they're able to get like a good number of kills, even if they do go out quite early. They're not a team like, I don't know, wild card that like we had expectations and then are closer towards the bottom of the leaderboard more often than not. But it's true. They do need to find just that one final piece to get to that next level, whether it is consistency or just having more wins, because even the most winningest teams in Cloud9 and Loops, they do go out in 15th or 16th every once in a while.
I swear I could hear a glitter in my headset saying, whoa, 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 when you start talking about wildcard there. But let's maybe start to get in predictions, because I think we're about a few minutes out till we do kick off this first match. And I'm going to start with you, Cameron, because you know what? You're looking handsome today. I mean, you're both looking pretty handsome, but I'm going to give it to you this time of who you think. I'm sorry, Viram, don't worry. I'm still here with you. Of who's going to take the first match and why.
Sorry, I got to get back into it. I didn't hear anything you said after you said handsome, but I tried to be cute yesterday and saving Cloud9 for the very end just because they didn't look super strong towards the end of the first day. It ended up really biting me. So I have to open up with them. Cloud9 are so bad on the final game, and those are the only 2 Erangel matches. It's either game 1 or game 5. It's the best play. It's the best play. Cloud9 game 1 all the time.
I'm so glad you picked Cloud9 because I'm feeling more confident in my Loops pick. And Vera, who's your choice?
Don't feel confident for long because I'm right there with you, Jason. Loops Esports, let's go.
Man, I thought you were gonna go Cloud9. What happened?
Normally I do. I'm changing it up a little bit today because they've done well. They have done super well, but they haven't like won a game 1 in a while. And Loops has. And Loops has been like really stepping up the last couple of days. We saw the epic 1v1 conclusion on Vikendi on day 1, C9 and Loops. They keep running into each other. Loops tends to get the better of those exchanges, so I'm going to go Loops today.
I'm sensing a little tension now between you two when it comes to casting. Let's kick off our first match, though. Why don't you gentlemen take us into game 1 here of our last day of our second Super Weekend.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get things started. Let's get this underway. The players are ready, and so am I. I'm ready to get into this. We've been like chilling. We had rehearsal. I have my cup of coffee. I'm like ready to go, man. I'm ready. I hope these players are ready. I hope you're ready to go.
Yeah, I know. I'm ready. I'm rolling. I am 100% keyed in, and I just hope that Cloud9 are as well. That sort of Cloud9 Loops rivalry, not just in the game, but also on our prediction charts, is a very interesting one, because I'll admit Loops let me down in a big way on Vikendi yesterday. Vikendi is their map. They're usually so good on it. Win or not, they pick up a fair number of kills whenever they play there, except for yesterday's Vikendi game. So we'll see if they perform badly on game 2 of the day as well. I'm going to take that title of Vikendi Masters away from them. But I'm still for the final day. I'm saving Loops for Vikendi. I have to.
I'm actually swapping up. I'm actually going to go with C9 on Vikendi. Oddly enough, weirdly enough, though, as you say, Loops is just so fantastic on it. I'm just going to try and mix it up today a little bit because this is getting exciting. You know, we're now starting to get so much personality out of these teams. We're now finally starting to like really be able to, especially as casters, there's this idea that we can just like start to derive, again, a personality from the plays and from the players as they go along. Now that we've seen so much of them here in this group on the world stage, I think we're really starting to see that. And so then for us, it's fun because then we get to start making some other fun decisions like, well, what if they're over here? And how are they going to respond to this? And that's where this gets exciting. But let's talk about game number 1. Let's talk about Erangel. This plane path, not the least friendly we've ever seen.
No.
But if this is a north shift circle, oh, it's going to be traffic.
I'm not even worried about that. I'm more worried about the south shift circle because I feel I gave Wildcard a little bit of shade. I should probably give them a little bit of love in return in my own special way. They are consistently, I feel, on the back foot when they're coming in late. And so, yes, they have to drive all the way up to Severny, and this circle is actually pretty good for them because they can hopefully quickly find vehicles around Rozhok where they're landing just east of it, where all these roads cross together, drive up to Severny, loot up super quickly, and then find a place on the hill just south of shooting range. My question is, though, could they might want to consider for future games or future events of finding a different loot spot on Erangel, but Acer, this is a good start. Grabbing a little bit of DMR, can't quite get the full knock, but he has a second chance and he has teammates that all have guns. This is awful for Alpha Legends.
Okay, Drops finds a mini with a scope and an AKM.
I don't get a knock.
And they don't. Well, I mean, that just would have put him out of the sky. That just would have been a terrible start for Alpha. They were just given. Alpha Legends was just given a gift. And you know how you're talking about you were going to give Wildcard some love? Maybe don't now, because they. I know those are hard shots to hit, but you're literally
that
one of
hard.
the best players. You're
Those
literally
weren't
one of the
that
best players. Yeah, they were like stacked on top of each other. I think maybe I could have hit one of those, you know, and. I'm not good at shooting in this game, okay? If I'm being fully honest, it's real. The fact that
They
these
had
guys
like
as well
2 or
as they do-
3 guns.
They did.
Towards the last couple of parachutes.
Yeah. Not ideal. All right, Wildcard, shake that off. If you're Alpha Legends, take a sigh of relief. Get back into this game, drive up to Severny, reset a little bit here. But game number 1 is already off to a start, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's only a couple of seconds, but Wildcard didn't get anything out of just stalling, taking those shots, and that's only going to slow down their loot rotation a little bit. It's these things, they add up. We talked about the other day, a 1 second, 2 second tier can really add up and change an entire game for a team. And when Wildcard, they really need, I think, to feel comfortable in a game to be center, to not come in late. And this is the perfect circle for them from their loot position. What's not good, though, is for B4. However, this is a team that is used to coming in late as well, and they don't seem to be tripped up about it because they look for opportunities to take those aggressive fights. They're not like Loops where they will every single time choose, despite having an entrance to the center, pick closer towards the edge in order to farm kills. But I mean, come on, they have, both those teams do still have similar play styles, and they will both go for kills when they find the opportunity.
Oh, for sure. And I think it's interesting that the two teams who tend to like to eat the blue and light rotate are Footballists and B4, and they're the ones who have dropped down around military and in Novo. So I think they're going to be fine to wait a little bit longer. Konina Power, potentially SWAT 69 or Nova respectively, could play Gatekeeper on the other side of the bridge, but I don't think that's going to be a huge factor. But a team, I called them out a little bit. I know it's because, and again, if I call out a team, it's because I have high expectations because I know these guys are stars. Tempo, of course, just chilling at Pachinki. This is their spot. Nobody contests it anymore because they know if you fight Tempo early here, 9 times out of 10, Tempo is going to win that fight. They have taken so many of those over the course of scrims, teams trying to hot drop them, teams trying to get a little cheeky, that they win those almost always. So they're going to be in a great spot for this next circle, and we'll see if they can continue to have some success in Pachinki if the circle rotates there, or just have some success today, because again, they're in 4th place, but they could be doing better.
Footballists right now, this is a very interesting decision that a team would have to make, because they actually landed on their loot spot before anyone else, just looking at where their playing path was, where they're looting up in Novo, and so they could actually begin. I'm assuming that they're looted up enough to begin to move now. The problem is they're not going to have, even if they move faster than anyone else, they have to move a further distance. They're not going to have priority in the center of the circle at all. So do you really just want to squeeze out Novo like a sponge, grab every single piece of loot that you can? Because in a way, if they move too fast, they also could come into contact with a team in Milta, which is going to be Konina Power. It's these sort of things that you have to have in the back of your mind. But yes, Loops. This is a great spot for them to take. The Cube Compound is a great spot to just hold teams out, try and catch people on rotation, and that's what the Knights are doing as well. Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights. We've been kind of quiet about them so far. Didn't really get a chance to talk about them much going into the day. Of course, they're going to be playing with Jagger. Again, another player with a lot of experience commentating. He's been a part of this roster forever. One of the OG members of Pittsburgh Knights joining us here on the world stage. And let's see if PK, I mean, they've been one of these teams, again, that's sort of like, where does a team peak over the course of this? They were starting to get things together. We'll see if they can continue to keep that forward momentum, even with making a roster shift. So definitely need to keep my eye on them for sure. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting situation for them. It's almost like they just got their feet under them, it feels like. They just finally got the chemistry all aligned. And then a roster change happens. We'll see. I'm not going to... I think they definitely have the potential. I actually think that Jagger, in his own right, is a really stellar player. I think he's maybe not as flashy
as others, but is definitely really a little more consistent. He still hits his shots, and he's an OG when it comes to this PK roster. So I think that having that familiar presence on the team is not like they're bringing in somebody totally different.
Yeah,
I think it's still going to be a stabilizing factor for them here. But I just really need to see Carnage step up for that squad. I mean, it's so like, he's a big guy, but he's got this quiet, calm personality. When you talk to him in real life, he's just such a nice guy. I need to see him be big and loud here on the map. I need to see him make that presence felt. And somebody who's feeling a little bit of a presence now is Yala Esports, taking some shots from Team Umbra. Umbra, you had a bit of an awakening yesterday, Cameron. They were just looking for fights. It was great to see.
I mean, that's the first thing that you need to do when you're a team that's struggling. You can't, if points aren't coming to you by just your regular gameplay, you got to go out looking for them, and that's what they're doing right now. It's a full surround onto Zana, and Yala once again in a really, really rough situation. I feel like we see this all the time. A good nade's going to finish him off, but I don't think the rest of Yala is going to be in any situation to punish Umbra for this push. I'm looking at where they are on the map. They're just to the east of this position. They're too far away, though. I just don't think the sightlines are there. What? Oh, it was a smoke. I thought that was a grenade. Okay, the shots are coming in.
He's setting up the smoke so that he can loot him. But he's
the shots. Okay, so Yala were able to find a sight line. The shots are there. It's going to be too risky. I wouldn't loot up just one box for this. And yeah, you can see Zero's specific angle that he's holding right now.
They're making a lot of noise, and you can see Tempo Storm off on the angle as well. So they may look to third party on this, but Yala Esports losing to somebody early. Not an ideal situation, and Yala is definitely one of these teams that we need to see do well coming into the day in 15th place, only able to get a handful of kills yesterday. I truly mean a handful, like 10 on the day. Their game number 1 started off well. They had 6 kills, finished in 6th place. We'll see if they can replicate that here on Erangel, but of course, it is going to be so much harder to do with only 3 players.
I like this split by Nova. It's a little 2-2 split on the north of Pachinki, but more shots coming in from Konina Power. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Football is moving in, and Konina Power didn't move so far into the circle that they have an opportunity for a couple of shots. Luckily, it wasn't a full camp. It was more, those shots looked more shots of opportunity, and Football has had more than enough room to move around and get away from that, but the circle is going to center up. It's not going to affect anyone too much. So many teams really aren't going to move at all, but the teams that were maybe hoping that a hardship towards the north would put the north of the river in play, they're going to have to cross through, and this is where Loop's bridge camp comes into play.
That was huge. Ayala is already down, and now Carrillo is continuing to put the pressure in with the DP. Just a hail of fire. And now Mystic is caught out in no man's land. Oh, I can't believe he was able to survive through that. But now Dadine is trying to find an angle and is able to do so with the grenade as well. Such good coordination from Loops. The distraction on one side while the nade goes through, continuing to finish it off. That is 2 kills now for Loops Esports to start this game.
I think there's going to be a third. I don't know if Marco's going to be able to get his way out of this. He has no vehicle. He's on foot. And Wildcard, they crossed in on the left bridge, but Nova, they also have an opportunity. They haven't had to move at all. They're taking advantage of a team that's just pushing in. Dream Eaters, again, not able to find a position. First the Knights, and now Nova.
And you were complimenting Nova's 2-2 split, Cameron. You were talking about how you like this running with this buddy system. I'm a huge fan of it as well, and we're kind of seeing it now. They did bring it together a little bit more, but what's great about this is you're still able to find these off angles, but you're not putting yourself out too far. You have somebody to still back you up. So you work these flanks, work these angles, but not only do you have way to fire, you also have somebody there to support you, and I'm really liking this decision from Nova Esports, and Dream Eaters is in a rough spot, but the kill feed is starting to light up already here. Game number 1, only 10 minutes in. Multiple players have gone down.
There is a little bit of pressure on Nova here to clear out Dream Eaters, because if this position stays in the game for too much later, it could become an issue for them. But for right now, they have more than enough room to take them out, just like Alpha Legends are taking out Footballists. Football is still unable to find a position. I don't know how this fight started, but Rom, he's coming in to try and protect and potentially revive his teammates. But hiding behind a Dacia like this, and his teammates all out in the open, I'm assuming they were shot out of vehicles. Alpha Legends have such a good angle.
Yeah, Old Man looking to continue to confirm this kill. Alpha Legends is pushing in. They were given, again, a bit of a gift at the start of this game. Wildcard not confirming those kills. Let's see what they can do with the gift that was offered them. Kato is way off on the flank, though. We'll see how they opt to play this. And Old Man is finally going to confirm this. but we'll see how far they're willing to push. It actually just seems like the rest of Footballists are just going to try and relocate his realm. Everyone else is leaving as another fight's breaking up. This time it's between Wildcard and Pittsburgh Knights. The action does not stop here in game number 1 for the West. These teams like to scrap, and we're seeing it here as Acer, good look to try and find the nade, not going to be able to do so, is cooked well. As Pittsburgh Knights is definitely in a bit of trouble here. Sam and Spring on the flank. Slicky up close. Slicky is one of these players who just hits his shots. I don't care if it's close. I don't care if it's far. He gets it done. And PK, I think they know this because they are just going to run. They have to try and reset this fight, Cameron.
They're bailing, but Raven, once again, is leaving way too late. I feel like he's always a little bit of the slacker in terms of driving away, and he's going to get caught out. No knock just yet. Oh, there it is. J7 does go down as well. There was a bit late of a rotation for the entire team overall. The pressure from Wildcard's 2 players on the north side, just they didn't feel comfortable in that fight despite having a man advantage in the close quarters. And here comes Sam and Slicky up close, fully taking this compound away from the Knights. Trying to give it up, but they're going to be wounded. That nade looked good, but not good enough. It's going to be Slicky on the flank.
Oh man, and this is another time that we see Pittsburgh Knights try desperately, scrambling to get the res, and it costs them so much. More players being thrown into the meat grinder. Carnage, though, the player I called to step up to make his presence felt, actually goes on a wild flank with the vehicle, takes out 1 member of Wildcard. So now Acer's got to try and deal with this. 3 members, though, are down for PK, and I don't think Carnage is going to continue this. No, they are just going to sacrifice these kills on over to Wildcard. They struck back a little bit, but once again, PK's in a situation where 1 player is tasked with staying alive.
Yeah, and it's usually not even Carnage that's in that, so I don't know what to expect of his snaking abilities. As if it's J7 or Raven, I'd have a little more confidence, but he's having to drive through ruins as well onto a medium ship. It's not the best. It's gone from bad to worse for the Knights, but B4 is sitting on top, overlooking SWAT 69. Footballists do go down in the meantime.
Oh.
Actually, a good flank from N7R.
Yeah, and that nade, oh my goodness, Levi's got to be careful, but now Pedro is going for a flank of his own. Down towards SWAT 69, BRT is taken down. Beautiful shots from Pedro, the man who's always off on his own. Not necessarily somebody I'd vote for in some of these situations, but he's stepping up today. He's trying to win that vote back. And now N7R, the last man standing for SWAT 69, the team that has so much to prove. They barely squeaked into our super weekend, and they need to make more than just a squeak here in these 15 games. They need to be allowed. They need to show up. And this is their opportunity to do it. If they can stabilize here, if they can win against B4 Esports, that would be a huge boost to their morale.
Pedro took way too long to decide if he wanted to revive his teammate or go for the full wipe. And now look, there's multiple players up. Carnage does go down. That's 2 teams out so far. But SWAT 69, the indecision by Pedro gives them a little bit of a lifeline, and they're going to get all 4 players up. Yes, B4, I think, are going to stay as 2. Yeah, okay, so Levi was revived. He was in the process of first aiding right then. And the nades are now coming out, but is it all too late? B4, they see an opportunity to retreat, so they're not going to get the team up. They're not going to get the points. I say that, Pedro. Okay, I'm done. I don't know what they're going to be playing at this point. Are they going to fight? Are they going to leave? Who knows?
I think part of the problem is, Cameron, they don't know. And you talked about the indecision. That's costing them so much here. They have a great angle. It's these steps, these sort of series of ascending rises is going to do a lot for B4 here. And look at the circle. They know they have SWAT 69 pinned. Maybe, just maybe, if they can use this to their advantage, if they can play these angles well, they can find it. But with the smokes going in from SWAT 69, they're trying to create as many possible angles as they can. And now, Pedro, it's sort of a one-man army. Where is his teammate? Okay. Levi is there, and they are finding this. This might actually be a great opportunity for B4. If they can win this 2v4, that would be massive for them. SWAT 69 is pushing and continuing up the hill. They do have the slight angle on the blue, and Pedro needs to hit his shots. There's 1 down. Can he find Blue Fly? Yes, there's 2. Pedro making up for it earlier. 1 last shot. Can he do it? Yes, the 2v4. Basically a 1v4 as Pedro goes off. All right, buddy, you get my vote.
Yep, that's it. That's why he let SWAT 69 revive the entire team, because he wanted to make a highlight reel for himself. I get it. Yes. I understand. I get it. We all need those social media interactions. It's part of the industry. They use the blue and the high ground.
I just got to get those impressions. I can't blame the man. Oh, my goodness. Acer. Nerves of steel, Cameron. Oh, my goodness. Become the bush. Become the bush.
But what else can you do?
Nothing.
There's a point in your PUBG playing career that you stop getting nervous in situations like that because there is no other option. It's just full-on euphoria. But yeah, it's not a good position for wildcard either. It's not a good position for a lot of these teams with this hard shift over towards the northeast, while we see a replay of Pedro really giving it to Task. And you can see that it's not just the high ground that's at his advantage, it's also the blue. I was worried about this shift because both these teams would need to clean up this fight as quickly as possible. But of course, the blue pushing in and actually being inside the blue, dealing that tick damage, made it worse for SWAT 69.
I will laugh so hard if they accidentally run him over with one of these vehicles. Never mind, that's not going to have a chance at all because the third party is coming in from Loops Esports, and now Yala, they've just been hearing gunshot upon gunshot from up this hill. They are just wondering what is going on. They're seeing Tempo Storm, they're seeing Wildcard, they're seeing Loops, and they're just staring on going, oh boy, something is happening. And it is, because now that Loops have got that first down, Cameron, what are they doing?
They're pushing! They do what they do best, and this is a great position for them to clean up these kills if they can land the shots, but Loops are the team that I would give it to them 9 times out of 10. Maybe even 10. Who knows? Well, that fight against Nova makes me question that a little bit, but nonetheless, they're going for the push, they're going aggressive, and look how open this is. We've criticized this plateau so many times, this sort of, I forget what you call it, the steps, whatever, doesn't matter. Oh, the overlook, there it is. Loops are pushing in, Spec spots it. There's a player that pushes past. I don't know if Chaosi's gonna see him. Yes, he does.
Oh my goodness, Spec getting a little bit cheeky there, letting the one player go by to try and come up with some sick play, but then Kayowski rotates in as well. Now Korea was able to push, but Dream Eater's potentially coming in on the flank as well. Another team might join in the fray. Dadine though, Dadine playing scout, but taking a lot of damage in the process, giving so much intel over to the team. What a play with the vehicle. The Dacia goes in, he spots out exactly where everyone is, but Dream Eater's coming in on the flank, and Rain, pinpoint accuracy with these grenades, taking a coup from Footballists as Loops Esports, as Dadine's able to pick that one up. Tensa trying to get himself a down as well. Actually finds 2. That's another one down. Tensa, Big Daddy Tensa to start the day off well, trying to do something for Tempo Storm here. 1 down, 1 dead. Oh no!
Yep, that was the worry. The minute I saw Kayowski prep that grenade, I knew that it was up for Tensa. Those shots, yes, he got it down. Yes, he confirmed a kill for an extra point. But now he just gave his position away. And that push by Loops was so beautiful to watch. Communication is so important in this game. And when it's that much action going on, you need to be able to deliver information in a quick, concise way that the rest of your team understands. But more than that, you just have to be on the same wavelength. They all knew what was going on. There was only so much time there for the information to be given over, for the plays to be decided. They just did it by pure instinct.
Yeah, that seems so coordinated. Like Dadine, no hesitation, goes in for the vehicle spin, points out, okay, he's behind that rock and he's over there. He's able to instantly relay that to his team. And now they're continuing to take a fight against C9. Like, they do not stop. They do not slow down. They are a juggernaut on Erangel to start off this game as the rest of these teams are rotating in. This is a bit of a hard shift to the northeast, just southwest of school. And now Alpha Legends has eyes on Konina Power. We'll see if they decide to take the shot.
Alpha Legends, they've been playing this game a little differently from the previous, a lot of the other teams. Part of that is because of their drop position and the way the circles have gone, and they have a little more area to play with, not like the west side, where it's a lot of teams pushing in. Easter, that wipe onto Tensa gave him a little bit of a life raft. A little bit of a floaty, let's call it. It's like the water wings. It's not a full-on, like what are the red and striped little donuts. It's a little bit of a water wing. I say that, I think he's actually getting a little bit of trouble. He gets a knock against Loops, though.
Now C9 does clean him up. That is going to be wildcard eliminated. C9, they had a few players down, but we're continuing to take these fights. Now Konina Power and Alpha Legends, the fight is breaking out here. A lot of these teams in sort of the middle of the pack. Oh, Gonzo! My goodness, just pops right behind that rock, just like the Reaper of Death coming on in. The sickle goes down, and Loops Esports is also eliminated 8th place, despite getting quite a few kills. They just took too many different fights. Got a little bit scared because C9 got the knock, and then they just rotated in too far, didn't get the scouting down. And oh my goodness, not an ideal situation for them. The teams that were able to get in early had a little bit of circle luck, doing so well right now. Team Unique, Alpha Legends, Konina Power, whoever can win this fight now, Cameron, is probably set up to win this entire game.
I worry about Konina Power because Alpha Legends, they only have one direction that they need to look, that they need to protect themselves from. Konina Power, they're kind of in the middle of everything. That is, of course, if Unique can be able to finish out Yala. Yala, who have been able to stay alive in this game for quite a while, despite losing an early player, but how long is that going to last? The nades are coming in, the shots are coming in, and now it's all on to Anas. Is he going to try and revive Zero? The Blues pushing in, too.
And this is not in the next playable zone. Zero's got to try and rotate around. The nades are continuing to fly. Continuing as Anas has got to get in with the smoke. Almost goes down, but lives to fight another day, at least for a few moments longer.
More nades coming out from Unique. Gets punished a little bit, but no knock, at least onto the players in the building. And Elise, of course, is bleeding out just on the exterior. And Nova, they're actually going for the aggressive push. It's outside of the circle, but they need to clear out Unique first before they can focus on anything else in the game. And more nades come on through.
This is the Nova Esports we wanted to see. Great coordination, stellar nades. The perfect push. One player sitting back to try and continue to hold the angle, giving intel to the teams that are pushing on in. The players, they're trying to rally. G-Fan on the outside, though. The way he's rotating, he gave up the high ground position. Lightning sitting in the cheeky spot up here on the outside. They do find him, though. They've been there before. They know exactly how that plays out. And Nova Esports lighting up in a way we have never seen them before. Team Unique is down, and now they have that compound. They're looking to be in a pretty darn good spot.
When I said that Alpha Legends had the advantage in this fight against Konina, that was only for the previous circle. Now that the circle has shifted away from both of them, it's all on them to move forward, and they've lost 2 players. Konina Power still have 4 up. That is, they can revive Gonzo. A good grenade leaves it all up to Shay, so he's going to go for the revive, and he has enough time to do so. But is Tixie going to punish?
That is the big question. Tixie, of course, being one of these top fraggers for this squad.
Oh no, it was a heal strat.
Yep. Oh, they're just going to commit through. But the nades from Nova, oh my goodness. They do not stop. Anas looking to try and get involved, but I think he's actually giving, I don't even think they realized anybody was out there. Unless they already took shots at him before, he might have actually been able to survive a little bit longer, Cameron. I'm not sure if I love this decision from him. He's just one player.
It's a lot. He's got to move forward. I do agree, though. It's the same situation that we saw with Easter from Wildcard, who even actually got a kill onto Loops because Loops had no idea. But Anas prepping the grenade. He knows where HCL is. I think it was cooked well, but it does land well. Doesn't get the knock, unfortunately. And is he going to resign himself to heal stratting the same way that Alpha Legends were?
I don't think he's got a ton of a choice here. I think the second that nade went off, I probably would have pushed on the back of it, tried to force him out to the left, maybe try and get a shot of my own. Through that, the bounce is not going to go over the wall. G-Fan is there. They've pinned him, and he's just going to deny to the blue. Not a bad decision there, all in all. Again, maybe could have played that a little bit slower, unless Nova had already taken the shot. We don't have all the intel on that one. Maybe that was the best decision he could have made. In either case, he got Yalla Esports to 4th place.
Now it's all between Konina Power and Nova, and how long Pyra can stay alive. Konina Power do have the high ground.
I cannot believe Pyra's still in this. They lost Bayos early. They lost
that's
early.
So Konina Power have the high ground, but they have very little cover compared to Nova, and they do have Pyra right next to them, who, again, like Acer from Wildcard, like Anas from Yalla, could be a complete, just a knife in the side of Konina Power. He already gets one.
Ooh, I think that outstretched arm actually got tagged by one of those shots, but they're going to know he's there now. And Rob taking a bit of damage. Pyra deciding he wants to thirst that kill. Getting involved. This is great if you're a fan of Nova Esports. Oh, but they do take him down. Pyra survives. Get another point. Gets those placements. Cloud9, game number 1. Cameron, you called it. They are always impressive.
Yeah, they're always impressive on Erangel unless it's the last game, because I think at that point, they're tired, they're sleepy, they got stuff to do.
Mm-hmm. They're still long. Eventually, you're just like, it's game number 5. My thumbs are sore. What can you do?
But what's also good is seeing Nova in the end game. We've criticized their macro abilities, but when they are in the final position where it's all about the fighting, then they become a completely different team. And not only do they have the circle in their favor, they have the manpower and they have the positioning. Cat going on the wide flank, doesn't want to give Axer any chance, any opportunity. And that's going to be a 2nd win for Nova.
Huge start to the day for Nova Esports. It's feeling like it's starting to click. The fact that they have somebody who's comfortable in Cat going in with HCL to take this is G-Fans on the outside delivering intel, securing those long-range shots like we know he can do so well. This team, they talked about the idea, it's like, we're maybe going to play a little bit less aggressive. That aggression's not working out for us. I don't think it's actually one or the other. The idea of calculated aggression needs to come to play. I think it's something that Loops does a lot, and sometimes they tote that line. But it's knowing, okay, we have the numbers advantage, we have the knock, we need to push and put the pressure on. We saw B4 hesitate with that. They still were able to clutch it out. Pedro went huge, but that again, maybe it wasn't necessarily a fight they should have won. Maybe could have capitalized on that earlier, gotten those kills, and it feels like Nova is starting to get, I want to call it the killer instinct. I feel like they're starting to develop that as a team here, especially in the second Super Weekend.
Well, we'll see what happens if they aren't given that many endgame circles in their favor. Not to take away from them, because they did push and steal that compound away from Unique. The question is, well, not even a question, it's the point that you cannot rely strictly on your gun skills and your fighting ability. Macro and rotation is still a very important part.
Oh, it's huge. And I think that's part of the reason why we consistently see C9 in these final circles, because their rotations, I think, are second to none to any team in the West. But that's game number 1 in the books. Oh my goodness, what a banger. Let's send it back over to the analyst to break down that first game.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, hey, and we talked about them at the top of the show, and they've shown us yet again they have come to play. Nova, stay in hashtag NovaStrong in chat, able to pick themselves up another chicken dinner and do it in pretty good style. 7, we've been talking about how this team has adapted their style. We talked to G-Fan, he even said it themselves. They've changed things from league play till now, and it's starting to work out for them. It feels like we have almost another PK on our hands here, and how they've been able to step up and get better and better and better.
Their gameplay so far has actually reminded me a lot of PMWL America's Nova Esports, of what I used to see from them, and I absolutely love them. And it's something that actually, I don't remember if it was in Verum or if it was Cameron that said this, but it was right on the money. It might not just be their aggressiveness or their passiveness, it might just be a mix of both, of just being able to go ahead and turn on that switch, be aggressive when they have to, and if you don't have to, just kind of stay back and be passive, be patient, because I remember C-Fan telling me that patience was their strongest asset. Well, there you go. It's working out as they were able to get that win. And then another team that we've been talking about, saying that, hey, they were a bit slow yesterday after starting out hot the weekend, was Kanina Power, being able to also get 8 kills and 22 points total. Cloud9 with my boy Para being able to go ahead and collect some extra placement points there for his team. I thought that was great. And then Loops Esports, we saw a play there, Glitter with Loops Esports and Tempo Storm, that was just insane.
Yeah, definitely. Loops definitely got caught out there after that fight specifically. The rest of the game didn't end up working out in their favor, but they were still able to pull down 7 kills. Overall, if you actually look at the kills in that entire first page, it was a very aggressive lobby this time around. Huge for Yala to be able to get 8 placement points. I think that's going to be very, very good for them. We see Wildcard and Tempo both pulling down 4 kill points, just unable to get those placement points. But super surprising, looking all the way down at the bottom, to see Football as one of our current top 4 teams overall, starting off the day in 16th place.
Even SWAT 69 in there, I have to talk about, only getting themselves 1 point. They were 59 points behind UDR Killers. Now they're 58 points with 4 games left to play here in their very first Super Weekend, which is really worrying me. And UDR Killers are probably sitting there enjoying every single time SWAT 69 go out early, because that means they're going to have more of a likely chance of getting through into the finals. We can see here the stats coming in for Nova Esports: 1,500 damage, not a ton. We've seen wins with less damage. We've seen a lot of wins with more damage, but I'm really enjoying to see them be a little bit more consistent, and it feels like to me, 7, they have worked out the kinks of their new strategy.
Yeah, kills wise, they have been very consistent. I believe the last 2 matches, even after they got their win yesterday, now being able to back it up with another win today to start off the day, I think it's going to be just such a great confidence boost. Remember, something that Shifan even mentioned to me yesterday was that getting that win yesterday actually boosted their confidence. Well, being able to do that from the get-go, that's something that you definitely want to go ahead and have, and being able to do that, it's impressive, man. I'm happy for this team.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy for them as well. I want to see if they can continue this pace as we take a look at our do-the-do moments from our first match of the day and talk about a lot of action that we did have go down here. Again, a lot of nades going to be coming through. It feels like every match, Glitter. I mean, it's very seldom we ever see a game that they don't have a nade killer too.
No, and we saw some very impressive nades actually coming out of loops that I'm sure we'll see later on in this highlight package. However, you had mentioned Nova. I just want to touch back on Nova for 2 seconds. Nova had only gotten 8 kills on day 1. We saw that in the graphic from earlier on in the show, and they already just pulled down 8 kills in this first game alone and got the win. So talk about picking up the pace at the very, very final day. This is huge for Nova. And then we're also going to be seeing a ton of highlights here from Wildcard. Wildcard was getting themselves into some very early on engagement, 7.
And something that we actually wanted to go ahead and point out of that engagement, as we're going to be seeing another great engagement here between B4 and SWAT69. You know what, let me go ahead and mention this, because this was just an amazing 3v1. He used the height advantage that he had to perfection, and for some reason, the players from SWAT69 were just pushing one by one. I don't understand the mindset behind that. I wish they would all just try to give him different targets at the exact same time, because they would have just overpowered him in numbers alone. But being able to go ahead and clutch that up for B4 Esports, I believe it was better. That was huge. But going back a little bit to Pittsburgh Knights against that fight with Wildcard, you kind of saw them kind of like a chicken without a head, just running around. They didn't really know what was going on. And keep in mind, they don't have their IGL that they have had so far in Sixlets. So I do want to go ahead and see them use this next games or this next show days before League Finals, because I think it's safe to say this team is probably going to go ahead and make it to League Finals. There's just no way in heck they don't make it. I want to go ahead and see them use this show days to maybe improve or try out different stuff with now Jagger being part of that team. I think that would be huge, and it's amazing that actually happened now and not so later on, because that would have probably hurt the team even more. And then I know we were mentioning here a fight between Unique and then Yala, and then Nova was able to third party that in a way. Nova almost ended up getting extra kills on Yala too, but sadly for them, the Blue Zone did all the damage in that fight, Glitter.
Yeah, but to Yala's credit, they were ready for those engagements. They did manage to get a decent amount of placement points, but the fact that they're coming into day 3 and already playing aggressively, I think is going to be very, very smart for them. They started doing that yesterday during the Super Weekend, and there were some engagements that actually paid off in spades. So I'm excited to see the teams like Yala, like Umbra, a lot of those teams that were picking up their aggression yesterday, and hopefully they can carry that into today.
Well, we even saw Kanita Power coming in there as well. Another team we talked about towards the top of the show about we saw some, well, I'll just say what Seven said. They're consistent at being inconsistent, as they were able to show up on day 1, day 2, they kind of disappeared. And yet again, day 3, able to get a top 2 finish here. Let's take a look though at the damage overall and see how things compared, because I would imagine we're going to see quite a bit of damage, not only out of Kanita Power. I'm assuming Loops is going to have quite a bit as well, since they had themselves, I believe it was 8 kills on the match. But this is really weird. I don't know. I feel like every day we're like met with like a different surprise, you know, like Nova playing well off the bat, Kanita Power playing well off the bat, Cloud9 having a pretty decent game considering all things, but Tempo Storm, I mean, Glitter, that's even another team we talked about a little bit as well.
Yeah, they had a strong early game. They got into some fights and they were able to do a lot of damage before they went out. But I think a ton of teams did a surprising amount of damage. Looking at Alpha Legends with only 3 kills, but almost 1,400 damage. But Yala Esports, almost 800 damage, no kills. And then moving on farther down, we're going to see Queso with 0 damage. Both of those are very, very surprising.
And for me, something I want to go ahead and point out, we're not used to seeing this many teams over 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
This is something I love seeing, the aggression, especially on the final day for Super Weekend 2. Remember, they're only going to have one more Super Weekend, and it's not guaranteed that they're going to be able to make it. So they're pushing for those, pretty much for those performances. And one that I do have to point out, as much as I hate it, Team Queso getting 0 damage there. What's going on, Team Queso? I honestly expected more out of you guys right now. They're just very underperforming, and I hope they switch up things, because they cannot afford to go ahead and continue this reign, especially if they're going to make it to League Finals.
I mean, I think they're going to be relatively safe. We can take a look at the overall standings and see where they currently do sit, but I'd agree. If they want to take home a big lump sum of money, they're going to need to really improve the performance over this next week and even here in the last day as well. But we can see Loops Esports can maintain that #1 position. The only team to move here on the first page, as we can see, it's going to be Dream Eaters, as they have gone up to 5th place.
Yeah, and I think Dream Eaters being able to get those extra 8 points in that last one, I think that was huge. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see them challenge Pittsburgh Knights a little bit more, as we saw Pittsburgh Knights kind of fumble getting pushed there from Wildcard. But Tempo Storm, even though they did go down, you guys mentioned it, they ended up getting a lot of damage, and that's one team that's is always like a sneaky surprise for me. They're able to do so well, and then they just kind of disappear. And you don't know how they're doing it until they end up winning the game here or there. And then B4 with Pedro being able to go ahead and clean up those kills on SWAT 69, I think that's what's huge as we go here towards this second page. And this is the one that I'm going to be kind of focusing on as we see SWAT 69 just getting only one more point. We expect, we need them to go ahead and pick it up. It's not guaranteed, Glitter, that they're going to make it into the next Super Weekend. And I'm pretty sure if you're killers right now, they're pretty happy with SWAT 69's performance.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be watching SWAT 69, seeing just how close they are able to get at the end of today. But there's not too many shifts here. Nova obviously does bump themselves up in the rankings after that second win, so that's going to be good for them. Definitely starting to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion when it comes to securing that top 16 spot. And I think that's going to be very good for them, but still looking to see just a little bit more out of Queso, Umbra, and Yala.
Well, I think speaking of seeing a little bit more out of some people or players, maybe seeing a little bit more out of our predictions, because it didn't work out too well for all of us, I'd say. Not terribly, as we did get 11 points for Loops and Cloud9 getting 16. But then again, the way the predictions are working out, you can only choose a team once in a day. So that means Glitter, myself, and Envirum cannot choose Loops, and Seven and Cameron cannot choose Cloud9 anymore. But we'll see how that's going to progress throughout later on the day. And of course, if you guys at home haven't played PUBG Mobile in a while, I have to ask, well, why haven't you, first of all? And second of all, the Royal Pass Season 14 is available. And if you haven't checked it out just yet, lucky for you, you have a chance to right now. Well, if you guys haven't caught that yet, make sure you do it right now as we head into our second match of the day. Let's take a look at the schedule yet again so you guys at home can see what will be coming up throughout today and around what time as well. And since we're going into our second match, that means we're going over to Vikendi. Things are getting a little bit cold as it was rainy earlier on today here in the studio. Things are going to be cooling down a little bit here onto our second map of the day. I want to see, though, for me, again, I want to see Nova pick up some consistency. I want to see Konina Power get some consistency. I want to see SWAT 69 get more than 1, 2, or 3 kills in a match. I know they had a couple of, I had a 9 and a 6 yesterday, but they need those points if they want to get through into the top 16. And looking forward to now our second match. How do you think things are going to go here for these teams that I just talked about, Glitter? What's your feeling? What's your gut telling me? Telling you, I guess.
My gut.
Weird if your gut was talking to me.
Yeah, that'd be weird, right? My gut's telling me that actually I might end up choosing one of the teams in your list of teams to be looking out for moving into the next match. So I'm hoping that they do well, because we love to see those teams have the ability to kind of pick themselves back up after a rough start, right? So I'm definitely looking forward to the next map.
Okay, well, let's get our predictions in then. And since you were talking about choosing one of those teams I just mentioned, which one is it, Glitter?
Going to be Konina Power.
7 in the club right now? Sorry, I just looked over and he's sitting there getting a little groove on.
He's vibing.
I'm vibing,
Seven's vibing.
Okay. I'm in first place right now.
Thinking about cotton candy ice cream. Konina Power, okay.
Yes.
So a little bit of a bold pick, but I respect it. I respect it. 7. Besides cotton candy ice cream, who's the team you think is going to come through?
you getting me the cravings here, man. Turning out
have
to
ice cream for breakfast
right now, wanting
out,
some
man.
cotton candy ice cream. Yes, I can. I'm gonna go ahead and go with Loops Esports. Loops Esports. I think they usually perform pretty well. They didn't. They actually kind of let me down yesterday in Vikendi, so I hope they go ahead and improve on yesterday's performance today, going into Vikendi.
See, this is gonna be, I think, one of the first times we've had a full split here on the desk, because I actually went with football lists. So we have a different team for each of us. And that leads me to wonder, what has Cameron and Envirum chosen, since they had Cloud9 and Loops as well. And we'll check in with you guys after the match, and we'll see how our predictions will go. I feel like Glitter's going to come out on top here. 7 is definitely going to go order himself some cotton candy ice cream. If you guys are at home or watching, not only can you order food for yourself, but you can also watch and earn points. And the top 100 viewers will have a chance to get themselves exclusive rewards. Not even a chance, they will be getting those. So make sure you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. Remember, you can tweet to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe we can feature you on the show if you have something good to say. And I'll tell you this now, if you say something good about me, there's definitely a good chance you'll be on the show. Let's bring in our commentators, and Viram and Cameron. Hopefully you didn't hear me say that. How you guys doing? One game done. We had Nova pick up the victory here. That's impressive, Cameron. It's good to see some consistency bouncing back.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I'm going to say what I said again already. I would love to see them include better macro play into the play style, but it just, yeah, when they're in a fight, they're looking more confident than ever, and I think they might start to look like the other breach-heavy team that we like to compliment so much, being at the top of the leaderboards in loops, just because that push on Unique was so good, so well done.
Yeah, I definitely got to follow up on that. That was really just, I think we're starting to see more of their style come in. Nova always was like a team that was like okay at everything, but not great at anything. They were kind of a jack of all trades, but unless you're excellent at everything, that doesn't really work. But now starting to add in a little bit more aggression and playing sort of a 2-2 style that other teams they could sort of strayed away from. If they can really own and rock that, and they can capitalize on players that are playing off on their own, I have some high expectations for Nova. Let's see if they can deliver.
What about Kaneda Power? Do you guys think, I mean, we had Glitter predict them to win the match. Do you think they're going to be consistent yet again here in Viram? Do you think they're going to get themselves a decent place in here?
Yeah, I think that they're definitely going to be one of the teams up there near the top. They traditionally do pretty well on Vikendi. Again, it's one of these maps that has a lot of early fighting, which I think that they tend to do well in. They did well day number 1. Those first 2 games were really, really solid for them. Let's see if they can replicate that here again today.
Let's see if we can replicate some predictions, maybe. We saw it's kind of a split on the desk here so far. I'm curious if it's going to stay split or if Cameron's going to pick one of the teams we already chosen. Who do you got, Cameron?
Listen, I don't understand why 7 is in first and I'm close towards the bottom, because for the past few weeks, we've been picking the same team so many times.
Exactly
I'm also going in loops. It's the Vikendi map.
Okay, so we got loops for you.
That's actually 100% why, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Cloud9. You keep picking the same teams, the split's going to stay exactly the same, Karen. I don't know what to tell you. No, I'm going to go Cloud9. I think you may have gotten the better of me on this one, and maybe he'll get the better of me on both of these first 2 games. It's kind of a toss-up between these 2 squads because they're both just that good.
Well, Cameron, I think desperately needs to start catching up on us some points here. Though he's not as low as Mustache Dave. Don't vote for him as the new officer, I'd say, commissioner in our talent prediction. Why don't you guys take us into our second match of the day, though?
Thank you so much, Jason. Game number 2 already underway. One of the things I love about this show, Cameron, is the fact that we take no breaks. We just go. It is gameplay, it is breakdown and analysis, it is cool content, it is stats, and then it is right back into the gameplay. No timers here, no breaks, just all fighting here for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. So let's get into our second game on Vikendi, which I think between the 2 of us has definitely become one of my favorite maps to cast.
Yeah, I mean, we just cast so much of it. At some point, you got to fall in love with it. And there's a lot of interesting things that go on in this map compared to the other ones. It's great how all the different maps have such unique identities. There's not a lot of crossover once you get past the base level of PUBG Mobile that you're playing. But this first circle, we finally get one that doesn't have a bunch of water. Yes, it is heavy towards one side of the island, then the other. But I don't think this is going to be pretty even because the teams that have to travel the furthest are the teams that dropped first. So in a way that makes it sort of even, makes it sort of fair.
Yeah, they get a little more time to loot. But teams that are going to be maybe scrapping for some loot, just looking at this initial drop, is SWAT 69 and Team Unique. They've dropped very, very close to each other here in Dobro. Of course, there's a lot of buildings still to work around. It's obviously a very jam-packed city, but we'll see. And then, of course, I know what our observers are going to take us next because we have to have that epic start. Konina Power. Oh, we didn't know the Konina
Power. Debated there.
Start. I debated us.
Listen.
To be fair, they called me. I called this. They listened to me. I ruined this. This is my fault. I did this.
Also, come on. Wildcard had only just now landing in Volnova, and surprise, Konina Power aren't there. But over here in Dobro, we've seen this once before. Unique dropped in usually drops in Hot Springs, but when the plane is not in the favor to do that, they will go to Dobro. And I believe the last time they may have scrapped a little bit, but it wasn't a huge fight here. But Unique they're cornering SWAT 69.
And I mean, if you're the team coming into this in 16th place, you barely just scraped into the Super Weekend. You did take down Loops yesterday through a couple of insanely skilled or a little bit lucky grenades, maybe a bit of both. Maybe you're going to be feeling a little more confident. Maybe you're like, all right, we see you, Team Unique. You haven't been necessarily quite so hot either. Maybe we'll take a little bit of a fight. But I think if you're a SWAT 69, you only do that if it is 100% on your own terms.
Yeah, and that's basically how you want to fight in the early game, no matter what. They're not fighting for a position in the circle. They're not even close to the circle. They're all going to have to move. And so if someone overextends, they get a free kill that takes maybe 2 seconds to shoot and flush, then yeah, you take that. But you're not going to set up. You're not going to commit to anything. But Lord here, again, Yala, time and time, they get called out.
Potentially, at least Lord has a friend nearby in Zana. This is actually a 2v1 situation for them, so maybe...
But yeah, but look at the rest of Nova. They're not far from this. It's not a 4v1 like we saw last time on Vikendi when these two teams found each other in the early game, but it's still not favoring Yala.
Especially now that everyone's moving in. Cat on the flank. G-Fan is here to help mix things up. Lord is getting pushed on. But when they heard it, they know exactly what's going on here. They know they are not alone.
Molly comes in, doesn't find anything just yet, but it's a multi-man push. They're gonna find one on the outside. Oh, but AZ goes down, but a lot of damage to Zana anyway. It's gonna be an easy trade, and Lord doesn't have the angle to assist. He's gonna drop down, try and take advantage of the distraction, but now his position is given away.
He's gonna try and thirst the kill. HCL trying to block it. Okay, hang on a second. Oh, Lord, barely missing those shots. As HCL, actually, no, he does connect onto HCL, actually, but Cat is going to come in. Cat.
Oh,
wait a second.
That's 3 points. Cat's late to the party. AZ's going to bleed out. He hears the footsteps. He's going to run away and try and reposition himself, try and heal up. But he is just taking these fights. He should not have won those. But no, it's the teammates driving in that wipe out Cat. Nova are out in 16th place. They had the advantage, but the shooting from Lord saves Yala.
Look, if I wasn't a bit of a Lord fanboy before, I certainly am now. My goodness, those shots were clean. The way he was able to use the third person mode, get right in and out of the doorway there. Normally see players playing around with the idea of the up and down. They play around these defilades, these rises. They use their ability to crouch, and then they pop back up again. They leverage jump shots. We didn't see that at all. We just saw clean shots timing out what they're... And that's a mind game, too, because you're pushing in when you think they're not going to be shooting, playing around reload timings. And that was with an... That's not even with, like, he had, like, an Uzi deployment range. He did that with an AKM, which has that super slow fire rate. But when he can connect with the shots, it hits like a truck. And Nova Esports, the team that we were complimenting, the team that just won the last game, is now out in 16th place. If you'd gone in the window to Dean, I would have, like, baked you a pie. That would have been sick. That would have been so cool. Could have tried to show up the East for that crazy, drive up the wall play that they had earlier today. I mean,
is ballsy by Loops. They go drive dead center through multiple teams. And I understand that Vikendi, there are a lot of ways to break line of sight. Quick replay of Lord's shooting. Yeah, you mentioned it's the AK. And he didn't even have any time to heal up. He had to take those fights all in succession. But Loops, they sent it here with only 2 players. The other 2 are they're not even close to arriving just yet. I mean, yeah, they weren't clown carring it. If they drove into trouble, they at least had 2 on the north to stay alive. But that is, for a team that likes to play on the edge, I feel a very uncharacteristic play. I understand that in phase 1, you still kind of want to take center no matter how you like to play it out.
Yeah.
I picked them, and so my heart did stop for a second when I saw the drive. That's all I got to say.
Especially just given what happened to them on this map yesterday. They pushed into SWAT 69, tried to do what they do best. 2 players went down instantly to grenades.
That was a comedy of errors in so many different ways.
That was just so unfortunate. I mean, SWAT 69 almost barely didn't win that despite all the advantages they had in their favor. But they ended up outlasting Loops by quite a while. The players, I don't say it was a clean win by SWAT 69, but they forced such a late rotation, destroyed the vehicles of Loops that they literally just burnt out in the circle, and that was it.
Yala right now still reeling in their victory, or at least, well, Lord's victory. Though it's all a team effort. At least that's probably what his teammates are all saying. We were cheering you from the sidelines. It's all on us too. Driving up to Winery, trying to find some information because that fight with Nova did sort of keep them from rotating as quickly as they might have wanted to. They're gonna have to take restock of this entire server, and you can see a number of teams on the south as well as the west begin their rotation. But Alpha Legends, again, holding center compound. This is really strange. Half the teams that were close to center immediately went to center. The other half of the teams that weren't took their time.
And we're going to look back at Kato, actually from Alpha Legends, trying to find the shots in Kowski there. And able to do so, able to pick up that first kill. The Loops not getting through unscathed. Not ideal situation for them at all, Cameron. And starting, again, if there's any team that I think can make best of these bad situations, it's definitely going to be Loops, because as much as we hype up Carrillo, I feel like everybody else has been really stepping up. Dadine, sort of as the leader of this squad, not afraid to put himself out in positions to put his team in a better positions. Even if he goes down, he trusts in his team. And then you always have Federal. He's in the back. He's on a roof. He's got an angle. That's just... They just seem to know their jobs so well. Yeah. It's like a symphony of skills. It's just so beautiful to watch when it all clicks and when it all comes together.
Before here, they don't want to clown car this. No. They find a vehicle real quick. I was curious. It looked like they were running into Dobro, but I think that was just to try and find a vehicle. And I'm going to call that out a little bit. Finding a vehicle should be the job in the very, very beginning of the game. Sure, sometimes they just don't spawn where you think they will or where you hope they will. But it is still the thing that you want to have first thing on your mind, because you don't want to loot up and then have to worry about that. But Wildcard, they're also rotating in, and they have vehicles for days, as well as Queso. Both teams make it a very smart rotation coming in from the southeast side. And Wildcard taking advantage of this hill, overlook the center of the circle.
Marco gets fine. He's fine. I feel like we're watching the Fast and the Furious, because whether it be B4 and C9 or now... Wildcard and TQ, but they're just like next to each other, like staring at each other across the way, like giving each other like death stares, like, hey, I see you, I'm coming for you later. And, that's just what, especially along the coast, because it's just like, hang on a second, like one wrong turn, and you can see what happened to Marco. If one of those cars actually had flipped, Wildcard would have taken full advantage, but they pulled up on a pretty stellar compound here for them. They're looking darn solid. Just have KP and Unique, as well as SWAT 69, who are going to play the late rotate, the long spawn. The long bomb, I should say, coming in, going to eat the blue for a while, trying to find a position, but rotating in late on Vikendi. There are a lot of compounds. Chances of you pulling up on one that's already occupied, though, at this point, probably going to be pretty high.
Yeah, we'll see where the circle shifts, and I'm more worried about Kunita Power and Unique actually taking this fight, because they are all entangled up with each other. The shift is not going to be too heavy one direction or another, and it's such a small shift compared to Phase 1. No one really should be all out of sorts. But I'm seeing some damage in between Unique and Konina Power. No one's really stopping, though. I think this is going to split bridges. Konina Power taking the south one, Unique taking the north one. But I do wonder, Unique might have an opportunity to, once they get inside Phase 1, stop and wait for Konina and forcefully take that fight.
And that might be the situation that this area just outside of Villanova gets really, really spicy. As now Team Queso, Loops, and Alpha Legends are all getting involved. This is what I was talking about, showing up late. Now Team Queso, they're going to try and rotate, but again, they're along the coast. They don't have a whole lot of places to go. Their areas are limited, and now they're split between two different compounds, potentially. Mystic's got to get back in line. Ayala is down to a scrap of HP, and they're just deciding they need to split this up because of how much pressure is around them. And Mystic, he's not even sure this compound's empty. See how long he took to scout that still in the vehicle? That's just a heads-up play.
Yeah, and you can tell that Queso are coming in with very, very little information. When that happens and you have the vehicles, sure, send it in a conga line essentially, and the people that get shot, they tell you, hey, there's a team there, and yes, you might have to lose one player, you might even lose two, but when you're lacking information, that's kind of the only thing that you can do, because you don't want to be crawling in at Phase 2 just on the outside of the zone. Risky play, but it's a necessary one if you want any opportunity to actually have a foothold into the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that's huge. I mean, we talk about the idea of just setting yourself up for success, of getting the work in early. You talked about one of those things being getting vehicles, but there's so much more to it. Not only just the early stages of making sure you have enough utility, but it's putting yourself in a compound that's not going to get punished later on. That not only you're setting up for how the circle is now, but but you're giving yourself options on rotations for where you might want to go to next. And you're being cognizant of where the other teams are grouping up around you, and you're trying to find the next path forward, because that's one of the great things about Battle Royales, PUBG Mobile in particular. It's all about a game of momentum and moving forward. It's not just about the first step, it's about the next step and the one after that.
Looking at B4 here, they have a good spot to overlook a lot of the circle. The shift somewhat in their favor, and it's really free around them in terms of area. They're not anywhere close to the whole cluster of teams that we're seeing on just east of center, just east of that river. Queso though, wait, who is this pushing in onto them? It's Umbra. Umbra, I did not see where they came from, but yeah, this is the problem with having a scout, is that one can get taken out. Fortunately, now they know where Queso is, so they can hopefully use that to their advantage.
Isn't this exactly what you were just talking about, Cameron? Like, oh, you might lose one, maybe two, but,
but if you have no other option, then that you have to do it.
Yeah. Bonita Power is still out in the blue. I hope they had a lot of stims, just so many stims. Unique have come in, but no, that was Pro Lord and crew. The Nade Master. Sorry, I'm going to give you some flack for that still from yesterday. Pro Lord, you're great. I love you. Coming on in from Cement Factory in the south, and all of these teams, teams have really not had to shift the last two circles, Cameron. They've been very, very fortunate. These have been pretty loving, tender circles. They're not going to put you too far out of position.
Yeah, most of that what happens just because these first couple of ships don't actually shrink that much. It's only a real issue when there's a lot of water in play, which we have seen a lot on Vikendi, or there's some interesting terrain to play around. This time, it's, as you mentioned, it's pretty standard. So outside of a couple of scraps here and there, no team is really going to have to push in too much. B4 trying to deal some damage to Cloud9. They're in a 2 split. The first two here, Pedro, and I forget, I missed who he was standing with, went in first. Now the rest of B4 are going to be following up to get inside, but everyone else is in. But Halls, where are you going?
Down.
Where is he going? He at least had a position with his teammate.
I don't know, man. Umbra's just been a comedy of errors. They had a compound, they pushed onto Queso, lost a couple members, then they're just driving around, and now Tempo Storm and Yala Esports are going toe-to-toe. Anas is here. Lord is already dead. The hero who clutched out the start of this game is down. Tempo Storm starting to step up and get involved. They are able to trade out some downs, but Spec, I think, is reviving HH24. Arain is going to do the same potentially to Tensa, but it is Anas. Lord is down on the outside. Lord,
I love it.
Player we already saw clutch up earlier. Can Anas do the same? No, he cannot. Tempo Storm, with not even a full HP bar between them, able to keep all 4 members alive. Spec, oh my goodness, just barely. And that is Yala Esports out of it. The team to get the first squad wipe is the next squad to get wiped.
That is, it's kind of heartbreaking for Anas because it was such a good play and he seemed to execute it so well, but he jumped out of the window 1 second too late. He dealt 1 less bullet to the first target, 1 or 2 fewer bullets to the second target. And that all culminated with 0 points in the entire, and Yala going out in 15th place. Dream Eaters here as well. We saw that easy, quick tag on the Toffees. Didn't see who
Fede Rao with the M2
got the shot. It was. Okay, all right. Loops, making a stand in the center.
That was again, I always talk about the idea. Fede Rao's up on a roof somewhere looking at you.
He's always on a roof. He's the guard.
He's always on a roof somewhere, and he's looking for you. Another player who's doing that potentially is Beowulf, the IGL, the shot caller, one of the shot callers for Cloud9, the big brain player. And it's so funny. I remember watching Beowulf like last year, beginning of 2019. He was on another squad, and I still have this memory in my head of him jump shotting around a corner, point blank range with an M4 to clean up 2 players and get a chicken dinner. And I think watching him mature over the last year has been so cool as like a fan and a spectator, as a commentator, to see him pull it back a little bit. He still has those aggressive tendencies, but he focuses on his role of IGL, I think, even more so, and he's had to rein that in a little bit. But when the rest of his team is down and he's in some of these later situations, watching him still be able to pull out that aggression, be the Saga of Legend, be Beowulf in that moment is still pretty cool.
Okay, this is an interesting shift. It's not so much that it's a medium to hard shift southwest. It's the fact that the river is becoming a very, very prominent part. Podvosto, dead center, and that's going to be a number of teams from the east especially trying to push in, but the terrain, it varies, of course, because it's still so large of a circle, but on average, it's almost like a valley on both sides. So it's going to be a big fight for these compounds. Tempo have a great opportunity. Dream Eaters have a really good opportunity, but we're already seeing a couple of teams dive in, Cloud9 being one of them.
Oh my goodness, they're just sending it. They're just sending it so early. And yeah, Tempo Storm, they are in such a great spot. They are dead center of this. They are right on the river. They're in a fantastic position, but everybody is just dog piling in, trying to take over what little terrain is left out there. Look at this. Thank you, observers. Look at this valley you're talking. It's gorgeous. I want to go skiing there. Not want to have a gunfight there so much. Maybe a little less ideal. Less ideal, Cameron.
Yeah. Great play there from Cloud9, though. They were able to scout out from the north side. That compound was perfectly free, and they sent it before anyone else could has even tries to fight them for it. And Tempo, they're now getting engaged by, it seems, Queso. It's only one player at the start, and Marco, he's going to get burned to death. What are the rest of Queso going to do? Just stop early and take this compound. It's not a bad position. I don't know if that was worth it. The information was worth giving a player up from that. I feel like they would have had a better opportunity to actually properly scout and not just send with vehicles. But alas, still, 3 up, good position. They could be in a significantly worse situation, such as going out in 13th place with 0 damage.
Oof. Calm out, Cameron. No, I agree. I don't think Marco had to die there. I think it's just that simple. I don't think Marco had to die, but you know who has to die, apparently? Alpha Legends, says Pittsburgh Knights. As this is looking like a 2v4 situation. Where's the rest of PK? They're all just playing around this rock, trying to take over the high ground. Not able to land any shots, though, and now Raven is stepping up. Alpha Legends trying to rotate on the outside. Uzi's around, but no! PK getting the best of this exchange. Faker, one of the last men standing in the back. Carnage is going to be able to step up, and there we go, PK. Pittsburgh Knights, death by the sword to Alpha Legends. All 4 members still up. Only Raven even downed. And that was basically a 2v4 for a lot of that, Cameron.
Yeah, but the rest of the Knights responded so quickly. There's no conversation about, oh, do we go? Do we send it to the circle? Or do we come back? And they just immediately went. And part of that was because Alpha Legends just seemed to have difficulty utilizing the rock to their advantage. And the Knights played defensively very, very well, as well in the vehicles. But that fight gives information to the Dream Eaters. You can already tell that they're looking in that direction, waiting for the Knights to approach them from that very same angle. The circle did ease over towards the east side, where we see Cloud9, Tempo, Queso, and Dream Eaters holding the most powerful compounds. But Queso, they're maneuvering their vehicles around. I think they're just trying to protect their tires, but by doing so, HH24 spray through that tiny little itty-bitty angle of the door frame is going to get a knock onto Ayala.
I saw it, and he's tracking him too. He knew where the teammate was. He had no vision of him through the smoke, but he knows where the most likely path of rotation is. So he was following him through that. Just so much game sense from Tempo Storm, from all of these top players, as now the fights are breaking out. Multiple downs popping up in the kill feed, back and forth shots. All these 4 teams, you talked about it, the ones playing around Podavisto and the bridge, the center of this circle, they got there early. They have a great position, and now they have to fight for it.
I wonder what's going to happen to the teams on the west side of the river. Looking at B4, Football is in squad 69. B4, well, they're having a rough push of things. Football is, they're just barely inside the zone. This is all on B4 to sort of break way. You try and crowbar an entrance. They're not given the opportunities. They need to land some really good grenades, but they already lost a player. Another player also got downed. And just the hard cover, the football is. But the Knights may have something else to say. Coming from a separate angle, this could alleviate the pressure onto B4. But J7, where's your backup?
It is very, very delayed. And now because they were not in sync on that push, everybody is watching from that angle. The rest of the vehicles can't even come up to help him. And now J7, the one who usually is so known for snaking into the circles at the end, is now the first man in, which is not necessarily ideal. Yeah, you can see the smoke coming off these vehicles. PK do not feel comfortable following up on this. They got into the circle for now, and they have had wins on Vikendi. This is a map where they have done well, but the problem is they do well when eyes are not on them, when they're able to come in and capitalize on chaos, and chaos is what we're seeing right now. Is Konita Power, no, Gonzo through the smoke. Unique Lightning is there on the flank, has the high ground as the angle through this destroyed wall. Where is the rest of Konita Power? That's what he's trying to figure out. And they're there. It's Axer. He's actually getting the res, and this might actually be a better position for them unless Unique can go huge.
Nade comes out. Memphis is crawling to him. He wants to get the revive. He wants to at least make this a 2v2. Or a 2v3, it seems. Axer has all of his teammates up, and now they're going on the push. This could be really good angle that Axer finds.
Yeah, we're seeing multiple fights breaking out here. You can see the picture-in-picture on your screen. Memphis is able to get back up. Axer giving away the position, but they are just going to be able to push in. They have the meds. They have the angles. And Unique are setting themselves up an avenue of escape. Multiple smoke grenades coming out, but I don't think Konita Power Cameron is going to give them the opportunity to take advantage of it.
Boxer finding information, sees they're crossing, and he's going on the flank. Oh, it was a fake, or it was something. He's just going to be pushing straight in through the smoke. They're running out of time because of the blue. Nephis should be hearing the footsteps. He's just waiting for someone to fall into his trap.
Backing up.
Kornita. They don't like this fight. The blue is about to start coming in, and so they're getting vehicles, and they are just making a break for it. Rob is giving the information, but a fight's also breaking out between Wildcard pushing in onto Queso.
And just Team Queso got melted. Just melted. That is burnt cheese all over the bottom of the pan. Scrape it off and start again. Wildcard made that look so solid. They got an initial knock and then pushed on it so beautifully as the fights continue to break out. It is Tempo Storm now going into Kornita Power, loops into Dream Eaters. Carrillo and Federal, point blank range. Federal, who started this off with another beautiful headshot with the sniper to get this on to Dream Eaters. As Matic and Meku are pushing on in. Loops, of course, lost a player early, and now it is another 2v2 situation. Carrillo is prepping the nade. Federal taking the shots. No, he does not lose those. Not even into Matic, one of the top fraggers. But Meku is doing the work, and now Federal has got to go off once again. And no, the jump shot from Toffee is just those sheer weight of numbers. As Loops goes down, eliminated in 11th place. Dream Eaters go clutch.
Such a great start once they actually got into the compound, but they lost the first player way at the beginning of the game, and then their second death was approaching the compound, and only so much you can do at that point. Dream Eaters, they've regained control of the northeast side, but they're going to have to push in away from their compound. And Kornita Power founds a position in the basement of Tempo's mansion. They don't want anyone to take this from them, but they've been swatting away rats this entire game, and look at this circle shift towards Cloud9. Tensa, wrong way, wrong direction. You have to coin flip for that, and Robdini is going to take full advantage of it.
Oh, he had a 50-50 chance on that one. He had a 50-50 chance, and Rob, the perfect positioning. They knew he was there, but he was still able to take advantage. And also, Tempo Storm was fighting against Wildcard during that, who still has all 4 members alive. But this is such a crazy fight. We talked about the idea of urban warfare yesterday, Cameron, and it seems like Sunday wanted to continue to deliver. But wait a second, who's sitting here next to SWAT 69? Is that Team Umbra? What is going on?
Just chilling. He's letting 69 do all of the work against Wildcard, who open ground push. Not only so much you can do from that one, trying to go past Tempo Sword into Cloud9, but Cloud9 are still the only team inside this circle. B4, for some miraculous reason, able to make it into Podvosto. I think it's just because Football was so distracted by the Knights push that we saw in the picture-in-picture.
Actually, 3 still alive, too.
Yeah.
They managed to keep all 3 members alive, despite the fact they had a terrible angle for a while there. They had to cross the river. Now they become, maybe not necessarily the most fortunate situation, but they become neighbors with footballists, Maybe they're loud, maybe they play late music late at night, parties on weekends when you should be in car. I'm just saying, I feel like B4 is going to need to do something about this if they want to continue to push in.
Footballists trying to run away from this fight because they got to send it in. The Blues pushing it at their back. And now B4 running over the frozen river. It's not a fun time to have. And you can see the damage that they're taking. This is exactly why. It's not just footballists. Pedro's trying to find an angle to put pressure, but it's also Cloud9 shooting at them from across the way.
Oh my goodness, Cloud9 just getting circle after circle. They've been the porcupine in the center of this every single time somebody tries to come into their zone. There's like, no. Talk about the idea of swatting them back. That is what we are continuing to see. Potential little bit of a heal strat. Levi goes down. Pedro, the last man standing. Of course, SWAT 69 is getting eliminated as well. Footballist in a terrible position. They're going to just put down that smoke and keep this going. Uneven did drop, though. They're going to have to work to get him up. And these buildings, they're interesting, Cameron, because they offer a lot of sight lines, but they also don't offer a lot of cover. And that's a second member of Cloud9 knocked. Hang on a second.
Ooh, yeah, this is bad. I like how, you're right, it doesn't offer a lot of cover, it just offers different cover from other buildings. You need to be very, very aware of the angles that teams are going to be playing on. Kornita Power do get eliminated. And Cloud9, you saw the biggest threat to that building was from the north. That is perfectly clear, and they should know that because they can see outside of it just as easily as teams can see in. And now we're looking at the top 3 right now. Wildcard, for some reason, able to stay alive inside a little bit of a bowl that they're hanging out in. But it's still going to be all Cloud9. Wildcard and Footballists need to attack at the same time. But Adder still needs to be revived.
Slicky, such good shots. I remember commentating him back at ESL 1 New York. The guy hits his shots on one of the biggest stages in North American PUBG Mobile. It continues to hit them here on the world stage. Footballist Cameron, I cannot believe they lived. They did that cheesy little send into the river, smoking themselves up behind the vehicles. I mean, Pyra's aware of this, but I cannot believe they outlived B4. They outlived everybody to get here into the top 3 footballists. They are scrappy, and I love it. Same goes for Wildcard. Both are in precarious situations. But this time, C9 got some of the circle, but not all of it. But they're getting the shots to back this one up. The box goes down. They're hiding behind it, but Footballs is in a rough spot, and that is Footballs eliminated, making this a 3v4 situation with Wildcard. They're pushing into the circle early. They have the angle. Nice job from Sam. The covering fire from Acer and Slicky was there, but this is still not a great position for C9, who have to push out of this building. Bayo goes down. Whoa. Wait a second. Cloud9 potentially could throw this, but Adder, the myth, the man, the legend, the shots. He is taking this game over all by himself, and that is going to be it. GG, Cloud9 get it done. Oh my goodness, Adder, uneven. They go off, they find the shots, and with what, 12 kills? That is a stellar victory for Cloud9.
Such a good push at the end there by Wildcard, but just unfortunate. Adder went super aggressive onto it to counter it out. And the cover was in Cloud9's favor. They picked up all the kills, and they get the win here on Vikendi. It was a hard-fought battle. There was a very difficult area to hold against that many teams all attacking you at once. But Cloud9, there's a reason why we talk about them so much.
I mean, to be fair, they got that circle again and again and again, but it happened because of that early send they did right down in the valley. They took over that compound, and they were rewarded. They identified their power position. If Football has to live for even 5-10 more seconds, that could have been a completely different finish. Yeah. Wildcard pushing in any case. What a stellar game number 2. Feeling very fortunate to get to cast that one, but let's take a look at some commercials, then send it back over to our analysts.
I found nothing.
My teammates weren't around!
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good! One more?
And Cloud9 have to be feeling so good as well, considering they take themselves another chicken dinner and maybe surpassing Loops on the leaderboards to take themselves back into first place. I'm still Jason Kaplan, still got Seven, still got Glitter here to be joining me. Seven, did you change shirts?
No, what you mean?
I thought you were wearing like a white shirt,
blue.
and then I saw like powder blue. I don't know, maybe just my eyes going in my old age. Hey, yeah, that's very true. But we had quite a game again. Cloud9 looking a little bit more, looking more to their true form, I guess we should say, after yesterday in particular. But getting themselves 32 points, those 12 kills, Glitter, they have to be so happy about that.
Definitely happy about that, especially after they kind of fell off at the end of yesterday. You know, the casters have mentioned it a couple times. Cloud9 seems to get a little bit tired at the end of the day. So this was a great start for them, especially on a map that I don't think we typically see them do too well on. I think everybody was really prepared for them to do well on Erangel, but this is a nice showing for Cloud9. And then Wildcard Gaming, we've been trying to talk about them a little bit, waiting for them to kind of wake up here. And this is a very strong game for Wildcard moving into the rest of the day. And I think that these points are going to just help with that little extra bit of cushion. Footboss bouncing back nicely after the first game and then moving back on down the list. It's good to see Konina Power in the top 5 now, 7.
Yeah, and Konina Power being at least getting 3 kills. Hey, guess what? They're starting to be somewhat a little bit consistent with placement alone, so I'll take it. I'll take anything they want to go ahead and give me. And then with Tempo Storm, I think I have to go ahead and give a huge shout out to HH24 because he ended up getting 867 damage himself. And one of the surprises that I'm actually going to be seeing here in the second page, it's going to be Nova Esports. I expected Nova to do really well here, as they were able to do yesterday in Vikendi. They actually ended up winning Vikendi, if I'm not mistaken. And then something to go ahead and point out is that Cat almost clutched up there at the end for Nova, and I feel like Cat now playing twice with them, yesterday being the first day that they get a chance to play with the team, is they have improved so much better. So that's definitely a storyline I'm going to keep a close eye on. And then Pittsburgh Knights, it seems like they're currently hurting by only being able to get just 4 points total, Jason.
Yeah, but you see SWAT69 at least getting 6 points for themselves too, and that's kind of nice to see. Again, they have a lot of points to make up here, whereas Pittsburgh Knights, they're relatively safe into making in the finals anyways. Just more about, working with their team. I think we're going to see a lot of, bad results for them, just trying to figure some things out for themselves within the team, considering what will be coming up in the near future. But we can see the stats here for Cloud9, 1,700 damage, only 580 healing, but they get themselves the 12 kills. And for me, Glitter, that was the important part, showing that they can frag out and get back into their former form.
Yeah, they definitely needed to kind of show that, especially now that we're starting to pit them against Loops, and Loops is known for their aggression and for their kills. So that's very strong for Cloud9, and we also saw that they were able to utilize their positioning very well in this particular game, and I think that's why it ended up playing out so well in their favor. But that's important moving forward because, like you said, they're already in a position where we know that they're making it into the finals, or they should be able to.
No, they're
top 1 and 2. Right. So they now at this point have to kind of tweak whatever small, minuscule mistakes they see themselves making, and I think that this was a great way for them to get on board with the aggressive side of things.
Speaking about aggressive side, we have our do-the-do moments, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see Nova up against Yala in the beginning of the clips as well, considering how that worked out in favor of Yala. Yeah, you're seeing it exactly right here. Zana just off the bat, as well as Lord. Actually, I messaged, I think it was Lord earlier on, saying, I want to see you guys get some more chicken dinner. He said to me, like, I got you. A little bit of work left to go here, though, for him 7, but at least able to win an early fight.
Hey, at least being able to go ahead and get four kills right there on Nova, the team that won yesterday, that's impressive. That's impressive. And something that we saw there was that Cat was alive until the end out of the Nova team, and I thought he was actually going to go ahead and clutch it because he's known as a clutch player too. He's a great Chinese player. As we go now here to Tempo HH24, something that I mentioned, he put out a lot of damage. My boy put out about 800 and something damage, but he was only able to go ahead and get 1 kill out of that. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be a little bit upset about that. He wants to go ahead and confirm those skills. And players that we've been talking about now for a long time in Solke, in Raum from Football, is they just been so consistent themselves as well. And it's something I want to go ahead and see more out of their own teammates. As we see here, Pittsburgh Knights just getting rushed in by Footballers, and Footballers is just too much for them. They were not able to control them. And then we had another fight there between Dream Eaters and Loops Esports. That was an interesting fight. Loops Esports was just 1 man down, and I think that was a disadvantage there. They weren't able to be as aggressive. And that's actually something that I noticed throughout the match. Loops Esports was playing very cautious because they didn't have that extra player there, and every single time we see them, Glitter, they play cautious, especially here in Vikendi. It always ends up backfiring for them.
Oh yeah, and I think we actually just saw there for a little while with SWAT69, while they were in the building, they were able to dish out a lot of damage. They were being very, very aggressive from the angle that they have, putting damage out onto Wildcard and any other team that was in the area with them, which I loved seeing out of SWAT69, because this is what I was talking about. They started taking those riskier engagements yesterday when they were going up against some of the top teams in the lobby, and they have continued to do that today. And not only is it paying off in damage, but we saw in the overall standings, it's paying off for them in points. So as long as they continue doing this, they'll at least be so much closer to closing that gap on UDR killers, and then all they have to do is re-qualify into our final super weekend from there.
I mean, you're talking about damage. Why don't we just see the overall damage from that last match and see where they ranked up against everyone else within the lobby. I'm assuming we're going to see some big numbers coming out of Cloud9 right off the bat. And you can see there, they get themselves the second place on damage as Footballers get themselves 1,900 damage, but only 7 kills at the same rate. Look at Tempo Storm 7, 1,600 damage, only 4 kills.
Yep, and remember, 1,600 damage, 800 of those to HH24. And I'm pretty sure they've been getting a lot of damage here today. So I think they're going to be a team to go ahead and look out for. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they end up getting a win today, as we're now looking here at the top teams. And Dream Eaters, I know we don't really get a chance to talk about them that much, but they're just such a consistent team as well. They're usually able to go ahead and end up within like top 5 and also back it up with some kills. Only getting 4 kills there, but that's still impressive for that team. And then other teams that we've been talking about that we haven't really heard of much about was Team Unique, and then Konina Power with being able to go ahead and output their 1,000 damage. It seems for me Konina Power Glitter has finally improved in their fragging potential, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the future maybe we go ahead and see something insane out of them.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what they have for the rest of the day, but even looking at the rest, that second half, we saw SWAT69 and Yala Esports both at or above that 1K damage mark. So like I said, SWAT69 is definitely getting more aggressive. They're starting to convert on more of those kills. I just hope they continue to do so in the rest of our matches here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it. I think they got, 6 points from that last match. And, well, speaking of points, how did we do in points in our prediction game? And you can see, well, 7 not faring too well for you there with your Loops Esports, but Glitter getting a solid 9 on the board with Konina Power and Enviram. I mean, you went with Cloud9 at the right time, gets himself the chicken dinner and 32 points to add to his name. And, of course, me in the middle, around 17. I think this actually might have closed the gap between us 7. I think I might have passed you.
Ooh.
I think maybe. Yeah, I think you might
be
have
voting
passed me.
for
And
Dave
Cameron
now.
Davis always jinxed my pick, man. Every single time Cameron Davis and myself pick together, that man always jinxed my pick.
Well, you know what? Just don't pick what he picks then. Or don't let him pick what you pick.
I'll think about it next time.
I don't know. Maybe that's
All
the
right,
plan going
fair.
forward. Let's take a look now at our overall standings from the teams now as we are, 5 days deep, almost 6 days into our super weekends. We have Cloud9. Well, they've reclaimed their glory back into first place with a 20-point lead up against Loop 7.
That's right, and it's something that we kind of expected them to go back and forth here going into the super weekends. And I even mentioned I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see some of this stuff out of them in league finals. As you see some of the other teams, guess what? Pittsburgh Knights, with the performances they have had before, they have allowed themselves some cushion by not maintaining that 4th place, even after having back-to-back none of the best performances. And Wildcard, after getting that 7 kills, 21 points, 2nd place in the last game, they're going to go ahead and shoot themselves up to 5th place. So really enjoying that. One of the other teams that I'm going to be looking at, I know a lot of us are going to be looking at going into the next match, is going to be B4 Esports. They've been kind of quiet today. They really haven't done anything in regards to the leaderboard, so I'm going to be seeing how they react going into Miramar, Glitter.
Yeah, and kind of following up on B4 as well, they're still one of the top 8 teams that does not have that chicken dinner on the board. So I'm really looking to see if they can manage to pull one of those down for themselves here today. And then moving on to the second page, we see all of these teams not shifting at all in the rankings, period. So things are starting to kind of settle here, getting into the second half of the final day of our super weekend. And it's kind of interesting to see where some of these teams are falling and then what they will change in moving forward.
You know, it's also cool to see, if you looked at the difference between 2nd place, which is Loops, and 3rd place, which is Footballers, there's 56 points separating the two. That's a lot of points. That's more than SWAT69 has after 12 matches played. Like, that's a massive gap between 2nd and 3rd place. I mean, I just have to use them because they're on the board. But that's a massive difference between their 2nd and 3rd place, and that really does worry me for the teams maybe trying to get themselves into the top 2 if they can't really hinder the progress out of Loops and out of Cloud9. And again, like we mentioned before, there is a new Royale Pass Season 14 out there in the game. If you guys haven't checked it out, we're going to show it to you another time of what you're missing out on if you haven't picked it up yet. right, we are now approaching our halfway point here of our final day of the second Super Weekend. Let's get the schedule on the screen so you guys can see what map will be coming up next. And of course, like always, it's going to be Miramar once again, which really makes me wonder of who's going to be the team to come out on top in this battleground, considering the points can be shifted up. And we still haven't yet to see, like you said, Glitter, much change up in the standings, unfortunately. We're seeing like one here or there switching, but maybe we'll just see some more if teams can be, again, that C word being consistent. And speaking about consistent, how are predictions going to go? Are they going to stay consistent today? I've been doing fairly decent. I'm kind of happy with myself. I think Glitter's been doing pretty good as well. Seven's been like a little bit of a roller coaster.
Rocky.
Yeah, a little bit rocky. I'm surprised
rocky.
You're tall enough to actually ride that ride. But let's talk about your prediction, Seven.
I love you, man. I think my prediction for the next map is gonna go ahead and be 4.
I mean, so to be fair to you, you might not be tall enough, but I'm a little too tall for rides. I don't have leg room or head room, unfortunately. So we got B4 picked by you. Glitter, what's your choice?
B4 all day. This
but
is like the one map that we always pick B4 for.
B4 all day, but she only picks him once and in the third game. What? Did you pick them
I
yesterday?
picked them the same map and the day before.
Okay, well, at least you're being consistent. I'm going to stay consistent as well. I'm going to go B4 too. So we got the matching predictions, not the matching outfits today, but at least the matching predictions for ourselves. We'll see how they're going to do, and I have faith in them. They always seem to slow start, but always seem to rise up. Oh, you're not leaving just yet, Seven. No, you got to stay here a little bit longer with me. What? Okay, now you get out of here. Now you get out of here. I had to wait. I had to make you leave on my terms, not your own. And you guys at home, there's still a ton of things to win if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You have a chance to win a limited time outfit if you're lucky enough to win our lucky draw. So make sure you're watching it there. Also, you have YouTube, you have Twitch as well. And you can also have a chance, if you're lucky enough, to maybe get in on the show. If you tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL, maybe we'll feature one of your tweets. And like I said before, if it's about me and it's good words, I'll try to make sure it gets put on towards the air. And speaking of looking good on air, we have to bring in our commentators yet again for another time today. And their first time. It's like you guys never left from yesterday. We got Hot Jukes and Mustache Jave. I'm just going to mess up your name because I don't want you to win this commissioner battle that's apparently going on. You're saying I don't know math and I can't do addition. That's why I got spreadsheets to do it for me, Dave. But how you doing, man?
I mean, I didn't say that. You said that in the analyst desk, the pre-show. So I'm just using your words and just letting the people know who they didn't elect in the first place and who they should elect now.
Well, at least I'm real. There's no proof you're real. You're sitting there like on a camera. You could just be completely made up in graphics. So I don't think people would vote for you. You know who's not going to be made up in graphics? It's going to be the man who's been able to put out his house tour video tonight, Hot Jukes. How you doing?
I'm here, ready to go. What can I say? You know, my dog ate my footage, you know, but
it happens.
It's tonight. Tonight is when it's going to come out. So that's, yeah, let's go.
Is it actually coming out tonight? I got to ask you.
It actually is. It actually is coming out tonight. Actually,
was find it.
YouTube.com/hotjukes or Twitter.com/hotjukes. You will find a link there to my YouTube, and it's going to be sick. I'm hyped for it.
All right, well, let's talk about the elephant in the room here. Pittsburgh Knights, no longer a 6-list. Let's talk about how they're performing today and how we see them performing over the course of the remaining time left within the World League. We'll start with you, Jukes, because this team hasn't looked too strong today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely demoralizing overall for the squad. I mean, you already had to make a big adjustment to kind of get him on in the first place, and they seem to finally be able to pick up stride, and then now this happening, it's got to be tough for them. So they're going to have to kind of redo everything and get it done quickly. At the end of the day, they're still some of the best players that we've seen in the West. If anybody can do it, it's them.
What about you, Dave? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, they're in 4th place right now. All they really have to do is maintain it, right? Realistically, just, you know, get consistent placements. And not only that, Jagger, the fragger, I mean, he's played with this squad before. You know, it's not like it's a completely new player trying to build up that synergy with the team. I mean, they have experience playing with Jagger, so that's going to be working for him.
Okay, well, let's get in our prediction game time. Hot Juice, we're going to start off with you. I don't know how kind it's been to you so far today, but who's the team you have to win match 3?
I'm going to go wild card.
Oh, wow.
Here. You know, I think that we've definitely seen them have some pretty good solid matches here in the past. So I think that now, considering it's, you know, the end here of Super Weekend, I think they're going to get it done here.
What about you, Dave? Who do you got?
Konina Power, my man.
They haven't been playing too bad today. I can respect that pick just like Glitter did earlier on today. But now we have to drop into our third match of the day and see how things will end up. Why don't you guys take it away for us?
Let's go. Match number 3. It's a Miramar 2.0. These squads are all loaded up, locked and ready to go here. Man, a lot of things have happened here in the past 24 hours, Dave. Miramar 2.0, a map that we've definitely seen a lot of different squads be able to have success on. Wonder, which top 3 teams you think are going to make it out of here alive?
Listen, I'm just hoping, Cloud9, Loops, Football List, those are the top 3 right now. I'm hoping all these teams were able to watch the East League earlier on today and took down some notes when it comes to driving off-road, or some would say up a mountain with those trucks, because I'm telling you, that's like some next level meta play that we haven't seen here yet in the West.
And that was so sick. For anybody that's watching right now that doesn't know what we're referring to, you gotta make sure you're following Esports PUBGM on Twitter right there, because the clips and highlights that you get to see there are just phenomenal, especially coming from the East. We saw great rotation coming in right there, something that I definitely haven't seen too often. So yeah, I think that any kind of intel, you gotta add it into the playbook right there.
Add it to your playbook. Yeah, and Ocean told me only the trucks. So don't try to do it with the buggy. Don't try to do it with the Marauder. Only the trucks works. Looking at this game though, the four-wheel drive. Yeah. You clock that bad boy. You can do anything. Looking at the actual circle. Looking at the zone. The Knight's going to be the first team to drop on out. SWAT 69. They talked about it on the desk. They've been picking up. When it comes to unloading the beast and getting a lot of damage underneath their name.
Yeah, and I think it could be a little bit too late, I think, for them, if I'm being honest. I really like to see them be able to get it done. I just think that we need to see a major pop-off game from them if I think they're really going to start having success here.
This is the game, Hot Jukes. I mean,
see it.
They're pretty center. They got Football List, they got Wildcard, they got Tempo near them. But they can take one of these teams out real early on. I mean, that's going to start to at least gain some respect for other squads out there, kind of looking at the kill feed and, seeing SWAT 69 pop off early.
Yeah, I think that they're in a little bit of trouble right here. It reminds me of like yesterday's games. Remember Sanhok? We saw one of the teams from Dream Eaters, right? One of the members knock a Loops member. And the second they got that first knock and realized it was Loops, they instantly retreated. They just took off. They're like, we don't want this fight at all. And I think it's kind of the opposite right now, if I'm being honest, with SWAT 69. I definitely see some teams, the second they get a knock on them, they just kind of want to just full press, even if they're not in the best position right here. And I think that's going to make it harder for them overall.
If they hunt down SWAT 69. I mean, as the days progress, I start to feel, and especially last game when it comes to SWAT 69, I think we're starting to see these teams bloom. They're coming into their own. They're getting a little more comfortable here within the West League of the PUBG Mobile. And I don't know. I think that's what's happening. I think SWAT 69, they're feeling themselves, and now they're going to be, starting to take off. I don't think you should sleep on them.
Hey, I want to see it. I just have to see it to believe it, especially considering, where what stage we're at in this entire tournament. I think this is the essential game. You have 3 more matches left to go. If they're able to get 3 solid performances, I mean, they could easily put up 60 points. And that would just be insane for their overall total score. So if they're able to do something like that, man, I'm all for it. And I'm hoping I see it. But at the end of the day, seeing is believing, at least in my book.
If they get 60 points in one game, will you get a SWAT 69 jersey?
Oh, dude, I'll get a SWAT 69 jersey, and I'll send them my crown.
Oh, you'll do that?
I'll send the crown. Overnight shipping, dude.
Overnight, dude.
Take it. They got it.
That's going to be expensive.
Oh, dude. Hey, you know what? I'm willing to pay it. That's for sure.
All right. So SWAT 69, we're looking for you. We saw last game, Cloud9 end up in the late game. Pretty consistent team when it comes to Vikendi. Pretty consistent team when it comes to all the maps. Let's be real. I mean, that's why they're in first place right now.
Oh, yeah. And it's so interesting. I've kind of harped on it a few times, and every time I look at Cloud9, I always want to compare them to Loops, because these are the top 2 squads, obviously, and they have such, I think, a big contrast in their playstyle. Cloud9, just much more diligent in their execution. They play really careful at the start. They don't make a lot of mistakes, but then when it's time to put on that aggression, boom, they flip that switch on. When it's time to kind of retreat and go passive, they can do that as well. And Loops, they're just like full aggression, no matter what. And sometimes I think that it works in their favor, because some teams are just like, nah, the team's not going to push up right now. And it's almost like watching Loops play it like it's a pub match. But for some reason, that kind of like ridiculous aggression, it just works for them. It just works, Dave.
Yeah, and that's pretty much, it's reflected in the total stats from Super Weekend, right? Cloud9, they are going to be in first, but they have 139 kills in total for Super Weekend. And behind them, Loops, they're in second place, but they have 176 total kills. So, I mean, this is just a aggressive team all around. They love taking the fights, especially, I've noticed if they get like a couple, like a win, like maybe even one win, all the games after that, they're crashing, they're sending it, they're doing whatever they want to do. Like you said, like it's a classic match. Like they are just going all over the place. They are going ham, and they don't really care. They don't really care.
I mean, that stat alone is ridiculous. It really is. Think about it, you know, for almost 50 points worth of kills and separation. Just to kind of make that up in placement, you got to get 2 first-place chicken dinners. So they are just fragging out of their minds. At the end of the day, though, you still often have to say, like, dang, that just shows the consistency from Cloud9, that even though they have that much of a kill point lead, they're still in first place. And I just think that's also kind of like that double-edged sword when it comes to Loops. That overly aggression, it does work out a lot of the times. At the same time, though, we have seen them get caught out in these early random matches by getting a third party or one random grenade, changing up the fight for them. Yeah. And those 1 points, man, they're just devastating to your score.
Yeah, so far, at least here, you know, and we've seen in the past, like the one counter to Loops. So if you're a squad and you know for a fact is Loops pushing on up, have your grenades ready. Have those things ready, underhand them, overhand them, just pile on the grenades onto Loops, because chances are, if they're pushing you, they're going to be pushing together, you know, as a unit, which it works. It works 9 out of 10 times. But that one time it doesn't work, that one grenade, I mean, we saw yesterday with Wildcard, it turned it all the way around.
I mean, they worked with Wildcard before. I think, remember when we were doing the scrims, it worked with Team Queso. I think Team Queso threw one nade and wiped the entire Loops team right there. So it's just insane how like that one little play can take out one of the top teams in the Western Hemisphere right here. But, you know, getting back into this match, Tempo pulling up on a SWAT 69, and he's just a solo member all on his lonesome.
Didn't even take any shots yet. Did not even take any shots. Will be relaying this information back to their squad mates, but we see they have their vehicle right behind this. So if Tempo, if they do some scouting, if they recognize that there's going to be a player up there, okay, they recognize. They hear the molly. They hear the movement. Rain right now going to be tossing some grenades, trying to get that one to blow up right up there. And look at this. SWAT 69, the remainder of the squad, all the way up there in the hills, overlooking this.
Ooh. That nade from Rain right there almost rung true. Zay is he's just trying to find an angle right now. Not sure exactly what he's doing.
Looking around, going to be tossing a molly back and forth. Another nice grenade connecting from Spec right now. And they're going to be opting to get that reset with those meds, but I don't predict SWAT 69. I don't see the other 3 members coming on to support this. Yeah, Spec right there, easy point in the bag.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. This is what I was talking about. You know, like we had to see to believe SWAT 69 if they want to start, you know, really having some great performances. And this kind of separation this early on, I think it's a blunder. I think it's a definite blunder from this squad, and you can just see right there losing a member early. It's just it's so devastating, especially in a map like Miramar.
You're right here. It looks like Cloud9 and Alpha Legends are going to be right on top of one another. They're going to be sharing some of these buildings, these concrete structures for the time being. B4, Monte Nuevo. I think we got a couple of B4 fans on the desk, hoping that they continue to survive. Looking on over here, looks like Umbra going to be unleashing some grenades onto Loops.
Oh, yeah, I see some mollies going out in the field right there, starting that little grass fire. Loop's able to pick up Carrillo right there, and it looks like you can see Dadin just throwing out some smokes, trying to reduce those sight lines. I like the fact that he's throwing them in the mid-range as well to not kind of reduce his eyesight as well. And, yeah, Loop's able to get that member up and that ejection going.
Yeah, this is a real interesting fight because even if one of the teams get a knock, like there's a wide open field in between the two, and pushing, getting aggressive over that field could spell disaster
Definitely. And the big thing I think is that both of these squads are still out of circle right now. And this is still early in the game. So I think that there's definitely a lot of opportunities for Loops to be able to go ahead and switch here. Look at that. Xana alone to Rob Danini right there. I mean, he was just holding it down. I mean, I think he counted down from 3, 2, 1 before he pulled that shot right there onto Rob Dini. And yeah, here comes Yala pushing on a Konita Power.
And Anas, everybody in these vehicles making the approach, making the push. Xana gonna be cooking this grenade. Needs to toss this right on top of Gonzo's head right here. Gonzo's gonna be chucked down pretty low. Gonzo pretty much getting caught off guard right now, kind of separated from the squad mates. Tixi gonna be attempting to go for that revive. Xana on the high ground. All it takes is an easy peek down, an easy look down there. Will be connecting onto Gonzo. Tixi getting turned on themselves by Anas. And yeah, that initial snipe, pretty much disaster for Konita Powers. Rob, still alive, fortunately, in the vehicle, in the truck, full-on retreat mode.
I mean, that's that Car 98 snipe right there. That was like a battle cry right there. They heard the battle drums coming. That hyped up Yala. They just kind of full sent it into there. And you just saw Konita Power. They were really split up in that particular situation. And they just got completely caught off guard. And you just one little misplay like that, boom, 2 members gone and thirsted.
Boom. I mean, they're going to have 2 more games to go. And that's interesting because I spoke to Gonzo today. And Gonzo from Konita Power told me the squad, they're looking to finish top 5. They're looking for some chicken dinners. And their main goal here today is to stay grouped up. And work together as a squad. And we saw right there, they were kind of separated. So I don't know if they're executing their plan here yet.
I mean, I think it's kind of, I'll give them a little bit of a pass considering it's still so early in this circle. So I think that they were just kind of separating to kind of get some sight lines and hopefully cover as much ground as they possibly can. They just did not expect Yala to just spot them out so early. And man, great eyes there from Xana. And he just held that Car 98 right on his head, pulled the trigger, and then they just full sent on him. So man, you gotta keep your eyes peeled.
Eyes peeled, head on a swivel. Toffees from Dream Eaters right there. Gonna be getting a knock on to Frozen. You see the vehicle explosion. Verset making the push-up, trying to get the confirm, but Ayala gonna be out there taking some shots third party, and Annalise as well, taking some shots from Team Unique, and quickly getting in that buggy, quickly gonna be turning around as we do see that next zone.
Yeah, and at least got some good hit markers right there. I think regardless though, yeah, he's just gonna kind of use that to be able to just rotate away and back over to his team. And yeah, we do see a brand new circle happening. It is central to where all these squads are. We still have B4, Pittsburgh Knights, Yala, Konita Power, quite a few teams that are out of this zone right now. And I think we're starting to get into that dangerous time, Dave, where, you know, these rotations are gonna start getting really, really tough. And I think we're gonna start seeing some vehicles blown up really soon.
Danger time is my favorite time. Dream Eaters. 3 of them in this compound right below Annalise. Annalise still keeping their eye on Matic all the way out there. Annalise currently by themselves, awaiting the support from the remainder of the squad.
Yeah, kind of a weird position, I think, where he's at right now, because there's not a lot of cover from his back, but he does spot Dream Eaters on the rotate. Puts some shots down range. Unfortunately, they don't connect for Annalise. Still puts a couple down, but oh, he just got tagged right there back. And yeah, he just looks like he's just going to opt to kind of hold cover right now. Doesn't want to get knocked.
Wow. Cloud9's position, I mean, this is a tough compound to crash, to push on into, because all those barricades, that fence around the perimeter, they're going to be able to spot out a crash a mile away. Not only that, the open terrain around this position right here.
Yeah, and I believe this is a new building right here from Miramar 2.0. And this is a really great spot. Yeah, that entire fence line around, that's going to stop from just having teams just full send onto your building and buy some time. So I really like this position from Cloud9.
I mean, look at it. It's crazy. Nothing but open terrain, the barricades, the fence. I mean, talking about being able to defend your location. The only downside to this, it's on the edge. It's on the edge. So unless they get a hard shift that will favor it in the next zone, they're going to have to come up with some type of evacuation plan on how they can relocate themselves. And talk about evacuation plan, we already see a couple members from B4 Maxon. They're all in their vehicles. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I think that's so smart because they know what this next circle's gonna go. I really like that from Pyro right there. He was holding that angle, and we saw a shot come right at his head onto the wall.
Oh.
And look at that, Rob Didi blown up. Oh, Konina Power taken out in last place.
That was the team out. I said it was gonna win. That was the team I said it was gonna win. They went out first. Okay. Okay. It happens.
I'm gonna blame the commissioner on that one right there.
Commissioner.
His fault. 100%.
His fault, man. Dave 2020. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
So sorry, Konina Power.
Konina Power fans, this would not happen if I was commissioner. That's just a fact. That's the truth. Talking about the truth, everybody waiting for the next zone. It's going to pop here in just a moment. There we go. San Martin, looking good, looking like a vacation spot right now.
Oh, yeah, and that's a big break, I think, for Cloud9 and B4. Anytime you're holding the edge, you really don't want that hard shift away from you. And for Cloud9, this is going to be a pretty decent rotation for them. You can see right now, Loops, a lot of these squads on the outer rim are going to push in, but Team Queso, all these guys are going to gatekeep the heck out of them.
Loops, they're really low. The whole squad we saw there just a moment ago, really low when it comes to the health department. They do have 2 vehicles to work with. Dream Eaters, they've been moving. You know, they got their own little convoy going on. Ooh, Dadden from Loops getting taken out to the blue zone. I don't know what's happening with that squad.
Tough rotating. It's difficult to rotate when you got so many squads just gatekeeping right here. And Team Queso holding down Hacienda as Wildcard are kind of encroaching on their territory right now. And Axel said, no, sir. Could Sam get the return knock?
Look at this. Wildcard are going to be making their way on up.
Got some help from Tempo.
Making their way on up. Acer bleeding on out. Sam going for that revive. Axel also bleeding on out, so that should allow the perfect opportunity. Slicky trying to take some shots, trying to allow this revive to happen. Marco on top of the mansion. It's going to be tossing some grenades over there, just trying to land them right on top of Wildcard. Axel was able to get revived. No, was not able. Actually pulled off that one. Wow. Talk about the time being used right now from Team Queso or wasted.
I mean, they have no real choice right now. They got Tempo Storm just, kind of third-partying them from that corner. They are able to get the revive with all those smokes. But, man, look at this Wildcard team just pushing it together as a unit and pressing right now. Oh, that could be a huge nade.
Marco jumping off the roof, going to be tossing a grenade, going on that full retreat mode, kind of pulling back. Axel also cooking a grenade.
Look at that
angle. Tossing it right on through that window. Ooh, Wildcard connecting a nice one on top of Axel as well. So looks like we're going to come down to somewhat of a nade battle. And once when we get that initial knock, I have to say, we're going to have a full-on set.
That's right. A battle of the Hacienda right here. Wonder exactly where we're hearing these shots coming from. Does look like Team Unique is now starting to get into the fight with Pittsburgh Knights on the edge as well. It's a battle of Hacienda.
We got Knights on the edge. We got Team Queso unleashing the spray onto the Knights. And Wildcard seeing that in the kill feed, looking to capitalize on this one as well, looking to get some kills. Loops going out to themselves. Kowalski, I saw dropping out of a vehicle, going out. Huge mistakes being made.
This is such a difficult rotation, I think, for all of these squads. This is not a zone you really see too often right now. Team Queso, they haven't had to move an inch. This is their house. This is where they love to drop right here, so they're going to know it really well. Wildcard able to make it in, but look at this. They're all surrounded. Completely surrounded. And Ayala, the fourth member from Team Queso, is on a crazy off angle right now. There's no way he's going to be able to make it to his team.
Wow, the Knights were able to get revived. We're able to get the revive. Spring going to be tossing a nice grenade right on into that garage. It was cooked, but it blew up, and looks like the Knights have some nice cover to work with. Unique over here. Everybody's picking on the Knights right now. Everybody's picking on the Knights, tossing grenades into that garage.
Well, we'll see right now where this next circle goes. If it stays on them, I think we're going to see a lot of that happen. If it does hard shift, which it did, oh goodness, this is going to be, this is the worst case scenario for all these teams. Oh no, 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 that's exactly what all these teams are saying right now.
Dude, the Knights, everybody wants to take out the Knights, but yeah, everybody over here in the East, they need to make their move. They need to make it now. We heard right a second ago, Wildcard already taking some shots. Now, Unique, I don't know if they gave away their position yet. I don't know if Wildcard are expecting the backstab over here. Annalise going to be prepping this grenade.
What do you do, though? What do you do? There's only 18 seconds left on this zone. You're on one of the thicker sides of it, so it's going to close pretty quick on you. And zone number 5, this blue zone, is devastating right now. So, man, I like Team Queso. They disengaged perfectly. That's going to probably give Wildcard a little bit of an opportunity to press in, but look at all these teams that are the gatekeep right now.
Yeah, Team Queso definitely capitalizing on the chaos and going to be using that to rotate on out of this mosh pit of chaos. And Elise was making the push on up, but not supported from their squad mates behind them. Memphis going to be connecting on to Raven. Jagger going to be connected on as well, trying to make their way on into Raven. And there's only one more member alive for the Knights, and it's coming down to this. Here comes the blue zone to add injury to insult. Lightning forced to heal on up. Dream Eaters getting involved over here as well with Wildcard. Slicky cooked on the grenade landed right at the footsteps of Slicky, and first set Miku. Oh, grenade central out here. It's party time, baby.
Let's go! Wildcard putting in work right now. They are being affected by the blue zone, so they need to get these pickups and get moving quickly. I'm not sure if they can, though, because this is zone number 5, baby. This one hurts right now, and man, what a crazy fight right here.
Blow it up! Oh, Carnage is still alive! Memphis not able to get the final shots. Football is stealing, and then Football is taking out Unique as well. Umbra, everybody's dying. We're only down to 9 teams remaining right now.
This gatekeep is just ridiculous right now. Football is in a great position to get a huge amount of points right now. Wildcard currently with 6 kills. They are making it into this circle. Still their whole squad alive. Team Queso is all up as well. Man, this is one for the books, Dave.
Nade City, man. Nade City. Wildcard's still going to be alive out there. They're going to have the opportunity to get the rematch. As I say that, they're not going to have the rematch. Team Queso going to be putting a halt to that one. Mystic with Barrel. Clutch play.
Look at that right there. I mean, Wildcard is just pinched so hard, both between Team Queso and Footballless, but Yala just gave Wildcard quite a bit of a break right there as we're shooting onto Team Queso, but here comes Footballless with the full press onto Slicky. Nade, locked and loaded. Three.
Oh, the molly, and the grenade. Ayala and Rom from Footballless. Both these players trying to take out the last remaining member of Wildcard. Slicky, get out of here. Oh, such a challenging position for Wildcard. Not only that, we get another hard shift out there to the west.
And Footballless able to get that done right there, and I think at the perfect time. They got 20 seconds left on the comp. Rom, he's hitting the shimmies hard, trying to survive and make it out of here. He does get caught out, and I think that's Footballless is going to have to just let him be and start trying to get into this circle.
Let it go. Let it go. 3 up for Team Queso. They got 2 kills so far. They didn't appreciate the kill steal earlier on from Footballless. Footballless looking to get the revive. We see Team Queso getting the wrap around. Ayala going to be tossing a molly. 2 mollies. Some grenades getting tossed out as well. Only 2 up. Only 2 up right now for Footballless. And here comes the spray down. Mystic connecting on another one out here, getting that swap arena with that scar. And they do not want to allow Footballless to make it out of here alive.
The blind fire right there for TK, so coming in clutch big time. There goes 3 members of Footballless. I definitely thought they should have just left that member from Rom, but they're like, hey, you know what? We ain't going out with, we can't leave our homie hanging behind here, but now it's just up to Soul K alone for Footballless.
Homie's all dead. Homie's all dead. That's what Soul K is saying right now. Soul K left a long time ago, going to be playing that circle game. Gonna be right near Maxon from B4. Alpha Legends, they still got 4 up. They still got 4 up, and they got a fighting chance. What they need to do right now, gatekeep. Gatekeep Team Queso. Don't let them in.
No, that's exactly what they're looking to do. You got Kato on that off angle. Oh, he does get knocked from the blue zone right there, and he's not gonna be able to get picked up. So right now, it's just up to him to try to give some intel to the rest of his squad. And yep, there it is. Big shots as Team Queso tries to cross the road.
Big shots coming out. Here comes the old man with that grenade. Only 1 more up. Mystic trying to make it on across the road, but Alpha Legends, they got a taste. They got a taste for the blood, and now they're going to be pushing on out of their compounds, prepping these grenades, tossing these grenades. Mystic, about 5%. Mystic, no longer percent. You're out of here. Team Queso, down.
See ya, Alpha Legends just getting it done right there. Great intel, great work, great execution, and just solid nades overall.
These nades, man. Talk about the clutch factor. These nades are coming in clutch this game. Here comes the blue zone. Taking out SWAT 69. Faker from Alpha Legends. Perfect sight lines. Perfect sight lines. Going for that spray down. Connecting on to 2. And there they go. Y'all, the Esports, the blue zone. Alpha Legends, their demise.
You got that blue zone on your side, man. It's just like shooting fish in a barrel right there. And you saw just Faker just straight beaming Yala Esports. And with no cover, they had no choice just to try and run and make a play. Didn't work out for them, unfortunately. Look at this, though. Something it did work out for is Cloud9. Zone 9. They might as well be called for this one right here, as this zone has locked onto them. So they're going to be in a pretty solid advantage. The main concern is, though, they can't leave that building. There's nothing but open road right there. If they try to cross, they're going to die, so they have to hold that spot.
It's Miramar. It's Miramar, and you know what, Cloud9? You know what they're saying? They're saying they want to boil. They want to boil their enemies out here. It's already hot enough. They're trying to boil everybody. Alpha Legends, they got 3 up. Maxon still alive from B4. Just trying to navigate their way on into safety, using these buildings to avoid being spotted. It's okay from football. It's still going to be up. Still going to be alive as well. 4 kills, tossing a smoke. Wow, right on the ledge right there. That was
clean.
That's a clean smoke. Yeah, you're going to be able to vault on out of that bad boy. Nobody's going to be spotting you. Solke actually spotting Faker from Alpha Legends.
That's going to help out Cloud9 quite a bit right here, as they're still in this circle. They cannot cross, so they just have to kind of hold this. It's going to let teams push up on them. You see Maxit on that off angle as well. Old man. Oh, can he hit this nade? Throws it through the window. Doesn't catch.
Got that molly for follow-up as well. Has the molly for follow-up. So, see Adar already trying to catch an alternate angle. Beowulf in the middle, uneven. They're all spread out. They're all spread out. They have the zone. They have the southern part of the circle. And it seems like Solke was able to make it on in here. Same thing with Maxon.
Good shots from Bale right there. Just kind of putting the pressure onto Alpha Legends. A lot of smokes coming out right now. And you can just see Cloud9, they're just trying to hold different angles and just trying not to get knocked. I think that's their most important thing right now. And look, Solke. Oh, here comes the blue zone on the Solke.
Blue zone is coming on Solke, but Solke is getting aggressive. I mean, Solke knows at least where 2 of these members from Alpha Legends are, and here comes the grenade battle. Adar across the road. Oh no, the ledge made it deflect and bounce into the air. Faker about 1% HP right there. Gonna be taken out to the blue zone and then confirmed. Yes, we're able to get the confirm out here. Now, Alpha Legends, they have the concrete wall to work with for cover, but guess what? Cloud9 looking to boil them, Adar gonna be getting the final blow right there. Alpha Legends taken down and out. Maxon, the last one alive. Maxon could clutch this one out though. Uneven behind this tree, behind the palm. Grenade gonna be landing on in that window. Maxon tossing one of their own. Grenades are flying everywhere. Uneven though has the angle. Maxon needs to heal on up. Adar back there getting the revive, getting the reset onto Beowulf to make this a 3v1. Here comes another solid grenade. Maxon's in the corner, looking at the grenade. Oh, that one deflected on the window still. There you go, Cloud9. Winner, chicken dinner here. 3 versus 1, Miramar. Woo!
Oh, that rebound was just straight disgusting right there. They had the comms. They knew exactly where he was right there. Cloud9 able to get the zone, hold that position, and the second they felt that the door was open, they just full sent it. And Adder showing why he's one of the top players in this tournament with a clutch turn right there. Great performance from Cloud9.
Yeah, Solke as well. Solke really being a thorn in the side of Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends, they had 3 up there at the end, but Solke just wouldn't let it slide, wouldn't let it go, and made sure to just, inflict as much damage as possible right there.
Hey, you know what? This is money time, baby. We're about to end the PMWLS coming up really soon right now. So these squads are just doing everything they can to get any point on the board. And we saw, especially early on in the tournament, how much just 1 kill, 1 extra point could mean to your entire squad right here. So great to see these kind of plays coming out from these teams. But yes, that's going to be it for this match number 3. Let's go ahead and see what the desk has to say right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Where's that hot spring?
It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers.
It looks really exciting.
Why not have a try?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, that's now 2 matches in a row for Cloud9 as they take themselves the chicken dinner yet again. And the question is, can they potentially do it a third and match U2 Gank over in the East League for picking up 3 straight? Jason Kaplan, 7, Glitter Explosion. We break down that last match in Cloud9. I mean, it's obviously a great performance out of them, but I also want to give credit to Maxim from B4 because he really stayed alive for such a long time and got them that second place finish. We talked about how important it is a couple of points can be, and we see him pick up a second place, Glitter.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for B4. They definitely, Maxon just played that so well. He was able to make sure that he rotated at the right times, held these little buildings at the right times, and used his smokes efficiently to continue the rotations in that very, very final zone against the rest of those squads. But huge game coming for Alpha Legends as well. 8 kills, that's really, really strong. But look at Yala Esports. I've been saying how many times that Yala needs to have a really aggressive game. They need to have a strong showing. 7 kills coming out of Yala Esports is massive for them, 7.
Yeah, and with something going up against any team that came around them, they would just go ahead and shoot them, and they will try to go for that for that killed. And then another team's Footballis being able to get 4 kills. I know we saw them in an engagement. Then Wildcard Gaming as well being aggressive with Team Queso. They were being able to go ahead and pick up 6 kills, and I think we have to go ahead and give some props there for Pittsburgh Knights. Even though they ended up getting just 1 point in placement, them getting 6 kills, that is good to see, man. That is so good to see, especially with the changes that have been going on with that team as we go towards the second page. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be seeing some surprises here, and then something that we kind of seen over and over again, especially in Miramar, is Loops Esports not performing well in Miramar here. I believe yesterday they ended up getting 14th place and then 3 kills, and then today they ended up getting 14th place again with just 1 kill. Tempo Storm is one of those teams that I've always mentioned that get kind of quiet. I'm hoping they do a lot better in Sanhok. I think they're that team that can just go ahead and get their win. And then Nova Esports, once again, only being able to get 1 point there, not being able to carry the momentum they had after getting that first chicken dinner of the day.
Hey, but SWAT69 picking up a couple of points as well. Again, trying to close that distance up against UDR killers. In Cloud9, that's probably some of the lowest damage we've seen out of a chicken dinner for a team, but they get themselves 6 kills with the 3 knockouts, and obviously they're going to be very happy about that. We kind of wondered yesterday, Glitter, where has Cloud9 kind of gone? They lost a little bit of their consistency. Little did we know they would bounce back with full consistency here in day 3.
Right, back-to-back wins. Talk about, kind of making us eat our words a little bit. That is very, very impressive. And like you said, now the real question is, can they do it 3 times in a row in one day? That's going to be a big feat if they can manage that, and it will seriously just kind of let all of the other teams know they are a squad that everybody needs to be afraid of.
And the thing is, 7, not only are they getting wins, but as you pointed out, Loops isn't performing well. So they're really trying to lengthen that gap between them and second place with Loops Esports and maybe get themselves that 50 grand in their pocket. Before we go into league finals, let's take a look, though, at some more stats here from that map. We can look at our top players. It's going to be Anas, actually, going to be number 1 on the board with 704 damage here, 7.
Yeah, I'm currently not able to see those stats. But something I did want to go ahead and mention in regards to Loops is that they haven't been performing that well in Miramar, and going into the next league play, guess what? They are going to be playing a lot of Miramar. So how are they going to go ahead and react to that? Because remember, it is not guaranteed that they're going to be able to make it to the next Super Weekend. So I would expect for at least Loops Esports to step it up here in the last 2 matches.
Or you can see Shator there, 522 damage with the 4 kills. Oldman with 600 actually and 2 kills. And of course, Adder getting themselves the 550 damage plus the kills on top of that. Let's take a look now at some of our do-the-do moments from that last match. We can break down some of these, and I'm sure we're going to probably get a little bit sad seeing B4 lose quite a few players right off the bat, but we're starting things off with Tempo. Well, I'm hoping one of you
at the moment
I cannot see.
Okay,
We're
well,
not able to see.
that's interesting.
It's all you, Jason.
Well, in that case,
It's all
you can do like a nice little map breakdown. That's going to be great. You can see Dream Eaters here. I mean, Verisit was able to be pretty consistent, at least getting some early kills, looking for that early damage. Umbra, you kind of have to wonder. We see most of their progress come when they play towards the later stages of the game, when they play for placements and not in terms of kills necessarily. But we have been seeing them sort of get a couple of kills here and there. And then, of course, Pittsburgh Knights, they're starting to really struggle today. We saw them have a decent result, I believe, in the last match. Or was it this one? I can't remember off the top of my head. But they are definitely struggling to have that same kind of form when we saw them, with 6s on the team yesterday. I mean, you got to give some credit to Jagger. He's been subbing out for the majority of the plays, so it takes some time to kind of warm up back within the team. And I think that's something that we can maybe talk about a little bit is, how will Pittsburgh Knights develop their chemistry when it took them already this long, a week and a half or, kind of 2 weeks through to even get themselves into position to be looking consistent and good. Is it possible for them with their sub now coming in as their main roster player to step up in the shoes that 6 is left?
And I think it is. I think given the time it is, they still have 2 days of league play. And then if they end up making it to Super Weekend, then they're going to have extra 3 days to go ahead and prepare. And as we've been mentioning, guess what? They are probably going to go ahead and qualify to league finals. They are pretty sure going to go ahead and work on some stuff to maybe go up their ranks or maintain their rank in regards to the leaderboard for Super Weekends. But if they're able to go ahead and use this upcoming league play to just try out new stuff, try to get that chemistry back on track now that they lost a player, and it was a main player, it was the IGL of that team, if I remember correctly. That's what Carnage told me. So it's a huge adjustment for them, and for them to be able to pick up 6 kills in that last game, I think that's good. I think that's good news for any PK fan out there.
Well, Kalaris over the week, and I think even the week before, was doing some sit-down interviews with some of the teams. And luckily for us, he did have a chance to sit down with Pittsburgh Knights to talk about them coming into the tournament.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Aris, once again here, bringing you J7 from Pittsburgh Knights as they qualify through the PMWL Americas into the World League. So first off, why don't you introduce yourself as well as your role on Pittsburgh Knights?
Yeah, so my name is J7, my handle J7, and I play for the Pittsburgh Knights, and I'm the IGL for the Pittsburgh Knights.
How did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Well, I've been playing mobile games for a while. Like, I played other mobile games, professionally. So when PUBG Mobile came with their mobile version, that was really huge at the time, and everyone started playing it. I really got into it, and it started with a group of friends, and I just really was passionate about the game, so I decided to play professionally.
Awesome. What would you say is your favorite memory relating to the game? My
favorite memory is definitely all the LAN events we've been to. So I never thought that a mobile game like that have LAN events or big crowds with fans supporting, so that was pretty cool. Going to LAN events and meeting people in person.
Yeah, some of the LAN events have been fantastic. People working on AR and stuff like that. It's been really cool. Which map would you say is your favorite when it comes to competitive play?
Oh, definitely Erangel. I mean, they're I think we're the second best Erangel team in terms of kills wise, behind Loops. So we definitely perform in Erangel.
Okay. Is there any specific reasons why Erangel, or?
I'm not sure. I think we're just really comfortable with that map. We played it the most. And I think just more comfortable, yeah.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals through the PMWL?
Definitely all the North America teams. Definitely Loops now since, they're up there. But definitely all the North America teams because we play them all the time. And we scrim them every day. So,
how would you rate your team compared to some of the PMWL participants?
Well, I think so far we haven't looked good in PMPL, but with the new addition of 6s, I think we can be very strong and potentially one of the best NA teams in the scene.
And what is your favorite drop zone location across all maps?
We like going Gakka. I think the Gakka split that we have in Erangel is really good for us. For rotation wise, it's kind of in the center of the map, kind of to the west. And we can really get to any spot with the split we do.
That's fair. And final question for this is, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
Preferred weapon definitely it has to be the DP. DP or M4, those guns are just really meta right now, especially the DP recently. They just do so much damage and they're very versatile with long range.
Especially when you're lying down, you can get that little bipod out. Very, very strong, I suppose.
Yeah, you just laser kids really far.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, thank you very much, J7, and good luck in the PMWL.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Again, really cool to hear from J7 as he talked about the tournament coming in. So, of course, hearing about how they think Erangel is actually their best map, or actually I think they said they're like the second best team in kills on it behind Loops. Though I don't know if that's going to be true anymore, because I feel like a big portion of the kills that did come through were off the back of the player who unfortunately is not going to be playing for them anymore here, 7.
Yeah, and I think that's one great point that you mentioned, and actually I'm kind of happy we got to see J7 there, because now he's going to be stepping in again as the IGL. He used to be the IGL, so overall this team is just going to have to readjust a lot of roles that the players have. I know yesterday we were even seeing Carnage go ahead and try to be a scout, and that was backfiring in a way, but overall I think we have to give them some credit again for that performance in Miramar. Even though they were not able to get the placement points that they wanted, at least getting some kills and at least knowing, hey, we can still frag out with this squad that we got going on here. We just go ahead and need to readjust on our rotations, or maybe strategies on tactics, on when we need to push and when to hold back. So I think this is one team that I'm definitely going to be looking at very closely to see how they perform in the upcoming days.
Well, you mentioned, getting kills on Miramar. Let's take a look at the damage they might have done actually on Miramar compared to the teams as well, so we can really get an idea if they were able to get up there in terms of numbers that they need, if they can kind of make up for what they are losing within their team. You can see B4, hey, second place, going to be proud of that. 57 damage they got. I don't think they're going to complain at all here. Cloud9 with the 900 damage, of course, with the kills on top. And Absolute Legends, where has this team been? They have themselves to 1,800 damage and the 8 kills.
Love to see that coming out of Alpha Legends. This was a squad that, we had talked about a bunch of times. 7 kind of had dubbed them the gatekeeping team for a long time, and then they fell off a little bit. So this was a very strong showing coming out of Alpha Legends. But look at the numbers coming out of Yala Esports. Almost 1,700 damage, 7 kills, like I said before. This is what Yala Esports really, really needs if they can continue this type of a performance to keep propelling themselves up in the overall standings. And then down at the other end of the leaderboard, I think it's kind of surprising we see Loops there with only 1 kill, 160 damage. Nova and Konina, very low amounts of damage and no kills to their names. I think this map was a little bit of a struggle for some teams.
It was a crazy one.
I think, yeah, a little bit of a struggle for some teams is definitely the right way to word it. I feel like we've had some games where teams will struggle, and unless you're Cloud9, then you seem to just win everything. We can take a look at where they are now in the overall standings, and I can almost guarantee you, without even seeing it, they're going to be first place, 413 points. They're like 40 points ahead of their counterparts here of Loops. That's ridiculous.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Cloud9 just smacking people left and right. Not only that, they've also closed the gap in regards to kill points too, and I love to see that, because that was something I mentioned at the beginning of the show, that if Cloud9 was able to go ahead and start fragging even more, even though they just got 6 kills in the last game, that's still a lot more than what Loops Esports was able to put out. So great stuff from Cloud9 there. Loops Esports, I mean, they got just such a huge cushion right now that they're more than likely Futbolist is not going to get close to passing him here unless they have an amazing game on something that we unheard of. And then Pittsburgh Knights, something that has played out so well, something that I even mentioned earlier, was those 2 great performances that they had yesterday and the day before yesterday. They have given them so much more cushion to just kind of work stuff out here between that team, since they have doing a lot of changes, and I can't wait to see here the second page glitter.
Okay, honestly, so far both of these ranking pages haven't shifted any of the rankings at all. No one's gone up or down. Everyone's just kind of increased their overall point standings, which is crazy to me, because you see the very strong game coming out of Alpha Legends, a very strong game coming out of Yala Esports, and it's just not bumping them enough up the list yet. And I think another thing that was kind of wild to point out is, looking back on that first page, was while Cloud9 is closing the gap in those kill points with Loops, they're almost 70 placement points above where Loops is right now. And that's just, harkening back to what I had said earlier in the show about how when we're looking at that top 4, it almost felt like Loops and Futbolist were on the aggressive side and Cloud9 and PK were on that placement point side. The disparity is really starting to illustrate that, but those teams aren't going anywhere when it comes to the top 5 area positioning.
Well, speaking of lengthening their points when it comes to placement points, let's see who's lengthening their lead when it comes to our prediction game and see who predicted what and how many points they were able to accumulate. And you know what? We all pretty much had B4. The smart one chose B4. And we got ourselves 14 points. Not bad, guys. Good job. A little bit of a self-high five. That's a clap, and then 7 didn't do anything. So if you guys are interested in becoming analysts here on the World League, just tweet to me at Jay Kaplan, and maybe we can put you on the show and replace these two. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave not having a great time with their picks Wildcard and Kanina Power, but I respect the picks. I mean, Kanina Power have been pretty decent today. But you know what? Let's see if they can be decent into our fourth match, as we're going to be going over to the schedule now to see what map will be coming up next. And you probably out there, if you've been watching the show, I think you know what's coming up. It's going to be on Sanhok for our fourth match. It's always the fourth match when it comes into it. We had it played every day in league play multiple times, but we won't be seeing it come into league play next week. So we've had Cloud9 with 2 chicken dinners. We've had Nova with the initial one. Obviously a big adjustment out of them. Nice to see them kind of rise to the occasion and show us that they can compete against the best. But as we get into this one, I did my predictions at the start of the day, and now I kind of wish I redid some of them because I didn't expect Cloud9 to win 2 in a row like that. And if we can get into predictions, I'll just start off by saying I chose Cloud9 for match 4, which kind of makes me a little bit sad. I don't know if they can pull off the 3-peat. We've seen teams do 2. We haven't had a single one do 3 in West. We've had U2 Gang do it in East. And Glitter, I feel like we kind of maybe made the same prediction here.
We did. We're in the same boat right now, Jason. I picked my teams early on. Did not know that Cloud9 had back-to-back wins on those specific maps in the bag. And now I'm here. I'm in for the long haul. So I didn't pick them yesterday. Yeah, we are very committed. So I hope that, maybe we do get the 3-peat.
And Seven's just sitting there smiling, just like, it's not going to happen. Who do you have, Seven?
I'm actually hoping they do get the 3-peat. I'm pulling for you guys, and I would go ahead and pick Cloud9, but I already picked them. The commissioner's rigging it here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to have to switch it up. I'm going to have to go with the team that it's been a while since I actually picked them for Sanhok. And it's going to be Footballers. Footballers, I feel like they have been just so consistent, and I feel like they're that one team that they're looking to get the win, just things haven't gone their way. And I think it's going to maybe come down at the end between Footballers and Cloud9.
No, Footballers versus Cloud9, the very end. I can't wait to hear how aggressive Glitter's going to get. Saying, kill him! Cloud9, kill Soul K! I wish you guys could hear what goes on in our comms whenever she's watching and the team she has predicted is in a very tight situation. I'm surprised I can hear anymore, to be honest. But anyways,
Right.
we'll talk with you guys after the match. Hopefully we can still hear after it as well. And we don't have any relationships broken as well, if that does happen in the end-to-end zone. But of course, you guys watching at home, you can accumulate points the entire time you are doing this and also have a chance to win a limited time outfit if you were just watching within the game and watching in the Esports Center. You can get that limited time outfit potentially going your way if you're lucky enough. And maybe if you're lucky enough, if you tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL, maybe you'll be on the show as well. So make sure you get those tweets in, make sure you get those follows in as well. You can follow me at Jay Kaplan. Don't worry about the other two. They don't matter. It's all about me. That's why I'm the center stage here on the show. Let's bring in our commentators though. Hey, Hanchukes and Mustache Dave, what's going on? I wasn't saying anything bad about you guys.
Of course not. Only all good things. All good things. At least I would expect nothing less from our amazing commissioner.
Did I hear a little bit of sarcasm in your voice?
No, they're totally being authentic right now. I think you're a great commissioner so far. I love the fact that when
10 points.
I was on top and you went down, you changed the rules. That was my favorite part. The best policy that you put in so far. I'm all for you.
That was a reasonable rule because you would have picked Cloud9 every match on every day, and that's not fair to the other teams, even though Cloud9's stomping it.
Hey, you know what? What can I say? Hey, I'm all about making predictions that I think are going to happen. And Cloud9, look at the way they're doing it. They're making it happen here today.
You're such a Cloud9 fanboy. You got the Cloud9 underwear on. I can tell.
They're winning.
Wait, what?
They're winning. They're so strong right now. I mean, it's so hard to not pick up their consistency overall. I think if you pick them almost every single game, you're going to be guaranteed some points on the board. So, it's kind of hard not to, I think.
Well, Dave, I was happy to see you pick Konina Power, not because they didn't perform well, but because I like seeing you have these predictions that are a little bit more wild. And I'm actually curious going into this match if you have a wild pick yet again, or if you're going to be leaning towards, the Cloud9s. Jukes.
First of all, as commissioner, I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about Jukes' underwear. Second of all, I'm going for Loops. Loops, they did really bad last game. Some people in the chat were saying they were throwing. Well, you know what? Hopefully that was their game that they did throw, and this game they get that chicken dinner, baby.
Well, I will say this, Dave. It's not my fault I'm talking about it when he sends you pictures of them. Not in them, of course, just laying on the bed, ready to get put on.
Oh,
Jukes, who do you got for this
Leaks.
Hey, I'm just trying to get this policy changed as fast as I possibly can. But you know what? I got to go with Loops, too. Got to go with Loops as well. I don't know how anybody can say they're throwing, especially considering how they performed so far in this tournament. I think we're all going to see some teams just kind of have some tough games, tough circles. But yeah, all Loops all day, baby, in the jungle.
Well, let's see how it's going to work out when we get into the jungle here in just a few seconds. Gentlemen, take us away.
Here we go. Match number 4. Only 2 matches left here today. And we're taking it to the jungle, baby. One of my favorite maps to watch competitively. It's Sanhok. I mean, it's definitely one of my favorites to watch. Not a favorite to play, I think. All these teams, this is that one map I think they all kind of fear and dread. At the same time, I think it's a great opportunity for you know, a team that's kind of struggling right now. If they get that right zone, they get that right position, this could be a huge chicken dinner for them.
I'm still looking for loops, you know. The last game, they didn't do too hot. Yesterday on Sanhok, we all saw what happened with that, with those grenades from Wildcard. I think they learned, though. I think they learned coming into this Sanhok map. And like you said, there's 2 more games to go here today for the Super Weekend. Team Queso, everybody's dropping out right now.
Yeah, here they go. They're all starting to spread out the map. And now yesterday was really unique, I think, for Sanhok because we saw it so slow off the bat. Look at this circle. I think this is by far the toughest circle and out of all the maps. But we can see right now that, you know, Football is just hanging out towards Hot Team. This is kind of their map, their zone right now.
Their map to play. Football is in High 10. Going to be in a pretty centralized location. Unique out there, Camp Alpha. They are going to have that whole entire area for themselves. Then we got the Knights on the east side of that Death Valley that we've seen here a lot of times be favored and played in the West League.
Yeah, and this is I mean, anybody that's in the East right now is going to be really tough. I mean, they're just going to be kind of upset, I think, with this circle, especially considering that this zone, the reason why I say it's one of the most difficult is due to the fact that there's only so many places you can actually try to get into it from. That bridge, all of that's going to be very, very well protected by a lot of these teams right here. So trying to cross that water, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some boat strats come out right now.
Boat strats, right now we're checking in Mix0 with that tuck strat. Not something that we've seen here used quite often. Loops down here in boot camp. They're going to be getting their loot. They're going to all be jumping around the place, trying to get that shopping list checked out. Team Queso right to the north of this. Maybe we'll see Team Queso potentially gatekeep. I'm saying it like that because I don't think it's going to happen. But Team Queso, where are they right now? They're like 13th on the overall leaderboard. So, I mean, with 2 more games to go, I feel like you can't be letting these opportunities slip past you too many times.
I think right now, if you've definitely been watching the VODs, you have to know where Team Queso is. They have dropped in the same location, done the same rotation, every single Sanhok match that we've seen so far. So I like the fact that Loops, I think they definitely did their research because they're not even going near that area. They're just opting to go ahead and cross the water really nice and early. I love to see that rotation, especially considering where this zone is most likely going to go.
Yeah, Team Queso already going to be making the swim across the channel, Dream Eaters and Loops. Yeah, so we got 3 teams all right now swimming across the water. And you know what? They're swimming right towards the direction of the Knights. And Miku right on top of J7. J7 hears this. J7 is going to be spotting out a worm, a snake in the grass. And there goes a point on over to the Knights.
And here comes the thirst, the finish, the nade for 3. Bang! There it is, done. Miku down and out. And oh man, you get to see right now, Pittsburgh Knights. That's how you get started.
And this guard tower too that J7's holding, I mean, it just has the perfect sight lines on the swim that those 2 from Dream Eaters were doing right there. So I mean, these guard towers, personally, I'm not the biggest fan, but that one, okay, I'll put that one on my list.
Makes sense. It makes sense totally. I mean, because they have to actually, you know, jump out of the water, and by the time they're able to get out, they're just ripe for the picking right there. So I think it's definitely a good position. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of this, I think, for the rest of the map, because when you get this kind of circle right here, all these teams that, like I said, there's only so many places you can try to cross into to get into the zone, and we already see like how quick all these squads, especially like Loops, Team Queso, were on the ball to get this rotation early because they knew that this is exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that. We see Team Queso over there across the field from Loops. The Knights, we saw just a moment ago, J7 was able to get a nice little point on the side of the board for the squad. All the Knights, all holding different corners, playing 4 corners right now, making sure they got all the angles to ensure that nobody pushes on them.
Oh, look at Federal. He's got the eyes right now. Oh, it looks like the grass was just tall enough to let Mystic squeak on by right here. And Team Queso, They're making this really insane rotation. Matic, they spot him. Oh,
yeah, Mystic.
He's waiting on it.
You're dead. You're dead.
Oh, wait, it's on single fire. It had to be on single fire.
What?
It had to be. Oh my goodness. Mystic has some mystical powers right now. Somehow, I think Dadin accidentally put his M4 on single fire. That's the only explanation. 100% right there. It happens to the best of us, but dang, oh, that had to hurt.
Now we see Team Queso slipping on into the dark side of the Death Valley. Going to be using that one for cover. The trench right here as they reposition to find themselves a more northern position in circle number 1. I can't believe, I mean, talk about some luck right there. Mystic, I mean, had 2 members from Loops looking right at him.
That's a huge blunder. That's a huge blunder right there. And honestly, I mean, I think the reason why I got so animated about that particular play was because it's Loops. You know, you expect that's like the last team I think you would kind of expect that kind of happen to. But man, like that button, it's so easy to click on when you switch guns. If you're not careful and you don't hear that click when you switch it over to single fire, yeah, that can happen to it. And I know it for a fact it's happened to all of these players. That's for sure. It's just, oh man, when you're playing with so much money on the line and we see how important 1 kill is right here. So, I'd hate to see that 1, point be devastating for that team.
Playing with fire out here. And you know what? Dream Eaters, they're playing with fire. To the side of Footballish, yeah, we saw just a moment ago. Dream Eaters, 2 of them, they were making the swim across the channel just a little north of where they lost their first member. But unfortunate for them, they ran right on into the hands of Footballists. And now they only have 1 up top. He's going to be swimming right underneath that bridge, trying to remain undetected. Footballists taking some shots across the way onto wildcard. Some friendly shots like, how's it going, neighbor? All the way over there. How's it going?
And I think Footballists is doing a really good job of just kind of holding this position because they know that teams are going to most likely really soon have to cross into this territory right now. So Footballists, especially with all this hill coverage right here, they're just sitting pretty. They're just sitting pretty and gatekeeping right now.
And this is where they dropped too, so that's where they looted. So really, Footballists, they haven't really had to do much when it comes to the movement, the rotations, which is always good. I mean, the less times that you are forced to rotate, pretty much that's the less riskier option of getting spotted in the process. Spring though, Spring in a boat all the way up there to the north.
Oh, plays.
Okay, doesn't see that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what angle Spring is holding.
Umbra?
Where exactly he is. Yeah. Oh, Umbra?
Umbra on the boat?
That's their strat.
Umbra on the boat?
That is the tried and true boat strategy coming from Umbra right here. So I would not be shocked at all if that's what they go for.
Everybody in the lobby is seeing how Umbra does it. Now they're like, oh, I guess we can use boats now. I guess using boats in Sanhok is cool. So let's all do it. I mean, you know how
all the kids
that
are
is.
doing it these days.
All the kids are doing it, so we gotta do it too. So we'll see. I mean, honestly, it works out for Umbra, at least when it comes to placements. I mean, that one time, like 2 days ago, they almost had a first place. They had second place because of the boat play. So it's interesting to see.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how just a strategy like that can be successful, especially on a map like Sanhok of them all. And you kind of talked about earlier how important not having to do so many rotations is, and I think that's especially imperative on a map like this because that zone timing, it's critical. Sanhok is so much faster paced than any of the other maps. As soon as that zone pops, these squads have around 30-45 seconds to move into the next zone. And if it's a hard shift, that means you have to run instantly. And if you have squads gatekeeping you can't run. So you're just kind of trapped right there. And look at this. Speaking of trapped,
yeah,
look at this. Yala and Cloud9. Oh, getting too close for comfort.
Yala with the soft 2-2 split. 0 was, I thought, spotted, but maybe not. 0's going to be behind this concrete wall. Xana making the push up, and it does seem like Cloud9, they're going to be using the shore. They're going to be using the shoreline for cover. They're going to be making their way on up. They hear the shot, so this soft 2-2 split. Oh, 0's position shot. Immediately spotted by a Bale right there.
Yeah, that's going to give away his spot. I don't think they know exactly where Xana is, so he could do a really disgusting angle if he's able to get these spots onto Cloud9 right now. But man, the one thing that Cloud9 is so good at doing, they're so good at fragging in these quick flicks right here. So I wouldn't be surprised even if Xana gets the first shot. You'll see a couple of members from Cloud9 do a quick turn and return fire. But a Nas.
Let's see what Xana could do, though. I feel like Xana's a little too thirsty, but we'll see if it pays off. Xana with the M4 in hand is going to be recognizing the position of uneven, but look how aggressive Xana is. Pyra right behind this boulder. Pyra going to be hearing the shots, going to be hearing the footsteps popping out. The Corn God themselves like, listen, that's my squad mates you're shooting, but unfortunate. Uneven was thirsted in the process.
Tempo
and
Loops
popping on over here. Tempo Storm versus Loops. Spec really low, Rain chunked down, bleeding on out. Same thing with HH. Kowalski bolted on in, saying welcome to the party. Dadden up there, spraying away as well. Spec unloading the mag, not able to do so. Tempo Storm annihilated at the hands of Loops.
Tempo Storm with the last place finish right here. Devastating for that team. I mean, this is the Loops is probably the last team you want to go up against, especially that in Sanhok right now. But man, Loops, they're holding the inside zone. They end up losing one of their top fragger, Carrillo. Not to mention their top fragger, but the top fragger of the entire tournament right here. So this is Sanhok, and this Loop squad is going to have to get it done with 3 members left.
A lot of teams lost 1 member already. Tixie, what is... Oh, Tixie jumping in the water, trying to get the position, the coordinates of Prez. That swim paying off right there. Konita Power, 1 kill, 1 kill. Umbra. Oh, no, Umbra. Where's the boat?
Oh, no.
They're swimming. Not like this.
No, not like this,
Scuba
Umbra.
Steves.
Oh, look at this.
Konita Powers.
They got a boat.
Stealing the boat from Umbra. They're ready to go. We're playing battleships out here, Juice.
Battleship, you know, look at this right now, and you can see Rob Didi calling out the numbers right now, trying to get a hit, and it looks like Vindex is hitting himself right now by just drowning. He does not want to peek his head up at all. Konita Power, they're on a boat. They're just hanging out right now, and it looks like they will starting to press here soon as this blue, it's starting to tick on them.
This is Konita Powers in the boat here. We got the coordinates Pro Lore looking to launch a missile. Copy that, roger that. Copy, 10-4. Vindex swimming out there to the left. We're going to go and send it.
That's a big old 10-4 coming out from Umbra right now, trying to go ahead and do, wibble and woggle our way to success right now. Oh, Konita Power breaking in the water. Oh, we got an ejection.
Got an ejection. We're going to send Rob into water to gather some more intel, and Vindex going to be drowning out here to the water to themselves to 9 points. Copy, over.
That's a big ol' over right now. Will it be over for both of these teams, though, as this zone is starting to close on all of them? And, yeah, Konita Power, we're out of here. Yep, we're going to leave Umbra to their own strategies and try to rotate this blue zone.
Can't believe that. Crazy. They're all on a boat. I mean, Umbra, they're pretty much just going to get taken out from the blue zone out there. I mean, that's what happened.
And look at Konita Power just opting to just kind of hold this edge zone on the water side. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him, especially considering this circle and how insane it's about to get right here. They do need to start making the rotation in. They have a minute left on the clock. And look at Halls just
camping Halls.
They just want Team Umbra really bad.
I know. They're camping Halls. Like, Konita Power, let them live. Let them live. They're out there trying to find some treasure, trying to find some UC that's buried underneath the sea. Just let them live. And we do see that next circle to make matters worse for Umbra. B4 out there making the push as well. Umbra, they just can't catch a break.
And Konita Power, they looks like they decided to put their Coast Guard uniforms on right now, and they are trying to put that into full effect.
I gotta save them though. Coast Guard save people. Juice.
The problem is the difference is, Dave, that there was a sign that said no swimming. You know?
Oh, you know what? Okay.
There was a sign on the edge that said no swimming, and Umbra is swimming right now. So Konita Power, they're just trying to enforce the law.
Enforce the law. Yep. Hey, a rule's a rule. You know, a rule's a rule. And you know what? It comes back to the commissioner, Jason. Right? His rules. So if I was commissioner, swimming would be allowed. I'm just putting that out there.
Who doesn't love swimming?
Halls. What's Halls doing? Halls might. A boat explosion from Maxon. Taking out the boat. Taking out the boat.
Maxon catches Pro Lord too. Whoa, my goodness, right now. Look at Konita Power. They did the full-on ejection, and now they're getting gate kept from before. Now they're swimming. Now they're breaking the rules.
They're so thirsty for Halls. They actually went back out there to try to get Halls. Halls was like swimming, saying, hey, help me. Let me get on the boat. I promise I'll be nice. But Maxon gonna be spotting them out, getting that vehicle explosion. We have so many people swimming right now. Like, this is so unusual.
And they're all swimming together right now as one. And look at this. You saw Konina Power getting gate kept from B4. Now B4 is getting gate kept by Footballless right now. All these teams are just stuck out in the open. It's up to Maxon right now, the only land member from B4 to try and stop this pressure onto his squad.
Dude, B4's swimming. They're trying to pretty much make it onto land before Halls and before everybody else can. So interesting out here. Meanwhile, Spring still out there just going for placement points. Very interesting strategy coming out from Wildcard as well.
Oh, yeah. You know, this is going to be intense. This is that one zone, I think, that we definitely see the entire just game shift into overdrive right here. We're going to start seeing teams go out like crazy right now. And you can see right now, Loops, 69. Look at all these squads, how close they're together right now. And then you got this. Oh, there goes Halls. That's it. Team Brum.
Oh, Konina Power.
And out. And Konina Power going to take it out too.
They lost 2. Yeah. Honestly, I forgot about the rest of the game. I'm not going to lie. I'm so invested in this whole this pirate mayhem that we got going on out here. Konina Powers, I mean, they have spent so much time out there trying to take out Halls. And then the next zone shifts. Oh, this is horrible for Konina Power.
Horrible for all these squads that are in the north right now. Footballless, Nova, Wildcard. They're going to be in a big world of hurt right now. Loop's sitting in the circle right now with Unique, Cloud9. Also,
Konina Power.
Like Adders, the last one up right now. So, dang, this is about to get intense.
Another one. It's just up to Gonzo now. Meanwhile, Maxon out there just doing some skating. Pedro gonna be swimming. Maxon able to get the heal off right in time. Very fortunate for them. But like we saw, the zone, it is so far away from both of these players out here. Oh, Gonzo, Ronnie though. Ooh, Ronnie coming in close.
Ronnie of Truth. Could this be the one? And he looks, yep, he hops in it right now. He's hitting the gas. He's got it pedal to the metal to try to get into this next circle because look, only 2 seconds left on the clock. And once this circle hits the center, it's going to hurt.
Let's go, Gonzo. Let's go, Gonzo. You could do it. Gonzo's probably going to be making their way on over this bridge that is
Acer caught.
Be gate kept by Wildcard, but Acer will be spotted by Maxon, the Dream Destroyer out here. Maxon was the player who took out that boat. Maxon will be receiving some shots. Here comes the blue zone as well. Gonzo prepping this grenade. Gonzo doesn't need to use the grenade. Gonzo, the zone, the kill feed. Come on, he's down. Oh no, Gonzo spotted as well. Gonzo's gone. No, Gonzo's still alive.
Oh, he's full boosted. He's full boosted and gonna survive right here. That is so huge. It's only zone number 4. Once zone 5 hits is where it's gonna be really tough. Cloud9 taken out early as well. That just goes to show you how insane this circle is, ladies and gentlemen. Team Unique in a great spot right now, holding this hill. It's just gatekeep city right now.
Dude, Gonzo's still alive. Healing up. How's the Ronnie? Gotta kill. Gotta kill on the board
across the bridge too. This is gonna be a tough one. Oh, yeah, just doing anything he possibly can right now. And you can see all these squads they're on their toes right now, head on a swivel. Frozen, he's got no helmet now. So if he gets one shot from a 7.62 weapon, that's AK at 7, anything like that, he's going to be instantly knocked. So he has to be really careful.
Looking cute, though. Looking cute, though. And look at that. Looks do matter out here. Going to be connecting, taking down 1 from Alpha. As Alpha are going to be making the push up this hill, up this very challenging terrain. They got 3 up. Sam in the kill feed with the Uzi connecting, getting the knock on to Raven, and then Slicky getting the confirm. Frozen looking to get this thirst on the old man and just trying to make sure nobody surprises them.
Definitely. Team Queso also in the circle right now. Oh, nade from the laydown onto Footballless. Oh, that looked like it was about to connect. It doesn't, though, as Footballless have to hold it into the blue zone. This is circle 5 right now, and you can already see it starting to tick hard on these teams.
Gonzo's still alive, just in case you wanted that update. Footballless out here, currently throwing a bunch of grenades out there. Soulcade connected onto Gonzo and Konina Powers. Yep, they're going to be done. Team Queso, though, hearing it. Rom out there getting a little separated from the squad mates, going to be thirsted immediately. So, okay, using bandages, the med situation not looking the best here, and they are far from the next zone. Spring right behind this rock, waiting, biding the time right here.
And here comes the blue.
3. He sees 3 from Alpha.
He sees the 3, but he has no time. He has no time right now, especially considering, look at zone 5. Look at his health bar. It is just getting chunked down right now. Oh, and he knows it. So he puts the shots down.
Oh, the suppressed. That's going to be down. Kato.
You might go down just due to the blue zone right now.
So Faker knows exactly where they are, but Faker's like, hey, you can take shots on one of us, but you can't take shots on all of us. And We're going to be making our way on up the hill. Oh, the play zone, though.
All you got to do is get him low. All you got to do is get him low and let the play zone do the work right now. So I love the fact that Spring, in that trade, the second he heard bullets, he instantly went for cover. And just like that, Spring was able to get two kills onto Alpha Legends right now. And he's trying to get the last member up.
Spring's healing game is on point right now. Talk about the healing game. I mean, look at all the people. You got Pedro, you got Slick, you got J7.
Oh, that's it. The zone. Look at the
zone.
zone.
Uphill, yeah, it slows you down. And yeah, but like you mentioned, he was able to get 2, right, from Alpha. So I guess it's a win. It's a win.
Yep, and for those of you guys that are just kind of tuning in to competitive comp, PUBG Mobile, you know, when you have that blue zone closing in on you, it hurts really bad, but once it actually centers out and goes to the next circle, it ticks for even more damage right here. And once you get to zone 5, zone 6, you cannot stand to be in the blue zone for any time at all. And look at Loops having to make the push out in the open. Great turn onto Yala.
Yeah, and they saw Team Queso earlier on. Remember, they let Team Queso kind of, you know, slip on out of their grasp, and now it seems like Team Queso are going to be right behind them with that duo. And a Nas from Yala. Here comes Loops trying to get the confirms, trying to get the thirst. And they got 6 kills so far. They're going to be going for that wide. Yeah, wide rotate. I mean, what are your thoughts on that one?
They have no choice. I mean, look at this hill, exactly where it is. They've already committed to go up here. It's already too late to turn around. They're going to have to eat a whole bunch of blue zone damage. And, oh, man, look how much this thing's chunking down, even though they're fully boosted. Federal, gun out. I mean, gun off, just completely full sending it, is able to get into this next circle. But, man, Nova's on the top right now. And, yeah, here come the shots.
Nova immediately spotting out the reposition. And Ananice with the Vector popping up from the rock. Surprise onto Loops. And Loops, they are going to be getting wiped clean right there. Nova, they got 4 up. They got the zone. We still have 5 teams alive in total. But this looks like it might be Nova's game. Next zone does going up. Nova, once again, on the edge. They are going to be overlooking everybody right now.
I don't even think the rest of these teams can get up into this next zone. I don't think they can. Especially considering where Nova's position is right here. This is Nova's game in the bag right now. So I think Nova just needs to focus on getting as many kills as they can and making sure they do not fall off of this mountain.
Yeah, don't fall off. Don't fall off. Note to self, don't fall off. And I like how they're all kind of, you know, splitting up. She-Fan out there trying to make sure nobody's going to be up there to the north to backstab up Federal. Still alive. Mystic and Yala, they need to pass off their meds to one another. Lord, looking to get aggressive, looking to maybe get 1 point, and
you just hit a lead.
Blue Zone is going to be taking them down and out. Here comes the Blue Zone. It's starting to shrink. It's going to start to hurt big time here, and we're going to come down to a med-off. Nova up here on the high ground, feeling good. They got 4 up here.
Hands up in the air right now like you just don't care because you're not just a 4-man squad, you're a 5-man squad, especially considering with this blue zone right now. Federal using all the heals he can, and he does secure at least 2nd place, and looks like doesn't get the thirst on the cap.
Oh, no.
That is all Nova.
He could win. Nova. They only got 2. Okay. Nova's getting it. Okay, I was getting really nervous at the end. Oh, man. Nova.
I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, you said you were getting nervous, but I'll tell you one team that wasn't nervous, and that was Nova Esports, especially considering where that circle was, the position they had. I mean, this is what I was talking about, Dave, is that any team, and especially in Sanhok, if you get the right circle, you get the right position, it's an easy dub right there. So being able to see Nova, especially a team that's been kind of struggling so far, to get those kind of points, that's huge. That's huge. Can't wait to see what the Desk has to say after this insane Sanhok match, and we'll find out what they have to say after this quick break from our sponsors. Let's go.
Oh man, riding mountain bike around a volcano is no joke.
Can you believe that? amazing on that mountain!
Driving a motorboat is not easy. Oops. Can I have a drink?
Sure. Enjoy it.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
You know, if you asked me at the start of the day, Jason, do you think Nova's going to take home 2 chicken dinners? I would have said, nah. Maybe 1, because we saw it yesterday, but they get themselves a second on Sanhok in such a good position as well. 7 and Glitter, we have to be so proud of them. I mean, that at the end for them, a little bit sad they couldn't get the kills, because obviously people are going out of the zone to deny the points, but they had the right position, and they played it perfectly, 7.
This has been a completely different team ever since they put Ken in that team. And I'm so happy to see them get those 2 wins today. That is huge, man. I'm starting to jump in the Nova train. I'm starting to see amazing
Nova
stuff out of
strong.
them. Although, yeah, hashtag Nova Strong in the chat. But to give credit to Nova, they did end up getting the circle. There wasn't a lot of other teams. And something that you even mentioned there, Jason, towards the end, is that they were trying to get that last kill. It almost backfired because you can't be messing around when Loop's still alive. It almost backfired a little bit, but Loop's being able to get those 6 placement points, I think that was good too. Team Kessel, one team that we really haven't seen much of lately. Them getting those 5 points are it's good. It's good. They've been so quiet that it's going to go ahead and be really good for them. Actually, 15 points total. I meant 5 points in regards to kill points alone. And then some of the other ones be for Esports, Jala Esports are starting to become, in a way, my gatekeeper because they have just stepped it up a lot more, getting those 10 points. And then Football is the team that I pick. Listen, they made up for it because they got 5 kills. So I'm cool with the Glitter.
Yeah, that was just unlucky placement. They were having really good fights up until that point, so at least, you know, they got you a couple more on the board there, 7. And then moving on to the second page here. Once again, we're seeing SWAT 69 higher up in the rankings. They're starting to get more kills and more placement points. They're being a little bit more consistent. We just need them to just do that one little extra step of aggression more to kind of get themselves in a safer position than where they are right now. And then I think kind of the surprises that down there at the bottom of the list are Cloud9 and Dream Eaters and Team Umbra all going out very, very early on.
You guys jinxed Cloud9. Just saying.
I know, because we even said going into it that like this, we had already picked our picks, and it was going to be hard having it to be a back-to-back wins. That Jason and I both knew that was going to be difficult.
I think they just didn't want to do it for us. I think they're like, you know, forget Glitter, forget Jason. We don't want to give them another chicken dinner. Let's look at the damage, though, as we see coming in for Nova Esports. 1,100 done. Again, not too much damage, not too much healing, but they did close out these kills here, Glitter. I mean, you see the 8 kills and the 7 knockouts. They're at least able to be aggressive, which is so weird because in the interview, they said they were going to be less aggressive and playing more for placements. So
I think part of that has to do with the fact, it's almost like, I feel like they found a hybrid, right? So I think in the early to mid game, they're making smarter decisions. They're not taking those early rushes, which we've seen them do in the past. And that's like the portion of the game where they're playing for placements. Then they get themselves far enough into the game where they can start taking those engagements and then using their aggression into their favor at that point. This is their second win. Both of their wins today were with 8 kills. This is already significantly better than we saw them do the past 2 days alone. I don't know where this team came from, but I love it. I love that they're finally finding confidence. There's no way it's just one person. Everybody has to gel, you know?
It's Cat. It's Cat. I'm telling you, it's Cat. It makes a huge difference. And on top of that, when you get a win and the confidence starts going on, because I know She-Fan told me that the confidence of the whole team was going up after that big win yesterday. Oh, it's a whole different team now, and it's one that's it's gonna be scary. They go ahead and continue to keep this team and improve. Because remember, Cat, this is only the second day that Cat's playing with that team. If they're able to go ahead and get their chemistry together even more, be able to go ahead and call out even better for each other, oh, it's gonna be a scary team.
I mean, okay, so assuming Seven's right, I'm not gonna take sides in this. I'm gonna be the mediator between. If one player can have that big of an impact on a team, I wonder if you take, Adder out of Cloud9, you take Carrillo out of Loops, how does the team fare without them? That's something maybe just for some food for thought for you guys to kind of think about. Let's take a look though at our do moments from our 4th match of the day. Obviously, we can talk about quite a few of these as well. But I mean, we can't deny we've seen a massive improvement for Nova with the addition of Cat here in the last 2 days. My question is, can they continue to play as well with him? And will they continue to get better, Seven? Like, what's the limit for them?
I sure hope so, man. Like, that's one thing that I'm really hoping they kind of go ahead and keep this team, especially with the performances they have put out. And something to mention that we keep referring to the interview. Guess what? The interview was before they even played with Cat. So that might have been the strategy that we're trying to work with that team when it was still there. But now with this addition of Cat, one of the best Chinese players out there, are you kidding me? This is just an insane addition for this team. And if they are able to go ahead and continue to play together, if they're able to improve on their chemistry, because I think that's huge, and if they're able to carry this momentum and get more wins, guess what? The confidence is just gonna keep on going up. They're gonna become more aggressive. And something I've always been talking about Nova is how much better they are when they are aggressive.
Ooh. That B4 just blowing up KP's boat right there in the water, that was very unfortunate for Canadian Power. That's not exactly the way you wanted to go out. I also loved, we saw it a little bit earlier in this highlight clip, but I loved the kill coming out of Tixie in the water. That was just super unfortunate for that other player. But Footballist, this was another team that I think, everybody was expecting to do well on this map. And like we said, they did get 5 kills. So they were playing very aggressively early on. They just unfortunately did get caught out and they weren't able to kind of finish up with those placement points as well. But they are a team that's been very consistent in the aggression side of things anyways, Seven. So I'm not surprised that they're starting to kind of pick it up here at the end of the day.
Yeah, now that I'm actually able to see the do moments there, I enjoyed that Federal was even trying to go for that kill. He did end up getting picked off. He was almost able to get that extra point for his team. So impressive from Federal to be able to do that.
I mean, I think my highlight of that was the battleships we had going on with Canadian Power out in the water here, and Dave, commentated on that, trying to act as if a submarine captain. He's still not going to take my commissioner position. I'm sorry, Dave. It's not going to happen. Let's take a look, though, at the total damage from that last match and see who did reign supreme when it came to Sanhok, and see those numbers up there on the screen for you guys at home. And you can see it's pretty even through quite a few different teams. I'd say between 5, 6, maybe even 7 teams in there. We saw relatively equal damage. It wasn't leaning towards one way, but you can already see one team in particular, Glitter, that we haven't talked about much or haven't been able to talk about much because of recent performances is Queso.
And it's nice to finally see them up here in the top 3 position. Not only that, but they still put out a decent amount of damage. 5 kills, almost 800 damage. They're a team that we've seen in the past have some very, very strong games. And then, they kind of just fell off here a little bit for us, Seven. And I think that was something that you were kind of bummed about because you had expected them to be doing a little bit better. And they showed us a glimmer of that, but couldn't stay consistent. So I think this is just an overall really big boost for their mentality.
Yeah, and I think it's something that they needed to kind of get them out of the rut to kind of restart the engine in a way, because we've been seeing a lot of last places or a lot of team finishes, 14, 15 plays, 16 plays, and that's just something that maybe they don't even expect out of themselves. And just with the same thing that can work for a team when they get a win, it's gonna boost their confidence. Well, guess what? When you don't win, it's gonna go ahead and harm your confidence, and you might not be able to feel as confident as you used to when you did better. But overall here, as we're seeing the performances, I believe this might be the performances for the whole tournament. Some players have been very consistent. Remember, at one point at the start of the tournament, Axel was the only player that was showing up for them. Look how much Ayala, I think we have to give credit to that, even though they haven't been performing overall. Ayala and Marco being able to step it up, and also Mystic. Overall, the team is now starting to collectively have the same stats, which is good. But I feel like this team is one of those teams that just has so much potential. I want to see more out of them, and hopefully with them in a way having a secure place now to league finals, they can maybe try new stuff going into the next week of league play.
I mean, the thing is, for me, as we take a look at the overall standings, is there's a lot of teams out there that right now that could be playing just to improve their own game. I mean, you have Cloud9 and Loops trying to battle for the #1 position to make sure they can get the 50K. But if you're Team Unique right now in 10th place, you're safe. You have 226 points. Everyone in the top 10 is like 1,000% safe. There's no way any of them are going to be knocked out when we get into the final Super Weekend. So for me, it's about maybe they're trying to adapt their style a little bit, try a couple of things out that they normally wouldn't do if they had to play for getting into the Super Weekend, and maybe see if that's something they can transition to coming into League play, Glitter. At least that's my opinion on it.
No, I couldn't agree any more with that, especially like you said, for all of these teams that are at this point 100% making it through into finals, specifically even the Super Weekend, because that's probably your next Super Weekend will be like your last opportunity to see the most likely pool of teams that you're going up against. Try some of the crazier strategies, potentially take fights with teams that you've been avoiding this whole time strictly because you didn't think they might not play out in your favor, and something like that, because you won't want to take those risks. You won't want to take those engagements when it comes to finals. So the final Super Weekend is going to be your last opportunity, especially with how many games we do over the Super Weekend, to test out any of those new strategies or take those risks.
Well, you can see SWAT 60 enjoying their performances. I was going to say Nova keeps going up that leaderboard. And then SWAT 69, I know for you and I, Jason, they've just been so disappointing, man. We thought they were even going to maybe go and challenge UDR killers that aren't even playing this weekend. But that's just the performances they're putting out here. And I'm not trying to be toxic or anything, but it's just very underwhelming. I expected a lot more out of that team.
I mean, they are playing better today at least than they were at least on day one. I mean, they got 1 point in first game, 6 points in the second game, 7 in third, and 4th in the last. So they're improving. I mean, they got 13 points total, and they have, I think that's 18, if I can do my math correctly, coming into today. So they've gotten better, but it's not enough, for them to threaten UDR killers. And now the thing is, they have to hope to requalify and kind of hope UDR killers does it, unless they can chase maybe who currently sit in 15th place, which is going to be even harder because they're above 100 points in. But you know what? Time will tell how things will work out when we get into that third Super Week, and obviously the league play that has to come before it. For now, we're going to, again, show you what you're missing out in the Royale Pass Season 14. If you haven't picked it up just yet, do it now, and you can watch the video to help make you want to buy it even more. Now it's time to take a look at the schedule for the last time here in our second Super Weekend. We still have one more to come up next weekend, so make sure you don't miss out on that yet again. But you can see here going into our last playthrough of Erangel today. And we talked to, what is it, J7 in the interview that Claris was doing, saying that's one of their best maps when it comes to fragging power. We'll see if that can come true here in the last time they're going to play it today. But let's get into our predictions. I think I'm going to start things off, actually. I'm going to be a little bit crazy here. I'm going to change things up a little bit because I already went with Cloud9. I already went with B4, Loops, Footballist.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling PK today, to be honest. So I'm actually going to go for Tempo Storm.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why as well. I feel like this is maybe the chance for Tempo to step up here in this last game of the day.
Oh, I like it. I respect it. Hey, they have had good performances, and I was going to pick them too, but they just kind of really underperformed there in Sanhok for me. So, Glitter, who do you got?
Oh, come on.
I picked him yesterday, and I'm sticking with him again today because I know that they have the power to do well, and they've been doing way better overall today, so we're going with Wildcard.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I second that pick. Wildcard too. Hopefully we don't jinx them here. I think Wildcard, they've just been performing so well. I'm going based on data here. And today too, they have had maybe one of their best days so far in Super Weekend, so I cannot wait to see maybe pull off that win, do that clutch factor that they had to do in that last week of league play, and pull off an amazing win, or at least a lot of kills.
It's fine. It's fine you guys don't believe in my pick of Tempo, because when I win, it's to make it that much sweeter. So get out of here. We don't want to hear that wildcard stuff anymore up in here on my show. No, I'm just kidding. It's not my show, and Wildcard have done well. I'll give them that. And you guys at home, if you're watching, remember, you can still be earning points this entire time as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. The top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards. If you haven't done it yet, do it now. You still have a chance to make it into there if you start today. Don't start tomorrow. Start right now. What's stopping you? It's time to bring in our commentators. For the last time today, we've got Hot Jukes. And we got Mustache Dave. And Mustache Dave looks like he's already praying for a good match here. I'm curious, what are you praying for? To take my commissioner spot?
Dude, I'm praying for you to stop questioning my submarine abilities and skill set. All right, man? Relax. Relax, Jason. You're getting carried away out here.
I mean, you know submarines go underwater, right? Not on top of the water. That's a boat.
Talking to me?
Yeah,
Put it this way, this man's
you want a
so on point,
commissioner
every
who can't
sandwich
even
you make
listen
is a
to you when you
sub
talk to him? Do you guys really want that? Nah, not happening. Hot Jukes. I did love to see Kaneda Power there battling with the battleships at the end. That was, or not the end, during Sanhok. That was really cool. But as we go to Erangel, we have Nova. They've stepped up a ton today. Cat has been a fantastic addition to the team. I'm curious, as we talked before, Seven said he thinks Cat has helped change the team for the better. Glitter was saying it's more of the team getting the synergy down. I'm curious, what's your guys' thoughts on this?
I think especially considering how their playstyle has been. You see Nova, they've been playing kind of separate. They still work as a unit when it comes to really integrated fights. I just think now with Cat as the addition, I think he's been doing a really good job of being being able to stay alive. And when Nova's able to kind of work as a unit and fire on all cylinders, they could definitely get it done. Honestly, with that last one, with that kind of zone, I think anybody in that position could have won it, but at the same time, though, it's good to see Nova put some big points on the board right when it counts.
What about you, Dave? What's your thoughts on Cat?
Yeah. So what blows my mind really is I asked Shifan yesterday about Cat, and he said that yesterday was their first day playing with them, their first day ever. So for them to be able to have yesterday and then 2 chicken dinners here today, it's actually insane. It's insane.
It's definitely insane. I mean, the 2 chicken dinners, they have to be feeling very good if they can continue this pace going on forward. But as you move on to Erangel, I want to hear your top 3 teams, Hot Jukes, to be looking for here on this map. I don't want to hear your prediction just yet. Just your top 3 teams you think you're going to do well here.
Anytime you're in Erangel, you got to go with Cloud9. That's without a doubt. I think that they have been having a really good performance thus far. I also got to look at Loops. They're very aggressive. They get it done as well. And as the third squad, I honestly think B4 might have a breakout game. I don't know why. I have a feeling in my guts that B4 is going to have a big game here. Regardless, that's not who I'm picking. And I'll tell you here in a second.
Okay, well, Dave, I'm looking towards potentially SWAT69 of having a good game. I feel like, you can obviously give me your opinion on this. How important it is for them to end things on a high note here with a big game. I feel like if you're them, you almost just go flat out aggressive and try to get big points.
But just to be clear, you're picking them for your pick, right? For this game.
I was asking your opinion on SWAT 69.
So in order for Jason to get points, SWAT 69, I think this is their final game of the Super Weekend. Drop on somebody, get the 1-up on them, and get the insta thirst. I mean, hot drop somebody. I know it's not something that we see a lot of, but when it comes to SWAT 69, like you said, we don't know if we're gonna see them here next Super Weekend, so they might as well go out with the bang.
All right, well, Dave.
Jason.
Let's go.
Great pick, Jason. Yeah.
Let's hear your prediction. They already saw my prediction, so it's not working, guys. What's your prediction?
I'm going wild card. You're going SWAT 69. What are you going, Jukes?
I think I'm going to go with Footballists. So, that's a team that I think is going to win it. And I'm really proud of you, Jason, to be able to pick SWAT 69, especially considering how they've been performing so far. So, really great job.
Good pick.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave's last cast here on the World League West Season 0. But why don't they take it away here on Erangel now?
Here we go. Last match of the evening of week number 2, the Super Weekend. Let's go. Taking it over to Erangel, the map of map, the king of them all. This is the one that every single team just kind of hopes to play on because at the end of the day, they've had the most experience on it right here. So I wonder, are we going to have a troll circle this time to finish off week 2 of the Super Weekend? Or is it going to be, back to basics right here? I don't know. Regardless, I'm hyped up. Let's go.
Super Weekend! Let it go, let it rip, and we're gonna have a solid plane starting on over there in Georgia Pool, and we'll be ending over there just south of Kameshki. Things are looking pretty solid. 24 karat gold right now, Hot Jukes.
Let's get it going right here. This is going to be a great drop for the likes of Wildcard since they go Severny. Of course, Cloud9. All these squads are going to be in a really good position for this first circle. Now, it's going to hurt, I think, B4 a little bit since they normally like to go to military. At the same time, though, I mean, they have all... This is the map where they have every contingency plan. All these squads do. So I think right now I'm just interested to see where this first circle is going to drop.
Hopefully military base.
That would be troll, especially considering where this playing path is. That would be ridiculous.
We're going to find out here in just a moment. Nova, they're going to be right on top of a football list. Okay, so I won't be getting that circle. Looks like it's going to be going up there to the north. And I mean, I picked wild card, so honestly, I should be pretty happy with this zone. I mean, they're going to be in it. They're going to be favored, and it's going to be easy street for them as long as no one pushes on top of them early.
Yep, you're right. This is their perfect zone right here. And every time I see this circle, a little part of me inside just wants to see the Zarky end. You know, it's so rare. I think personally in my entire career of playing PUBG Mobile, both public matches and the little time I played comp, I think I've only seen Zarky circles. I can count them probably on one hand. So, if I were to see that now, I would just explode with joy. Regardless, though, I mean, this is a great zone, I think, for a lot of teams.
Exploding with joy. Get the hashtag trending out there. That's what Hot Jukes wants to see. SWAT 69, Jason's squad. Already going to be taking some shots on the B4 out there, just making sure to scare them away. B4 right now, right between both SWAT 69 and Team Queso, just trying to survive. Pedro on that 3-seater bike. Nothing to their name. Nothing.
Yeah. Not a single item so far, but he looks like he is going to upgrade, though, from that 3-seater onto a dossier. Hopefully they're able to find a spot and get looted up quickly. But man, yeah, Jason picking SWAT 69, honestly kind of surprised. Surprised for him to see him do that. But you know what? I like the fact that he gave them a chance.
Yeah, and that's what the commissioner should do, right? Always give everybody a chance and cheer for. I mean, they had game 3? They had a bunch of damage, and I honestly felt like they were picking it up as well. Picking up that steam. And with this being their final game, I'm hoping they make some moves. Because who knows? Like the desk mentioned, who knows if they'll be here next Super Weekend? I mean, it's going to be a challenge once again.
And they have to make it, I think. I think it's no choice right here. And I think it's going to be huge just on the grounds that since they are playing these matches, they're going to be way more warmed up and prepped coming into these next the weekdays that are going to be coming up right here. And that's only 2 days of matches. So those are going to be extremely critical for them regardless. They got to have a pop-off match right here if they want to kind of feel at least comfortable going into next week.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And looking on over here, Halls didn't really get the opportunity to fire their gun much last game. Yep, going to be swimming, but this time around has a DP. That DP is loaded. It is locked. It is ready to go. It's ready to let it rip. Kowalski tossing about 2 mollies on into that second story. Will be forcing Halls to continue going for the jukes and the jives, and their position compromised. The pre-fire coming on out, opening the door. Halls with the DP, trying to unload it onto the 2 members right now of Loops, and the BM spray down. The BM confirmed right there. I mean, 1 versus 4, and those 4 Loops, I don't know if you can make it out now alive.
I was about to say, he had a DP. I think you needed a DP and Gandalf's staff right there, and I think you would have still had a tough time, was considering how well Loops has been doing right here. And that's what it pains me to see that from Umbra. They like to do that, kind of split loot strategy off the get-go. I just think that maybe they need to try kind of mixing it up a little bit as far as, either going 2-2 or doing a split loot that's a little closer together. Because if you get caught out, especially for that long, yeah, there's nothing you're going to be able to do in that situation. You're just going to be down a member early.
Listen, the dude needed a BRDM with a rocket launcher. Let's be real.
That's true. And a helicopter.
And a helicopter. Needed the helicopter to be flying with the BRDM carrying on it, and then the rocket launcher is just auto shooting out the sides. I mean, only explosions can really take out Loops. I mean, I really haven't seen Loops lose an actual gunfight. It's always the explosions, the fire. I mean, they're the Ice Kings. They're the Ice Kings out here.
I think so. I mean, and you know why? Because they're cold, man. They're cold as ice when it comes to cold. When it comes to making plays at the end game. There's just so much pressure on all these teams. There's a life-changing amount of money on the line right now, and considering that you were in the final stages coming closer, you got a lot of teams that are nearby you in points. For Loops to still have just insane games, insane performances, and just ridiculous plays at this stage, it's just so impressive.
Oh, that Corrijo trying to maintain that MVP role. Oh, yeah. 1 more week to go. MVP.
10 grand.
10 grand. Okay, this is always my question. If you're the MVP, okay, I know you're on a squad, but do you share the money? Do you split the money with everybody else? Or you're like, nah, I'm the MVP. I'm the one with the $10,000. I'm the one with the trophy. You guys help me. Thanks for being on my team, but Hot Jukes, I mean, you were on a team. Like, would you share the money?
I think it depends on what you're looking to do, right? So at the same time, if you go ahead and get the MVP and you don't share, you're the MVP, right? You're getting the money. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you do share, you are now the MVP of your team as well. That's for sure. Look at that old man getting the knock onto Ayala really quick. Oh, tough break for Team Queso. But yeah, going back to that, if you share that money, you are by far the MVP in multiple ways. So I guess it depends on how much you want that title.
So you don't have to. I guess you would say you don't have to share it because you are the MVP. But if you want to be the MVP of the squad with your teammates, then you should share it.
Sharing is caring. You know, I always say that. So if you want to go ahead and split that loot amongst your teammates, that's definitely going to, I think it's going to build a lot of synergy, a lot of trust, I think, and, you know, some love for your squad. So that, for all you know, could be a difference maker in your whole entire team's morale. You know, and it can help them kind of rally behind you. And especially considering that, guess what? 10 grand, I mean, that's a lot of money. At the end of the day, though, with globals coming up, there's a lot more money that's going to be on the line for sure. So, I mean, comparing to how much money can be made, it sounds ridiculous, but 10 grand, it's just pennies in the bucket considering how much these insane prize pools that PUBG Mobile is putting on. Man, it's just...
Well, then that's what I would tell the team. I'm like, team, it's pennies in the bucket, guys. I'm just going to keep the 10 grand. I'm just going to keep the 10 grand. It's pennies in the bucket, team. I got 5 kids, all right?
That's
you
the
understand.
argument.
You understand.
You know, bounce it back and forth right there. You said, hey, man, I tried hard, dog. Come on.
It's pennies in the bucket. You heard Hot Juice.
A couple pennies, you know?
Just a couple pennies, guys. Not that big of a deal. Beowulf out here trying to get some of these couple pennies. Trying to get those pennies. So, okay. One of the top players from Footballist. Anybody, ask anybody. They'll tell you that. So, okay, going to be caught off guard right now. Pyra going to be making the pull-up with the buggy. Oh, see you later. Oh, it's actually, what is going on? Pyra trying to jump on into the water, get that drop shot. Talk about the highlight play.
Man, look at that. You can see Spray getting a quick shot right there. Not sure exactly what happened. Bayo, yeah, you saw, you know, Solke. He wanted some pennies, but Bayo said, I ain't got no change right now. And he got a really good knock. And you can see the rest of football is just trying to collapse and get their teammates up. It's just not working for them right now. Cloud9, they do not want to let them get away with this.
I mean, I like the teamwork. I like the teamwork, the communication for them to all pile on and attempt to get their survive. Honestly, Pyra right there losing their vehicle, that's going to set Cloud9 back just a little bit for this push, for this aggressive thirst that they want to get right now. Uneven, tossing some grenades.
Definitely see right now Cloud9 are just holding this position. They know it's Footballist. Footballist is pretty high up on the leaderboards right now, so I think they want to take him out. But look, this is why I think Cloud9 is one of the best teams right now when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. The circle hard shifted away from them, even though this could be some pretty simple kills for them. They opt for the blue zone over everything. Quick disengage. Not a lot of teams could do that right there.
It's that spoiler, man. That spoiler makes this Dacia faster, confirmed, but is it going to be fast enough? No. Oh, Unique with the bridge camp. Going to be connected onto 2. Make that 3 members from Cloud9. Unique with the plays right here. Cloud9, they only got 1 up.
Unique waiting for that bridge camp, and this is so rare right here. I think that is why Cloud9 just kind of full sent it into this position. They did not expect Team Unique to be here by any means, especially at this stage in the game. I think you would have seen almost every single top squad would have left that position and just gone on over into circle, but Unique, they just kind of held out. And this time, it ended up paying off for them.
Unique with the unique plays, all right?
And they got some unique loot right now from Cloud9.
Unique loot, yep. Unfortunate for them, they blew up that unique Dacia with the spoiler, but you know what? Spoils of war. You know, it happens. It happens. They got 3 kills. Nova! 2 chicken dinners here today. Nova Cat in the house. Second day ever playing with Nova Cat. And they are just, they're zooming. They're zooming up there. I mean, talk about investing into some stocks. I'm investing into Nova today, tonight, right now.
Here they go. You know, could this be the 3-peat? Could it be the turkey right now for chicken dinners right now? That would be just crazy.
We haven't had a turkey yet. We haven't had a turkey yet.
And if Nova does it before anybody else, oh my goodness. I mean, that's a tale of legends right there. And for it to happen with Nova Cat on the squad right here.
You saw Cat's picture? He's meowing. You saw his hands?
He is meowing. Yes. Is it meowing or roaring?
I think a cat. I don't
could be a big cat.
Roars. Oh, true. I guess. Felines. I'm not a cat person, so I don't know. Not gonna lie.
Interesting right here. So I want to see how that does play out in Nova's favor right there. Now, Cat is a player from the East right there. He's played on some big teams prior. So just to see that kind of shift rotation and to have this success with the new teammates, got to give this whole squad a lot of confidence. Look at Raven.
What do you think about Raven right now? What do you think about these shots? What do you think?
I think Raven needs to throw that 2x on the floor and never look back. That's my opinion. You know, I hate the 2x, but other than that, you know, Raven, I mean, this man is got so much skill. This is just my pure opinion. You know, these guys know what they're doing right here, and yeah, just trying to put the pressure on a footballist.
Jagger the Fragger turned into Jagger the designated driver here. We saw him with that buggy, ready to go, awaiting to see where this next zone takes him. Wild card, I mean, this is real interesting. I'll get your take. I mean, they dropped Severny. They moved out, and now look at that. Severny right in the middle, Jukes.
Wild card right now. They got to be just kicking themselves.
What happened
right now? They wanted to go for a rotation that they felt was a little bit more central zone. I don't blame them, especially because this is part of the game right here. You just kind of have to play, you know, you have to look in the crystal ball and just try to assume where this circle's going to go. And yeah, sometimes it just doesn't pay off. You try to play that aggressiveness and try to get that prediction going. But yeah, wild card, they just ended up right in their original drop location. So you can see right now, they're trying to make a return on over. The one thing they do have their advantage, though, is that they know this side of the map really well.
Well, I hope they have their receipt because that crystal ball, it did not show them the way. They are going to have this edge. Like you said, they're going to be making their way on in, popping on over here to Team Queso Mystic. Hopefully that Dacia is going to be insured because it's going to be taking a lot of damage from that rock, from that big, giant boulder. And you got the Knights out here. They are set up. They are in the trees. They're going to be spotting the push, the rotate.
Wild card,
wild card.
Full send to get back to their house. And they get there safely. So insane. What a big rotation for wild card. It just happened to just pay off for them right there.
I just saw Hall's helicopter right there. He parked it back there. Remember Hall's from earlier on with Loops?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, we getting some fights. Lord, taking little shots, little warning shots right there on the Lutz. Lutz, I saw that AKM Iron sight. Iron gonna be spraying that one down. Lutz chunked down quite well. Lord forced to pull back and heal on up as well. We've seen the kill feed. Yalazana fragging out onto Slicky. Zero inside the shack is gonna be safe. Calling for that revive. Lord popping on out, making sure the push is not gonna be occurring. And here comes revive.
Yeah, you can see right now, football is just using some good synergy right there. Their teammates are just throwing some smokes, and it looks like they're doing that in order to get Lutz back over to his squad. I really like their position, considering that it is a really good solid dip, but they got B4 in the back. They're partying. Lutz
Laying a
in
rip.
the house.
Laying a rip. Lutz in the house.
Supporting his team.
That's what you're saying. Lutz is in the house. Here, my M4. Run away in terror. Anas, lean peek in that door. Huge grenade from Lord, taking down Lutz. And the remainder of footballers, the 3 up, are going to be right in that dip across the street. Anas's position compromised by one of the members from Team Queso having sight lines onto them. So they might not be able to get this thirst.
That might be the opportunity. Will we have a repeat of yesterday's match where footballers did some crazy smokes and their team was able to cross the road and get picked back up? I'm not sure if it's going to happen right now, especially they got B4 behind them. Man, footballers, they're just pinned right now.
Pinned. They're pinned. And amidst that chaos, you know, wild card, they were able to secure themselves a solid position. And here comes the play. Yeah, it looks like they want to get this revive onto Lutz. And Lobzin going to be taking some shots onto Maxon out there from B4. So
they're going to get the pickup.
They got the 2-2. They got the 2-2 split. Here comes the pickup.
Oh,
Anas going to be cooking his grenade, going to be tossing that right on into the doorway. We'll be putting a stop to the revive onto Lutz. And now Rom really low in the shack.
Anas has got another one locked and loaded right here. Will he be able to thread the needle through the window?
Through the window?
If he does hit it. Oh, he missed it.
In the smokes.
Hit the wall. Yeah. And it looks like Rom, he's cocking a nade of his own right now. Trying to throw one back at him.
Look at this. Rom's like, look at this. AZ, though, pinned in the corner. Tempo with 3. Tempo 1 kill so far. They're going to be making their way on into Severny, claiming a building for themselves. We see Sheepman
shots.
Retreat right now. HZL holding it down, but the grenade onto HZL. HZL spotted, tagged, and almost bagged. Spec going to be following up with this one, trying to get the thirst, trying to get the confirm. And look at the chaos. Team Queso pushing onto the other members of Nova and up to Sheepman. Sheepman trying to stand their ground. You got 3 members from Team Queso pushing the pre-fire. Axel AKM out of here. Nova not going to get that turkey.
Love to see those plays though from Team Queso, playing it safe, jump shot, pre-firing corners just in case right there, paying it off big time for them. Now they got to deal with Tempo Storm. Look at all these teams rotating into the zone, Dave. Oh my gosh, it's chaos in Severny.
It is crazy. Konina Powers are doing donuts around Severny, getting the attention of everybody. Team Queso, Tempo Storm, everybody's gonna be taking shots. Becker connecting on to SWAT 69 with the vehicle explosion. That's Jason's squad. They're gonna be hurting.
Poor Jason right now has got to be feeling really tough right now. SWAT 69 are in big trouble. Mystic with the DP trying to get it done as well. Big shots coming out from all these teams right here. They got squads everywhere, Dave.
Bale. Is Bale the last one alive for Cloud9?
He is.
Out there.
And that's a good location. That's actually a really good spot right there. So he's just trying to get as many points for his squad right here. I'm going to be really interested to see exactly where he ends up placing. But here comes Yala with the Uzi. Pre-firing on a football list.
Football list.
Football list.
Football list. Okay, going for that revive. Okay, revive successful, but zero. Anas trying to get the flank, trying to get the sandwich, right now. 3 up from Yala. They got 2 kills so far. 0. Uzi on that second story. They're going to be keeping football as pinned down for the time being, and this is on the edge of the zone. Nobody's behind them. Everybody else is inside Severny right now.
I mean, where else can you go? They're just trying to get any cover that they can, and this is just an insane match so far. Look at all these teams just kind of bunched up together. Footballists are holding the edge right now, but this zone has shifted onto this side right here. Look at this, Pittsburgh Knights versus Loops.
Pittsburgh Knights. J7, DP, Carrillo spotted behind that buggy. Gonna be tagged, and here comes the push. Loops, they're not gonna be giving up. Becker tossing the smoke. Becker wants to get this revive, but J7's going to be baiting this one out, going to be prepping this grenade, tossing that right onto Becker's head. That could be good. The bounce.
So close.
Here comes another one.
The red zone, though, from Pittsburgh Knights. They're going to throw all the kit they have here. They want to take out Loops the best they possibly can. 7 going for the quick revive onto Carnage. It's going to be close. They do. 7 connects onto Carrillo. That's the best player so far in this tournament. Take it out right there. So now it's up to Loops, the 3-man squad, to get it done.
They got 3. But they got 7 kills. They're feeling good. Kowalski going to be popping up with that Scar, just pre-firing on into the smokes. Going to be spotting out Vindex all the way downtown on the edge of the blue zone. Oh, Carnage is alive right now. Carnage with the double knock grenade onto Loops. Only one up for Loops.
And here comes Carnage with the Uzi in hand, ready to get those hip fires and get the flush onto Loops. Only 1 member up left. You know he's got to be on the run. PK, they're out for blood right now.
Raven with the wraparound, trying to cut off the snakehead. Oh, vehicle explosion from Dadden is going to be chunking down Raven, but there goes Loops. And who is Footballist coming for that third party? They are sending it on over the hill. We see J7 with the DP able to connect onto 1. Rom is going to be down. Solke with the final blow. The M4. Jagger. M16 instantly spotted. Done!
Pittsburgh Knights, not like this. Not after that insane play right there. Footballist with a quick rotation. Oh, it's not over yet. Look at this. This is starting to get, this is just the beginning.
Footballist, they saw that and they're like, yeah, boys, let's go. Let's go, boys. They went.
Full set, perfect time right there. Was able to catch Pittsburgh Knights off guard after such a huge play from Carnage right there. It's got to be a tough break for PK, but man, we still got a lot of match left over as these squads are just trying to hold this position right here as this circle is starting to collapse on all of them.
Oh, Lavison, vehicle explosion. We see some mollies coming on out right now from Unique onto Maxon, keeping Maxon pinned down. Annalise just firing on into these windows with the AKM, trying to inflict as much damage as possible on the B4, but Acer coming up for that backstab, going for that spray down, getting that confirm onto Maxon. Now B4, they only got 2 up. They got the smokes. They're going to be pushing. They're going to be right, lock and loaded in the middle, in the smokes between Unique and both wildcards. Sam cooking this grenade, tossing that grenade. Lightning going back down to the first floor. Sam's going to be spotted though. Acer, clutch revive right now. Clutch revive.
Quick revive coming out from Acer right now as Wildcard is just trying to get this reset and press. It looks like he's the only one up, but they got B4, Unique. All these teams going at it right now. Here comes Acer for the third party by himself.
Battered down. Acer trying to survive, going for that spray on over that broken wall, trying to get the thirst, trying to get the confirmed. Memphis still alive. Uzi in hand. All 3 members right here from Unique done. Frozen on the coast right now, trying to provide the support, the anchor position for the squad, but can't do nothing about it. Going for a swim. Konina Powers was third party in that one. So yeah, now it's all up to Frozen for placement points.
What else could you do, though? Look at this circle, Dave. We said it earlier, right? Was he going to have a good old-fashioned zone, or we're going to have a troll one? It looks like that's exactly what he got, as this circle is wide out in the open in between all of these teams right here. Oh, my goodness. This is the worst situation for Wildcard. Can they hit a big knock onto Tempo to open up the door? Tempo does not want to leave this door open at all.
Everybody's going to need a good old-fashioned after this game. This is crazy. We get that hard shift out there to the west. Smoke's going to be coming on out from Wildcard. Wildcard, they know they need to make the push, but they also know there's still an enemy out there on the coastline. They know if they push on out, they might get taken out. Axel from Team Queso going for that spray down. Team Queso still with 3 up, 3 kills so far.
Oh, this could be a big game for Footballists as they are in this circle, the only team that's actually in it, and the rest of the squads have to run out in the wide open and deal with all the surrounding teams right here. Sam, I think he's just going to go opt for the heel off right now. There's no way he can cross the street. If Sam crossed the road, he's gone.
What happens when the Sam crosses road? Well, probably another point going on over to Tempo Storm. Tempo repositioning, smokes out everywhere. Team Queso using these smokes to get more into a better centralized position. They're going to be using that dip for cover. Axel, anchor position, taking shots out there onto Footballists. Footballists are still alive. Tenta behind this sheet metal gate, going to be squaring off against Axel. We'll be getting the quick flick on the Axel, chunking down Axel to about 50% HP. Axel gonna be purpose grenade, gonna be tossing that grenade right past Tenta's head. Tenta right between the RV and the sheet metal wall. Can they continue to survive? Meanwhile, Tenta is in their own engagement. Tempo sending 2. HH and Spec going right on into the middle. Lavison from Footballists spotting them out.
Look at this, 1v1.
Oh, Axel with the spray down. Oh, there you go. Tensa, such a strong player for Tempo Storm. Instantly thirsted by Axel.
Man, you can just see right now Tempo, they're grouped up together, smokes going out, full lay down, engage. Nothing that the rest of these squads can do, just try to hold their position. HH2
revenge!
The revenge onto Axel, said, you killed my buddy? Well, I'm gonna kill you right now. But man, look at this, Team Queso, Tempo Storm, they are stuck wide out in the open right next to each other.
Frozen is still alive as well, just watching this, like, going crazy right now. 4 teams remaining. Lavison from Footballists has his rock, has his boulder to work with. Here comes a care package right on top of Solke and in between Team Queso. Marco extremely low, going for a revive. This is so risky, my goodness.
What else can you do right now? If you're wide in the open, just try to survive the best you can right here. This is one of the toughest zones for all these teams. Frozen, he's got a big off angle right here. Oh, this could be huge for Tempo if he's able to get those shots onto them. That crate drop is going to be huge as it adds level 3 gear and another position for cover. And you can see Lava's in the wide open, gets caught for Frozen on the off angle.
Oh no, Frozen connecting onto Lavson. That could spell disaster for Footballists. Now Frozen tossing some grenades right onto the duo from Tempo. Team Queso trying to fish them out as well. They see the smokes, they have a good indicator on where they might be hiding. It's coming down to it. The calm before the storm.
4 teams left. 4 teams.
Oh, vehicle
he
explosion!
Actually gets the knock. Oh, and there's a vehicle.
Mystic, where are you going?
Oh, the push.
Mystic, where are you going?
Okay, it just pushes up. Oh, that was. I thought we were about to see something really crazy right there. As Mystic reloads that DP, uses that dossier to get some position, and they're trying to finish out Tempo right now.
All right, Mystic swapping on over. Solke getting really aggressive with the Uzi. Has to swap on out, but the risky play not going to be paying off. Footballists taken out, eliminated, 4th place position. Looks like a revive attempt from HH. It's not going to be successful. Frozen is still behind him with the backstab. Frozen is just racking up the points right now as they creep and crawl their way on into the next zone. That grenade from Marco going to be deflected off that burning US. HH pulling back. But remember, Frozen is right behind him.
And he's in the circle. These two squads have to go at it right now. He could be in the perfect opportunity at third party. What is with Team Unique this game? They are like the third party surprise attack kings. They did it under Cloud9 at the start. They bullied Footballers here at the end. And look at this. It's all up to this one member from Team Unique to get them big chicken dinner for his squad. Oh, and here comes the nade. Locked and loaded.
Grenade.
Tossing
it. HH. Oh, right past HH.
So close.
HH saw it. Heard it. It's like, holy camole. Marco, really low with the HP. The MK14. Oh, the spray. The auto on that weapon. Wiped, clean, annihilated. 2v1, Unique.
MK14, So close. The pre-fire coming out. The senses are at peak capacity from Team Queso right here as Frozen's doing his best he can to try and get this spot onto these members here. But I call this gun the Bob Barker. You know why? You could hear it. You could hear this thing scream right here. It does so much damage as Team Queso, they're snaking, spreading out, trying to get the best position they can. Frozen, he's got the nade. Oh, if he doesn't move right now, he's going to get caught.
I don't know if Marco has heals. I mean, they've been in health for some time now. You know what Marco does have? That MK14, the butcher of Erangel.
I'll tell you what, right now, Frozen, he's screaming Polo right now. He's screaming Polo, trying to find Marco as he is trying to get any pixel spot he can. He's only got this little hill for cover, but this zone, it really sued here. It's gonna close completely. So I think that I like Team Queso, how they're split. At the same time, though, it could open the door for Frozen to make a big play.
Frozen's red helmet out here. Oh, the trade onto Mystic. That is huge. Marco, no heals. Has a couple boosts, but there's no time.
Grenade.
Frozen going to be cooking this grenade, tossing that right on top of Marco. Will be putting some damage onto Marco. Here comes the follow-up. Frozen has the HP advantage, has the M4. M4 versus MK14. Frozen trying to get the thirst real quick on the Mystic, not to let this point slip on out of their hands.
Is Mystic giving away his teammate's position, though? That is what's the devastating part right now. He's going to his squad. He should probably just be running up and get all the intel he can. And that's exactly what he does. I think he realized he was getting too close to his teammate, shifted away, and now it's just a snake battle between these last two members. Who's going to win it? The last match of the evening. Frozen.
Marco's repositioning is really good. Frozen is still looking in the wrong direction where he saw the body from earlier on. Marco trying to listen real careful. Frozen gonna be spotting or at least hearing out something over there, getting a little paranoid, gonna be taking some shots. Marco popping up with the MK14! There you go! Get it done! Marco!
Oh my goodness, Marco with the big play, big spot right there. I just think right at the end, Frozen just got lost trying to find out where the rest of those members were. But man, what a crazy, intense game. Team Queso, wow.
MK14, baby. MK14, baby. You love to see it. I mean, Marco, no time to even heal up right there. But regardless, I got to give it to Unique. This game, what was it? Like in Circle 1, they bridged Camp Cloud9, right? They repositioned. We saw Frozen watch his squad mates just get annihilated in front of their face. But instead of getting aggressive and, trying to get that revive, instead, pulling back, playing the waiting game, playing the zone game, and playing that beach so well. I mean, backstabbing tempo as well. Huge game for Unique, Juice.
Huge game. I think that they, speaking of Team Unique, I think they had some unique rotations out there, but it ended up working for them in the end. Great day of games overall. That's going to be it for myself and Mustache Dave. Got to see, of course, what the scoreboard's going to look like as we're going to go back into regular league play. Guys, can't wait to hear what the desk has to say right after this quick break from our sponsors.
the PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we've been asking where Team Queso has been this entire time, and it looks like they decided to show up in the final game of our second Super Weekend. They take home the chicken dinner, make it all so cheesy, and also pulling off that very close 1v1 at the end. What a crazy way to end off our day as well, Glitter. That was super exciting to watch.
That was just a great game, especially at the end. Every single team was playing so well in that final zone that it was just exciting overall to watch. Marco ended up having a little bit better positioning on Frozen, but that was really good, honestly.
And I think for me, this is something that we kind of been expecting out of Team Queso. And for them being able to finally get that win. Today was by far their best day so far, I think, out of all the Super Weekends that we have had so far. And this is great. This is just gonna be such a great confidence booster there for them. And Team Unique, we got to go ahead and give them some shout out, because even my boy Hot Jukes mentioned it. They were just third-partying everybody left and right. And for that player to be able to do that there at the end, that was just so impressive. I think he lost track of where that other player was going to go to, and that was the downfall right there. And some of the other ones, I know Jason's going to be happy about this one with Tempo Storm there in third place. Yeah. There it is.
I think someone entered my score wrong.
They didn't really do that bad.
In the document, I got to, add on those points for myself when I get back to it later on. But yeah, Wildcard did well as well. I mean, you see the 11 points. They didn't have too bad of a game. They, for some reason, really start to show up when it comes to the last Erangel, Glitter.
No, they're definitely starting to pick up some momentum, albeit it's kind of at the end of the Super Weekend. So I think moving forward, what Wildcard needs to work on is starting off a little bit stronger. We've seen them do it in the past. They're more than capable of it. They've bookended with wins before. So that's just something they need to get a little bit more consistent with. And then moving on to the second page here, definitely surprising to see Nova and Cloud9 at the very bottom of this list, considering that up until this last map, they were the only two teams that had down any wins.
Yeah, and I think for me, another one, just mentioning out of that, I think with Nova, just giving them a couple more days, they'll be able to build up more chemistry and be able to just execute a lot better. And then Pittsburgh Knights being able to get 5 kills there. We saw them go ahead and wiped out Loops Esports, which that was super impressive. And I'm receiving reports here by our submarine operator that, Jason, I think you changed your pick to SWAT 69. Is that right? Am I hearing that
Dave
wrong?
is no longer going to be on the show anymore. I'm sorry. I hope you guys did enjoy his commentary. Make sure to don't follow him anywhere. We can see our stats, though, for Team Queso at the end of that last match. You can see 1,500 damage being done. Some decent healing against some kills as well. But the thing is, this team, for me, Glitter, has just been so inconsistent. I mean, I know they're sitting decent in the overall standings, but they haven't been the Team Queso I expected, who have been together for such a long time as a team.
No, and I would agree. And I think that's probably got to be frustrating for them because they know they're capable of so much more. We've seen them do so much more. So maybe they're going to be going back to the drawing board coming into our final week of league play and then the final Super Weekend. Hopefully they can kind of shake up whatever things they need to change, but then keep the good that came out of this game, because this was a much stronger showing for them compared to literally the rest of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, definitely one of their best games. Let's take a look at our do-the-do moments. And I'm assuming we're going to see Team Queso bridge camping Cloud9 as they try to get out of Georgia Pole, and that was a little bit unfortunate for them, but you know what? That's what's going to happen if you try to cross the bridge pretty much at all in this game, 7.
I thought that was awesome to see, man. It goes to show that, hey, bridge camping does work. For anybody out there that plays Classics, try it out yourself. You might be able to actually go ahead and collect some kills there on your name. And then as we're seeing there, Bell just absolutely smacking that dude. And then Acer, Wildcard, being able to get 4 kills considering everything that happened with them. They usually land Severny and they rotate very early. Well, guess what? The final circles start being very close to Severny. And right here, J7, I think with the grenades, J7 that he was able to put out and then also cause some damage on Loops Esports and finish most of those players too. I think they were able to go ahead and SWAT wipe them in regards to Loops Esports. Pittsburgh Knights just got super unlucky because as soon as they were done with that fight, then guess what? Footballers just came in and absolutely smacked them. And as you see, once again, Unique was just kind of gatekeeping people there that were trying to push up to the zone. And then another team that you saw gatekeeping was Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm was able to go ahead and be successful by picking some people here up from Wildcard, Glitter. And then they were able to last very long, considering that I honestly thought they were in a bad position. But Axel, Marco, and I forgot who was the other player from Team Queso. They were able to go ahead and just do really good with what they had on their side.
Yeah, all of the teams rotating out of that one specific area. There was B4, there was Unique, there was Queso, Tempo. Everybody kind of was there in wildcard and getting stuck in these fights. So it was Frozen had managed to get himself all the way on the other side of the zone and was able to start weirdly aggressively asserting him into these fights. We saw at one point that it was actually 2 up from Queso. I think there was 2 up from Tempo, and then a solo from Frozen, and he wasn't afraid of that. He took out a Tempo player. He took out, there were footballist players even earlier than that. He took out a footballist player. Frozen was putting out damage as that solo snake all the way up until the end, and then almost pulled down the win for Unique.
And I want to talk about Tempo a little bit as we take a look at the total damage as well, is because they lost a player really early on, and then they had a really awkward position when we got into some of these later zones, and they went for the super long rotate, going counterclockwise around like 3 or 4 different teams and snuck themselves into a really good position as the zones kind of shifted in their favor. They definitely got, I'd say, a little bit lucky there, but we can see the top 5 teams all doing over 1,000 damage apiece here, 7.
Almost all over, what, 1,500 damage, with Team Queso just being 2 damage away from 1,500. That's insane, man. That's actually, I think that's the most we've seen from just the top 5 situation there. But going to what you were saying in regards to Tempo Storm, I think they played that so well with that long rotation, and I think it's something you have to do, especially when you have more of a city ending as well. As we saw at one point, it was just mayhem. Everybody was shooting at each other. Everybody, like, there was just non-stop gunshots all around. And then one team I do want to go ahead and point out today that we've been talking about them in the first day. We talked about them a little bit in the second day as well. Umbra just didn't show up today. We saw a lot of times not them pretty much exactly right there, not being able to get any kills and very low damage. Not sure exactly what happened there. Hopefully they can fix that going into league play.
Yeah. Did you guys notice on there though that SWAT 69 had 6 kills?
What? I mean, they had 7 points overall.
In the very last game of the day, pulled out a 6-kill game, which is definitely something that they needed to do. I think they had almost 1K. I think they were around 900 damage. But for them, after the performance we've seen all weekend, that's what they need to do, and they need to take that momentum, carry it out through league play so they can qualify into Super Weekend again and get more points for themselves.
I mean, that's what we were talking about.
Is I was gonna say they always have to like do good on one thing but slack on the other. I feel like they have to start being consistent. Hopefully, I give them props for getting 6 kills. I think that's huge for them. But hopefully in the future they can just start worrying about their placement, and then the kills will come towards the end, especially if you're able to go ahead and position yourself in a good spot as well.
Well, so the thing is, we were talking about SWAT 69 and how like maybe they just go crazy in the final match. I think actually one thing they lacked on 7 is their like head-to-head fighting power. I feel like they almost need to practice getting kills more often because they seem to be overwhelmed by quite a few different teams, maybe out-aim, out-positioned. Definitely whenever loops got near them, SWAT 69 would fall. But they're definitely starting to rise up, and it definitely came towards the last day of the Super Weekend, which will keep them, unfortunately, a little bit farther behind UDR killers than they want to. But let's take a look, though, at our overall top 10 players and see who's going to be currently in the lead. And yeah, none other than Carrillo. Of course it's going to be him, Glitter.
First one to break triple digits for those knockouts. Look at that. You know, he's triple digits with the kills as well. Honestly, the damage, actually, though, if you look at everything, look at Adder's damage and Adder's nade kills. We have been watching these two fight it out for that #1 position the entire time of pretty much the entire World League West right now. These are just impressive stats here, 7.
Yeah, and the nade kills that we're seeing there at Vader are impressive. And something I also want to go ahead and point out is the headshots that Carrillo is able to go ahead and output. He has 10 more headshots than what Adder does. I think that's just impressive. It goes to speak of just the full control that he has when he plays the game. And some of the other players, Solke still maintaining that top 4 situation in Tensa. Even though Tempo Storm, we always say Tempo Storm is kind of quiet, they do end up getting kills. Well, guess what? Tensa has been able to perform the whole tournament. So I love seeing players like that from them. And then one that's actually surprising me even more as he's able to maintain this spot is going to be in 9th place, Beowulf. Beowulf being the IGL, he has continued to go ahead and frag on, and I love seeing that because that man is one of the veterans, especially from North America. I love that he's able to still perform to this level.
Feels like he can do almost everything to be honest, for Cloud9, for Beowulf, and we'll see if they can continue on their pace. Obviously, as we get into league play coming up next week, we're going to take a look now at the overall standings, and keep in mind, there's still money to be won from this. First place got out $2,000, second place $1,000, and third got $500. So Cloud9 locked in that first place. Loops in second, and Football is here in third, but we have seen a little bit of a shift, Glitter, in some of the standings.
Yeah, Team Unique is actually getting themselves up into 9th place. We see a little bit of movement in 6th through 8th. Those teams have kind of been hovering in the 5th through 8th positions, battling it out with each other. Alpha Legends they actually dropped down a few places, which is probably what allowed Unique to jump up, especially after that performance from Frozen. But I think what's super impressive is that you're seeing the 5 chicken dinners out of Cloud9 so far overall. No one else, Footballs has actually stayed at 4 for quite some time. No one else has managed to get to even close to that 5 chicken dinner mark here on the first page, especially when you see teams like B4 still struggling to even get their first chicken dinner, but somehow consistently managing to stay in a top 8, top 7 position.
Yeah, for me, one that I wanted to point out of that first page was Dream Eaters. I think they started the day off in the top 5, and now they go down to 8th place. That's one team that's just was super quiet today as well. And now going to the second page here, Team Queso with that performance, being able to go ahead and launch themselves up to 11th place. I'm pretty sure with this scores here and with just one super weekend left, we can say that it's probably safe that Team Queso is going to go ahead and qualify to league finals. And then as 100%. We see Nova Esports just had, 2 wins today? This was the best super weekend so far. This is one team, honestly, I'm going to keep a close eye on, especially if they are able to go ahead and keep the roster with Cat. Something that I mentioned over and over again, even if Cat doesn't end up getting the big kills, it's just the experience that a player of that caliber is able to bring into a team. To give you a little bit of an inside information or just more information to anybody that might be new to PUBG Mobile Esports, Cat used to play for XQF in China. XQF in China in 2019 was maybe considered, besides Bigatron, one of the best teams in the world for PUBG Mobile. Even though they play a different kind of PUBG Mobile in China, he was still just out of this world. So for him to bring that knowledge, the rotations, even if he doesn't get that many kills, it's huge for that team, and I hope they go ahead and get to keep it, and I hope they go ahead and get to practice even more together.
Yeah, I hope they keep getting better, because then we could have a challenge for those top 8 positions. And speaking about challenging top positions, we do have our talent predictions overall throughout the day and our current standings across the board between everyone, as we're going to see here. I'm going to wait for it to zoom in. I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to let you say it, Seven.
Ooh.
Oh. Who is that in last place? Mustache Dave?
And you want him to be commissioner?
Is that what you want to say? Is that what you wanted me to say? Oh, hey, look, I got 575 points.
There's
hey, we're looking
the
good,
little yellow
Glitter.
indicator above you, Jason, to show that you're currently in first place.
I actually went into production. I was like,
about.
can we highlight my name just for the sake of it, you know?
Yeah, I'm not surprised because they did not have that before, dude. Yeah, please remove it. Remove that little yellow thing from the top of Jason's.
I mean, it's just an easy way to
let it get to his head.
Place, right? I mean, it takes a long time for things to get to my head because of how far it has to rise up, right? But yeah, obviously we're keeping track of those throughout the entire event. We'll continue to do that when we get into league finals. Maybe we should have our own, ending, and we should end it off when we're done with the third super weekend, and then have a separate one going to league finals. Maybe Dave can finally catch up somehow to the rest of us. But last thing before we do head off, I want to give you guys a chance to say something before we do have our one day off and then get into league play here. So Seven, anything you want to say before we close out the show?
Yes, there is. I think I mentioned it in regards to Nova. I want to see what they're going to go ahead and do here in the next couple of days going into league play. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they go ahead and switch up a lot of stuff. And hopefully for just teams watching in general, teams that are already kind of guarantee themselves to go into league finals, guess what? Take this next league play matches, or at least that first day of league play, just as a chance to go ahead and try new things before you go into the final super weekend if you're able to make it there, and before you go into the league final, which is going to be the big prize pool. I think it's $100,000 if I'm not mistaken for first place. So try to take that first day of league play that's going to be coming on Tuesday with just a variation. Try something new. Test stuff out. Maybe be more aggressive, or if that doesn't work out for you, maybe be a little bit more passive.
Okay, well, Glitter.
I agree on the Nova points, but also I think I'm going to be looking to the teams that are, the Yala Esports of the group, Team Unique. We see them have almost kind of this yo-yo performance where they have a very strong game and then they kind of fall off a little bit. And like we've been preaching from the very beginning, it's consistency that's really kind of separating the top teams from the rest of the pack. So these teams clearly have the skill to have very strong games. It's just about nailing down what exactly is going to make that become the norm as opposed to the outlier.
Okay, well, I do like, as we can lead things into our next week of league play. Thank you guys very much for joining me here on the desk. And I'm sorry you guys are currently behind me in the overall standings. But hey, you have a chance next week. It's all good. And again, Seven was just getting off of his Apple box. That's actually how short he is in real life. Obviously, a big shout out to all of our commentators and, of course, production crew here live in Poland for making the show possible, and for all you viewers at home who have been watching as well. That's going to wrap it up for our second Super Weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday at 11 a.m. PDT for a final week of league play. This is the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, and we'll see you then.